Family cultivation. My mobile phone traveled through time. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Xuanji is seriously injured. The golden light flashed and turned into a colorful cloud that disappeared into the distance. Fang Wulian touched his hair, which was covered with sweat. At home, rely on parents, and when you go out, rely on seniors. Xuanji is a good trick, Fang Wulian thought, recalling those words. There was a sense of knocking in the words of Xuanji's engine, soft but hard. However, the most powerful one was that knife. The power of that knife was so strong that it surpassed the ordinary attack of the spirit transformation. With that knife, he could be killed directly. In a flash, Fang Wulian returned to the cave and said to the boy, "Gather those brothers and sisters. Disciple understands." The boy left. A few days later, more than a dozen disciples gathered together to listen to the teacher's teachings. Fang Wulian said, "The true Lord Xuanji of Chu State and I have a lifelong friendship. His son is my son. His son Lu Fan has recently settled in my Yu State. You should help him. As the saying goes, you rely on your parents at home and rely on your elders when you go out." Disciple understands. More than a dozen disciples said in unison. Two of the disciples looked at each other and figured out the meaning. Lu Fan has settled in Yu State for 100 years. This is the latest. The policy towards the Lu family must be changed. The golden light flashed and Xuanji disappeared. It is safe to knock on a certain descendant. There may be some competition and some fighting, but as long as it is within a reasonable range, even if it is a small matter. The footsteps flashed and he took over his disciple Leaking Wei at a certain position and urged the golden light to return to Chu State. The golden light was flashing and the speed was faster. Half a day later, he returned to Chu State. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Chu State was more abundant. Some spiritual caves were scattered in the wilderness, some small spiritual veins were buried underground, and some tiny mineral veins were developing. The spiritual energy is recovering, and the speed of recovery is accelerating, showing a virtuous cycle as a whole. When I returned to the Lu family, the formations near Changyuan Mountain were increasing. The formations were densely packed and connected to each other, forming a terrifying killing momentum. Not only that, the power of the stars in the sky was drawn down, and under the operation of the formations, it was deposited in the depths of the earth, nourishing the spiritual veins, and the spiritual veins were slowly improving. Many formation groups are also connected to the underground spiritual veins, to reinforce many formation groups. On the western peaks, 5 great peach trees are planted, with lush spiritual roots rooted in the depths of the spiritual veins. On the eastern peaks, 5 great fortune fruit trees are planted, emitting the power of fortune and connecting with the surrounding formations. The 2 major spiritual roots are each other's yin and yang eyes, connecting the terrifying formation and turning into a supreme killing formation. Near the mountains, white yang rice, jade emperor rice, etc. are planted, and one piece of spiritual field after another is connected together, neatly and regularly, emitting a green light, which is eye-catching. In the places where the mountains are interspersed, some medicine gardens are set up. Xianling grass, Yuzuzki, Chunayang grass, Zaohua grass, Kibeo grass, etc. are developed in an orderly and stable manner according to different climates and terrains. Many monks cultivate and plant in the spiritual fields. There are also monks who take care of spiritual medicines, or take care of spiritual beasts, spiritual fish, etc. in the medicine garden. The Lu family seems to be very busy. When Xuanji arrived, a series of divine thoughts immediately locked on, as if checking something. Later, a giant and monk appeared, wearing a green robe and looking older. At this moment, he stepped forward and said, "Meet the ancestor." His expression was slightly excited. The ancestor was a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail, and it was rare to meet him at ordinary times. This was the first time he spoke to the ancestor, and he was naturally very happy. Xuanji asked, "How is the Lu family doing recently?" Everything is fine in the Lu family, but not long ago, Xiao's engine failed to impact the spirit transformation, and was backlashed, and he is recovering from his injuries," said the Jiandan monk. Lu Xuanji was nervous, and couldn't help but say, "This person is called Li Qingli, and he is my second disciple. You take care of him, and handle everything according to the old rules." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. A moment later, he arrived in front of the cave. At the door, Long Zuan was sitting in person. "Xia, how is it?" Lu Xuanji asked. "The master is in good condition, you should go in and see for yourself," Long Zuan said. Entering the cave, Lu Xuanji saw Jinzi again. But at this moment, she looked pale, her blood was weak, her spirit was insufficient, and she seemed to have suffered a serious injury, giving people the feeling of dying. At this moment, she was sitting upright on the bed, recovering from her injuries. "Xuanji, you are back," Jinzi said happily. "Xia, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Lu Xuanji asked. Jinzi said, "Xuanji, I'm in better condition. I'm just sorry that I wasted a Yuanshan pill in vain. Yuanshan pill is just a small problem. As long as you are safe, everything will be fine." Lu Xuanji stepped forward and held Jinzi's hand. Holding her hand, he felt cold and lacked vitality. Lu Xuanji input his mana into Jinzi's body and began to check her condition. At the same time, his mobile phone started to scan her injuries. Jinzi's face flushed, but she did not resist and allowed him to check. "Your condition is very bad." After checking for a while, Lu Xuanji frowned. Just now, he checked and found that Jinzi's body was full of holes, like broken porcelain pieced together. Her meridians were twisted, and there were holes in her internal organs. Her qi and blood were seriously deficient. There were many scars on her nascent soul, with grey marks and red marks on it. There were many damages and some holes on her denshin. Checking her body, she was seriously injured. If such injuries fell on an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, he would have died long ago. But at this moment, there was a surge of energy into her body, maintaining her vitality. But even so, Jinzi was in a state of exhaustion, and in a very bad situation. At this moment, Jinzi couldn't make any big movements. If she slightly activated a little magic power, her body would explode, her nascent soul would shatter, and she would directly sit in meditation. If she encountered a strong enemy attack, she would directly fall into a desperate situation, and go to perish. No wonder Long Zuan was guarding outside. "Xuanji, you also saw it. I failed to break through the spirit transformation, suffered a severe backlash, and almost sat in meditation on the spot. It was also fortunate that I took the Yuanshen pill. The Yuanshen pill kept me alive, and didn't sit in meditation directly," Jinzi said. "But even if I'm alive, I'll just be struggling to survive. I'll sit in meditation for at most 10 years. I originally thought that I would die silently, but I didn't expect to meet you before I died." Speaking of this, Jinzi coughed again. Originally, she had a 5-level chance of breaking through the spirit transformation, and taking the Yuanshen pill increased the probability by 3 levels, and there was an 8-level chance of proving the spirit transformation. But when she broke through the spirit transformation, she failed. She was careless. Many times, even if there is a 99% probability, it may still fail. Chapter 527 Heading to Key. 10 years is not too late, Lu Xuanji said. To heal the wound, you need a 6th grade fortune fruit, but that level of spiritual fruit is extremely rare in Shu. Only Qi has it. But many times, you may not be able to buy it, even if you have money. Jinzi said, "Xuanji, when you are striving for the transformation of the spirit, don't be as reckless as I am. Wait for me, I will heal you." Lu Xuanji stepped forward and said, "As long as I'm alive, I will not let you die." As he said, he took out the 33 heavenly treasures and began to arrange the 33 heavenly formation. Buzz buzz buzz. The void was flashing, and the 33 magic weapons were rising and falling, emitting brilliant treasure light. As the magic weapons worked together, they gradually evolved into a supreme formation. In this formation, the Bushanding was the center. The Bushanding, the Bushan Keyborn, can heal the injuries of the cultivators. As the formation was running, the power of the Bushanding was superimposed, and the grade of the evolved Bushan Key was improved. About half a day later, a grey Bushan Key was born. Xuanji absorbed a breath of Bushan Qi and used his skills to refine it. His body, like a broken porcelain, slowly healed a little, and his injuries were relieved. Xuanji also breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the 33 heavenly soldiers, Xuanji's lifespan could be extended to 20 years. After walking out of the cave, Xuanji looked a little hesitant. "How is the master?" Long Xuan asked. "The situation is very bad." Xuanji asked, "Do you know where there is a 6th grade fortune fruit?" "I don't know." Long Xuan said, "Over the years, I have been asking for news about the 6th grade fortune fruit, but there has been no progress. King Xianzhen has also been asking for news, but there is no news. The 6th grade fortune fruit is extremely valuable. Even if a cultivator takes it, it can heal injuries. If there is a cultivator who gets the 6th grade fortune fruit, he will only hide it and will not leak it out at all. It is quite difficult to find it." Xuanji said, "There is no 6th grade fortune fruit in Chu. Then where may it exist?" Long Xuan said, "In Qi, there is a family with a 6th grade fortune fruit tree that produces 6th grade fortune fruit. It's just that it is very difficult to obtain it. That family even has a god in charge. As for the result, it is hard to predict. It may be obtained, or it may fail. There are too many uncertainties. First of all, the family may have just run out of fortune fruit. Secondly, even if there are some, it may not be able to buy it. Chu is a long distance away from Qi, and accidents may occur in the middle. No matter how difficult it is, I will go." Xuanji said. "This is the Azure Lotus token. With the token, some dangers may be resolved." Long Xuan said, handing over a token. The token depicts a Azure Lotus, with a trace of the aura of the god of transformation leaking out. When you are out, your background is very important. With the background of the god of transformation, you can deter many beings. Xuanji put away the token and said, "How is the situation in Chu? How are those human gods of transformation? How is the situation on the front line?" "The situation in Chu is relatively stable. But those human gods of transformation have not appeared yet, and the demon gods of transformation are also in that cave. Whether it is Chu or the 10,000 mountains, there is no god of transformation sitting in charge. Both sides are afraid of something, and they have not started a war." Long Xuan said. "It took them a long time to enter that cave. Recently, there are about 30 true lords of the demon and human races who have attacked the god of transformation, but they all failed." Long Xuan said. In the question and answer, the general situation emerged. War is essentially for the competition for resources. But with the recovery of spiritual energy, resources in various regions are increasing, objectively easing the contradictions between the two races, and the war is relatively reduced. In many locations on the front line, both sides are withdrawing their troops, and only a few areas have symbolically left some troops to guard against enemy raids. With the recovery of spiritual energy, the difficulty of breaking through the realm is decreasing. In just 50 years, the number of Jiandan monks has continued to surge, and has increased by 5 layers. It can be said that Jiandan is everywhere. Even the number of Yuanying monks has increased significantly. It's just that the difficulty of impacting the god of transformation is still huge, and there are still many who die in the disaster. The god of transformation of the human race and the god of transformation of the demon race have all entered the Jinwu cave mansion. It has been 50 years since then, but they still haven't appeared, and many monks are also happy. In the past, whether it was the Chu state or the 10,000 mountains, there were 7 layers of resources to offer to the god of transformation, and the lower level monks were exploited very hard. But now they have disappeared temporarily, and there is no need to offer them, and their lives have improved a lot. Of course, those gods of transformation have only disappeared temporarily. The spirit tablets they were offering all showed that they were still alive. Whether it was the Wu state's god of transformation, the Yu state's god of transformation, or the Sea clan's god of transformation, none of them took advantage of the power vacuum and the upper echelons to come and seize these 2 territories, which seemed quite martial. On the contrary, the Wu state's god of transformation, the Yu state's god of transformation, the Sea clan's god of transformation, and the god of transformation of other races were all in a state of seclusion, as if they had completely disappeared. Many relevant intelligence reports all showed that they had encountered some adventures and were in seclusion. The scramble for territories from the outside world also decreased a lot. Improving the strength of the cultivation world is the first priority, and scrambling for territories is only the third or even the fourth priority. In many areas of the eastern wilderness, a strange peace has fallen. Peace. Xuanji was speechless. Once again, he felt speechless about the war in this world. After packing up his things, Xuanji summoned everyone from the Lu family, leaving some spirit stones and extra pills. He told Longzuan, Ningzu and others to take good care of the family and not to be attacked by others. After giving the instructions, Xuanji's feet flashed with golden light and he headed northeast, embarking on the road to Qi. Qi, a large country located in the East Wilderness, is not inferior to Chu in terms of area. There are more cultivators and more powerful people there. Not only that, the business atmosphere there is extremely strong, and various spiritual medicines, elixirs, and spiritual treasures are frequently traded. There are many cultivators in the East Wilderness, and they all go there to buy scarce items. But if possible, he doesn't plan to go to Qi, because it is dangerous. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected, and killing and robbing treasures often happen. Many cultivators dare not spend money after they have money, because if they spend too much money, they will become the target of some powerful people, and they may be robbed and killed, or even bring disaster to their families. Many cultivators rarely travel outside, and most of them walk near their families. Even if they go to some cultivation countries for some things, they have to go together with several people to avoid being killed and robbed of treasures. This time, going to Qi to buy the 6th grade fortune fruit will cost at least more than 5,000 top grade spirit stones. Such a large number of top grade spirit stones would attract the attention of some half-step gods or even gods, who would come to kill them. Working hard on the farm, there is no place to make more money than robbing. But this time, there is a must go. Chapter 528, Innate Creation Skill. As the void changed, Xuanji arrived at the edge of the Chu state. He saw a huge swamp in front of him. There was poisonous gas in the swamp, and there were fierce beasts lurking in it, often attacking monks. The poison here was so strong that only the nascent soul could resist it. Xuanji took out a poison-proof pill and swallowed it on the spot, then stepped into the swamp. He restrained his energy and moved forward carefully. This swamp stretches for 100,000 miles. It takes a lot of time to bypass it, so he can only cross it. There are fierce beasts in the swamp. Fierce beasts are not monsters. After the monsters reach the foundation, most of them are born with intelligence that is no less than that of humans. They can communicate and exchange interests. But when the fierce beasts reach the nascent soul, or even the god, they are still confused, with murderous spirits in their hearts. They only have the idea of killing, and no possibility of communication. After walking 100 miles, suddenly a crocodile appeared in the swamp, opening its mouth to bite and kill. This crocodile is only at the foundation building level, but it attacks the nascent soul true lord, which is super fierce. Xuanji could kill the crocodile with one slap, but he didn't attack the crocodile. Instead, he turned around and ran away. If he killed the crocodile, it might attract the siege of the bullying beasts, which would not be worth the loss. It was better to run away first. After the crocodile chased him for a while, it gave up. Xuanji continued to move forward, slowing down, trying to avoid some powerful beasts along the way, and specifically walked through the territories of some weak beasts. He walked safely all the way, and finally walked out of the swamp, after about a month. He opened the 100 maps, determined the approximate direction, and headed towards the state of Chu. He urged the golden light to fly at high altitude, and the moment of fatigue was to stop. After flying continuously for 5 years, he finally reached the border of Qi. After entering Qi, Xuanji felt the prosperity of Qi. A large amount of spiritual rice was planted in the wild, as well as a large number of spiritual medicines. The spiritual fields and medicinal fields were densely packed, one after another, and there were a few areas that fell into fallow, which was nourishing the fertility of the cultivated land. His divine thoughts flashed, and he looked towards a small town, but found that most of them were walking monks, and there were also a large number of warriors. These warriors were powerful, like burning magma, and their fighting power was comparable to that of low-level monks. Interesting. Lu Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he descended here. It was just that his aura was restrained, and he turned into the appearance of a purple mansion monk. Purple mansion monks were neither weak nor strong, and would not attract the attention of strong people, nor would anyone come forward to bully them. Lu Xuanji walked to the city gate, and saw monks coming in and out, all taking out tokens. When he arrived at the city gate, he spent 10 spirit stones to buy a token, and also entered the city gate. The city was quite prosperous, with various shops displaying elixirs, and other items. Some items were also displayed in the roadside stalls for sale, and there were customers who came forward to bargain with them, and the quarrels were quite fierce. When he arrived at a nearby inn, Lu Xuanji rented a cave, and lived there temporarily. The time was 1 year. The next day, he arrived on the street, and looked for a guide to ask questions. I went to some tea houses again, and listened to the talk of passers-by. Gradually, I had a certain understanding of the situation in Qi. In Chu, there is a distinction between mortals and monks. Awakening spiritual roots can turn you into a monk, and without spiritual roots you can only be a mortal. Mortals and monks have been isolated from each other for many times, and live in different worlds. Monks must not disturb the lives of mortals. If a monk relies on his powerful cultivation to massacre a large number of mortals, he will be wanted and hunted down. Similarly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to contact monks. Except for the annual detection of spiritual roots, mortals can contact monks, and they cannot meet monks during the tasting time. But Qi is not the case. In Qi, there are 2 classes of warriors and monks. Awakening spiritual roots can make you a monk. If you practice martial arts, you become a warrior, and a warrior is also called a warrior. In the fields, the main people who do farming are warriors. Soon, a free martial arts method that is almost everywhere fell into Lu Xuanji's hands, called innate creation gong. Although Xuanji creation skill is very popular, it does not mean that its level is poor, but rather very high. It is said that it is a martial arts skill created by an immortal. When practiced to the extreme, it has supreme luck, and is favored by some cultivators. As for the disadvantage, it is easy to get started, easy to practice in the early stage, and the difficulty increases in the later stage. Xuanji creation skill is divided into 12 levels. The difficulty of the first 3 levels is quite low. Even those with stupid qualifications can get started and practice. But from the 4th to the 6th level, the difficulty is increasing. From the 7th to the 9th level, the difficulty increases again. After the 9th level, few people succeed in practicing. When practicing Xuanji creation skill, when you reach the 3rd level, it is only comparable to the 1st level of Qi refining. But when you reach the 4th level, it is comparable to the middle stage of Qi refining. The 5th level is comparable to the late stage of Qi refining. The 6th level is comparable to the peak of Qi refining. But when you practice to the 7th level, you can condense an impermeable body, directly return to the innate, and use the innate Qi in your body to evolve into a spiritual root, and directly become a foundation building cultivator. In Qi, the status of a strongman is very low. He is just a slave of a cultivator, responsible for doing chores. But if you practice to the 7th level, you will directly become a foundation building cultivator. Once you become a cultivator, you can no longer continue to practice Xuanji creation. To a certain extent, Xuanji creation is a method for mortals, suitable for mortals to practice. In the long history of Qi state, many cultivators have directly given birth to spiritual roots with this set of methods, and directly become foundation building cultivators. Xuanji creation is suitable for mortals to practice. Cultivators with spiritual roots cannot practice it at all. Similarly, when a warrior directly derives spiritual roots, he cannot practice it. Lu Xuanji flipped through this volume of martial arts skills, and continued to analyze its essence and secrets. This method is only 1,300 words, and just reading one article is almost memorized. It is easy to understand. But the more you comprehend, the more mysterious it feels. In this world, it is a world of cultivation, and martial arts methods have no future. This method, however, opens the way to evolve spiritual roots with martial arts as the foundation. In the deduction, the difficulty is constantly rising as you go back. At the 7th level, I can still deduce a little, but at the 8th level, I can't deduce anymore. Lu Xuanji frowned. The more he comprehended this technique, the more mysterious it felt. Could it be that the cultivator who created this set of martial arts techniques is really an immortal? Retracting his divine thoughts, Lu Xuanji asked about other things. He kept gathering intelligence, investigating how many gods there were in Key State, and how many major forces there were. He didn't ask for details, but at least he knew the general idea, so as not to suffer losses. At the same time, he analyzed the forces of each family, figured out their styles of doing things, and gradually determined the next plan. He also began to learn the dialect of Key State. Chapter 529 Linglang's Engine. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Key, Lu Xuanji was familiar with the culture, customs, spoken language, and other things here. Now, just a little dressing up would completely turn him into a Key citizen. When talking, he was similar to the locals, with no big difference. Careful observation would not reveal that he looked like an outsider. Key would cheat outsiders, but not locals. After dressing up like this, he was relatively safer. He investigated the terrain of Chu again, and analyzed and described the personalities and behaviors of some Yuanying's engine, Huashenxianzhen, etc., and also made some emergency plans. For example, when being chased by Huashen, how to escape, and how to save life. For example, when trapped in a large formation, how to get out of trouble, and get rid of danger. For example, when being besieged by 8 half-step Huashen, how to avoid danger. For example, how to deal with it after offending a second-generation cultivator. Lu Xuanji also designed more than a dozen escape routes, etc., just to be prepared. In this world, life is only once, and everything can be gambled, but life cannot be gambled. If we don't prepare a few more escape routes, how can we be safe? After 2 years of preparation, Lu Xuanji set out to participate in the auction in Duobao Tower. His footsteps flashed, and after walking for a while, he found that a big battle was happening in front of him. Woo woo woo. The black snow in the void poured down, stretching for 30 miles. Under the cover of black snow, there was a team of female cultivators in green clothes. Their breath was weak, they were panting, and each of them was seriously injured. These female cultivators were all holy, with outstanding looks. There were about 32 people. Their cultivation was not weak, and the weakest was also in the early stage of Jinden. Among them, there were 3 Yuanying women. In the middle, there was a female cultivator, dressed in white, with a handsome appearance. The starry eyes flickered with stars, with a bit of coldness, and the whole body was indifferent to people from thousands of miles away. The style was unparalleled, the black hair was like flowing clouds, scattered at the waist, with a bit of scattered, elegant temperament, gentle as jade, pure as the exiled immortals from the sky. Her skin is whiter than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When she looks around, she has a kind of elegant and noble temperament, which makes people feel ashamed, and dare not blaspheme. But her cold and arrogant agility is quite charming, which makes people unable to help but be fascinated, and arouse the desire to conquer. Her face is as crystal as jade, like a new moon with a halo, like a flower tree piled with snow, with a beautiful and elegant posture, a calm and leisurely body, a gentle and graceful manner, charming in language, and delicate and graceful. At this time, she has already reached the 5th level of the nascent soul, but she seems to be seriously injured and poisoned. Her pretty face is pale and her lips are purple and black. Such a team is also famous in Key State, and it is not a weak one. At this moment, Lao was surrounded by a grinning bald monk. This monk has a bulging temple, wears a black monk robe, is fat, holds a black Buddhist treasure, and steps on a black cloud. He is evil. He glanced at the female cultivators with an evil light in his eyes. Finally, his eyes fell on the woman in the center and he licked his tongue. Master Linglang, I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you stayed in the sect, I would not be able to do anything to you. It's a pity that you have become my cauldron now. Ahem, you are despicable and shameless. You actually poisoned. Master Linglang's pale face gradually began to flush with a strange blush, and his body was weak. The poison in his body was taking effect. Master Linglang, by now, all 32 of you have been poisoned by my hehuan powder. Even if you have the cultivation of the nascent soul, you will not have a single bit of magic power. You have lost all your strength and let me knead you. It's your good fortune to fall into my hands. The monk sneered. You young girls, if you fall into my hands, none of you can escape. The mere Shenshu Palace is nothing in the eyes of my Lotus sect. I came here to buy the divine transformation cauldron. Unexpectedly, I caught a team of cauldrons before entering the auction site. The old monk took out a black gold jar and shook it gently. Immediately, black sand rolled around the sky and earth, and smoke swept in. The female cultivators along the way were corroded by the black smoke and immediately burned with lust. When the black smoke came, all the female cultivators of the golden core, except for the Yuanying's engine, were poisoned and lost their fighting power, leaving them to be slaughtered. This old monk, named Lion Hua's engine, practiced happy zen. The sect has countless secret techniques, and it is easy for him to deal with female cultivators. The remaining 3 Zenjins barely supported Lion Hua's engine, but they blocked their retreat, and could not escape at all. The old monk's eyes were full of cat and mouse teasing. What he loved most was to see women who knew he was an enemy, and hated him to the bone, but could not bear the fire of desire, and threw themselves into his arms. Linglang's engine showed despair. She gradually felt that the desire in her body was boiling, as if it was going to annihilate her rationality. This trip was originally intended to buy Yuanying pill from Duobao Tower, to prepare for the impact of the late Yuanying, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? If Shenshu Palace was at its peak and there were powerful people in charge of the divine transformation, naturally no one would dare to despise it. But in the battle with the East Sea lineage, they lost their territory. Especially after the death of the ancestor of the divine transformation, the situation of Shenshu Palace became worse and worse. But Linglang's engine never expected that there would be a divine transformation Dinglu for sale at this Duobao auction. And this Dinglu attracted the attention of many powerful people, and was even intercepted and killed halfway. It's a pity. If I'm humiliated by this lecherous monk, I might as well die directly. Linglang's engine's eyes showed a sad look, and despair flashed in his eyes. The gap between the 5th level of Yuanying and the 9th level of Yuanying is so huge. Not to mention that Lion Hua's engine is proficient in Happy Zen and the secret technique to restrain female cultivators. Even if she didn't, she would never be the enemy of this demon. But, at this moment, she was about to self-destruct her Yuanying, but a breath came, and a black needle pierced her body. The magic power was dissipating. Lion Hua's engine was approaching, and his fat body was a little hideous. But at this moment, a huge momentum came. Under this momentum, the void shook, and Lion Hua's engine's chest was hit hard. He retreated dozens of steps before he stabilized his body. Black blood spurted out of his mouth. Lotus Master tried to remain calm and said, "Which Taoist friend? Give me some face. Give Lotus Temple some face." The master of my Lotus Temple is a mid-stage spiritualization master. At this moment, a masked man in a green coat appeared. Linglang Master, who was originally desperate, immediately showed joy and a hint of disbelief. The green-clothed man disguised himself to conceal his aura, but she smelled a familiar breath. "Xuanji, is it you? How could it be? It's really you. It's really you." Linglang Master said, his body trembling slightly. He has become more powerful, his cultivation has become more invincible, and the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 530 I Won't Give Up. In the void, a man in green appeared, wearing a mask on his face. The moment he appeared, he immediately exuded a terrifying aura, like a tiger descending. The black snow around him stopped. Lotus Master was shocked. His heart was beating violently, thump thump thump, like the sound of a war drum. The shock turned into fear, and he said in a hoarse voice, "What is your name, fellow Taoist? Don't meddle in other people's business. My Lotus Temple is the top sect in Key State, and there are 3 bodhisattvas in the temple. Fellow Taoist, don't make a mistake. Among Buddhist practitioners, the strong ones who have reached the state of transformation are revered as bodhisattvas." The man in green made a move, and a green long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword trembled, turned into a star, and stabbed at him. It was like the sound of spring thunder. With the sound of spring thunder, all things are reviving, and spring has arrived. The sound of thunder evolves into vitality, and creates all things. The first sword, thunder. The speed of the sword was not fast, but it annihilated everything of Lotus Master, and the wind and snow around him dissipated. The sword energy surged like a waterfall, evolving into lightning that swept over. The cassock protects you. Lotus Master's fat body trembled, urging the cassock on his body. The cassock flew up and turned into a huge curtain that kept rotating and changing. The Sanskrit on it was undulating, evolving into black Buddhas, with black lotuses under their feet, and black Buddha hair resisting everything. The two sides clashed with each other, and the sword energy slashed on them, and thunder sounded. One by one, the black Buddhas entered nirvana, and the lotuses dissipated. The Sanskrit on them was damaged, and the cassock was also damaged. Lotus Master spit out fresh black blood from his mouth. His fat body was shaking, and he used the secret technique to dissolve the force of Lotus Master's impact, and he was shocked in his heart. Impossible. How could the 13 swords of Kyankan be so powerful? The second sword, Autumn Water. The man in green stabbed out with another sword, and the sword energy was like silk, transforming into the mighty Autumn Water, sweeping over. Lotus Master urged the bowl, which kept getting bigger and bigger, covering the front of Lotus Master. The vast sword energy was absorbed into it, suppressed and refined. But it only lasted for 3 breaths, and the bowl exploded, as if it could not withstand the terrifying sword energy, and shattered on the spot. The bowl was a quasi 6th grade spiritual treasure, but it was only damaged and scrapped in the face of this sword. The third sword, Green Plum. The man in green stabbed out another sword. This sword no longer had a vast aura, no more tyrannical destruction, but under the surge of sword intent, it turned into a green plum blossom. The green plum blossom was blooming and evolving into endless divine will. Time seemed to stop. After 3 moments, the man in green put away his sword and stood. Plop. At this moment, Lotus Master fell to the ground and his nascent soul dissipated. The sword just now, which attacked the nascent soul, directly dissipated the nascent soul, leaving only a shell. Let's go. Xuanji waved his sleeves, took many female cultivators into his sleeves, and disappeared with flashing footsteps. Under the flashing golden light, Xuanji disappeared. After leaving, about an hour later, a group of monks came here one after another. Looking at the corpse on the ground, a middle-aged monk cried on the spot, "Let's go, you died so miserably. Junior brother, who killed you? I will never give up until this revenge is avenged. Kill. I must kill his entire family, and destroy the entire clan. If I don't kill, how can the world see the Lotus Temple? If there is a demon killing my Buddhist disciples, I will save his entire family. Junior brother, this is not over." Many monks said. Murderous aura was surging, one wave after another, wishing to tear someone off directly. Lotus Master is the top Xuanji of Lotus Temple. He is only 1,200 years old, but he has entered the 9th level of Yuanying. Because of his outstanding qualifications, his Buddhist name is directly named after Lotus, which is the hope of the temple. Many bodhisattvas hoped that he could go further, attain enlightenment and become a bodhisattva. But who would have thought that he would encounter such a disaster? Lotus Temple is a major sect of the transformation of gods, and is well known even in Qi. But now that he has killed the walking monk, how can he not take revenge? Everyone was cursing. At this time, a master came forward, wearing a golden cassock, holding a Zen stick in his left hand and a rosary in his right hand. He looked as young as a 15-year-old boy, but his aura was extremely strong, and his eyebrows were white. He arrived in front of the body of the Lotus Master, and began to check the condition of the body. After observing for a moment, he said, "Junior brother, you died at the hands of a swordsman who used the 13 swords of heaven and earth. That swordsman was very powerful, and had already reached the half step into the realm of God. There was also the aura of some female cultivators, and the flavor of the Shenshu Palace. It was the female cultivators of the Shenshu Palace who besieged Junior brother, and it was that swordsman who killed him. Junior brother, we will avenge you." Another box of monks said, "The female cultivators of the Shenshu Palace besieged and killed Junior brother, causing his death. You should take action to save the soul of the Shenshu Palace, and convert the witch in it, so that you can be transformed into a Vajra Buddha girl, to atone for the sins of our Buddha." Of course you should. The female cultivators of the Shenshu Palace have become demon girls, and should be saved. The Shenshu Palace should be destroyed, and its sect should be destroyed. After talking for a while, everyone decided the fate of the Shenshu Palace. Also, look for the swordsman who has reached the half-step transformation of the god, and look for his traces. The white-browed monk said, I have already captured a trace of his breath. If you encounter him, you can inform the many bodhisattvas to subdue the Asura demon. As he said that, he took out a relic, absorbed the energy here, and made a simple magic weapon. He handed it to everyone present. As long as he encounters that swordsman, the relic will turn bloody, and the murderer is nearby. At that time, the murderer will surely be subdued, and turned into a Dharma protector. With a flash of golden light, Xuanji disappeared. Just a moment later, he appeared in a mountain range, waved his sleeves, and immediately 32 female cultivators came out. However, these 32 female cultivators were all panting, their bodies flushed, their faces flushed, their legs rubbing, and at this moment, they even unbuttoned their clothes, revealing their beautiful bodies, and kept approaching him. Sir, I want it. Senior, please take me. Senior, I will repay you with my body for saving my life. Senior. At this moment, many female cultivators were poisoned, and were in a state of half dazed and half awake. They kept approaching him and begging him. At this moment, as long as he stretched out his hand slightly, these female cultivators would immediately come forward and make love with him. It was so beautiful. In particular, among all the women, Xuanji saw a familiar figure. Linglang's engine, Yi Linglang. In the past, this female cultivator promised him that they would not abandon each other and become Taoist companions, but in the end, she left inexplicably. Later, they met once when they were in the Jindan realm, but he didn't expect that they would meet again this time. At this moment, Xuanji was more than 1,200 years old. During the long years, most of his friends, old friends, enemies, etc., also disappeared. Counting them, there were only a few so-called acquaintances. Yi Linglang actually entered the nascent soul stage and became one of his few old friends. It was at that moment that Xuanji rescued people. His actions were somewhat rash. He also offended the Lotus Temple and caused a lot of trouble. At this moment, Yi Linglang's eyes were like water, but with a hint of coldness, and a touch of heat in the coldness. Her 10 fingers were slender, her skin was like cream, like a beautiful jade, and her snow white skin was tinged with pink, as if water could be squeezed out. Her red lips, her smile and words were full of endless beauty. Her black hair danced in the wind, emitting a fresh fragrance. Her waist was slender, her limbs were long, and she had the temperament of a fairy. She was wearing a white dress that fell to the ground, with butterfly patterns embroidered on it. Her black hair was lightly raised with butterfly tassels, and the butterfly carved from a pearl on her forehead emitted a faint light. Her eyebrows were lightly swept, and her face was not made up, but she still couldn't hide her stunning face. Her skin was as white as snow, and her expression was indifferent, as if she was a fairy who didn't eat fireworks from the world. A pair of extremely well-proportioned long legs, without any extra fat on them, as if these legs were the most beautiful masterpiece of heaven, neither fat nor thin, just right. She kept getting closer, her face flushed, and even a little intoxicated. As long as he nodded, he could go with the flow and enjoy her beautiful body. Afterwards, he didn't need to take any responsibility. Just thinking for a moment, Xuanji shook his head and said, "Not appropriate. How can a person take advantage of the fire to rob?" With a wave of his hand, the magic power surged out, controlling the many female cultivators present, urging the yin and yang transformation, evolving into yin and yang qi, and began to inject into the bodies of many female cultivators to detoxify them. Under normal circumstances, the toxins in them can only be broken by sex between men and women. But, yin and yang transformation is the top level skill passed down by the ancestor of Helen, which is naturally restrained by various strange poisons, and can break various toxins. With the circulation of yin and yang qi, the toxins were washed away, and after just a moment, the faces of the female cultivators present changed and returned to normal. Just looking at their own embarrassed appearance, they all tidied their clothes. After a moment, everyone said in unison, "Greetings, seniors. You can leave." Xuanji said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." The women said in unison. Xuanji waved his hand and ignored them. Many female cultivators looked at each other for a few times, and were about to leave. Only Yiling stepped forward and said, "Senior, I can't repay you for saving my life. I'm willing to pledge my body and be your slave. I don't need slaves. Please leave," Lu Xuanji said lightly. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse, and he acted like an old man. "Senior, I don't need it. But I can't forget it," Yiling said. "Senior sisters and junior sisters, please leave. Don't worry about me. Junior sister, it's not too late to save my life later," a female cultivator of the nascent soul stage said. Yiling smiled and shook her head. Many female cultivators had no choice but to leave. Soon, only Yiling and Lu Xuanji were left. "Why bother?" Lu Xuanji said. "I don't need a maid either." With golden light flashing under his feet, he was about to leave. If he activated the golden light to leave, she might not be able to catch up. "Lu Xuanji, I know it's you," Yiling shouted directly. Lu Xuanji was a little embarrassed and could only take off his mask and said, "Is my disguise not good enough?" Yiling smiled. "Xuanji, your disguise is very good. You changed your appearance, your height, and some details of your appearance, and you did it very successfully. But you overlook some things. For example, I'm very familiar with the mana aura on your body. Secondly, I'm also familiar with the smell you exude. You didn't disguise these 2 points well. Monks can change a lot, and there are all kinds of disguises. But some things are difficult to disguise, or it takes a huge price to disguise. For example, the mana aura of each monk is different. There is no completely identical sequined leaf in the world, and there are no two people who are exactly the same. Even twins have many differences. The auras of many monks are different." Yiling said this, and Lu Xuanji was sweating slightly while listening. He really thought that his disguise was excellent, but he never thought that he still overlooked some details. "This time, how do you see it?" Lu Xuanji changed his aura, his magic aura changed, and the smell of his body also changed. "Now, can you still recognize me?" Yiling said. "Your eyes still have flaws. Everyone's eyes are different." Lu Xuanji adjusted the details again and changed a lot. Yiling pointed out the shortcomings of some details. Finally, Lu Xuanji could perfectly disguise himself and become another person. But once he made a move, his magic aura leaked out, and his true face would inevitably be exposed. This also verified a point. No matter how clever the disguise is, once he made a move, his aura would inevitably leak out, and it would be difficult to disguise. "Thank you," Lu Xuanji said. "You should leave. I don't need you to be a slave. Xuanji, I miss you." Yiling took a step forward and hugged him directly, and they were in close contact. Lu Xuanji wanted to push her away, but the next moment, his mouth was blocked. Trapped in it. After a long time, the two separated. Lu Xuanji said, "Linglong, why do you have to do this? It's hard to collect what has been spilled. Let's end it. Let's not be entangled with each other anymore." "Xuanji, I was wrong at the beginning. Later, when Wanai came to me, she said she was willing to help us, but I refused." Yiling said, "But after I refused, I regretted it. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in life. If everything could go back to the past." Lu Xuanji said dumbly, "Linglong, you should let it go." He walked away directly. Yiling reached out to grab it, but she couldn't catch it anymore. There was once a beautiful love in front of her, but she chose to give up. When looking back on the past, there was only endless regret and loss in her heart. If time could go back, she would say that she should cherish the person in front of her. "I won't give up," Yiling said. She got up and left, heading towards the Shenshu Palace. When approaching the Shenshu Palace, I felt the void trembling. The big formation in front blocked the void. A group of black-robed monks were besieging the Shenshu Palace. The battle was in full swing. The fight was extremely fierce. After a day, the Shenshu Palace fell. As for the reason, it was that the female cultivators of the Shenshu Palace ambushed and killed the Lotus Temple walkers, and the Lotus Temple came to take revenge. Chapter 531 and Biu, the auction begins. They were intercepted on the way and finally killed by Lu Xuanji. But when they arrived at the Lotus Temple, they were different. "Lotus Temple, you are confusing right and wrong." Yiling gritted her teeth and said with murderous intent in her eyes. She turned around and left later, wanting to leave Key State and avoid the pursuit of Lotus Temple. If there were still powerful masters of the transformation of the spirit in the Shenshu Palace, would they still encounter such a bad fate? Not at all. Weakness is the greatest original sin, just like a wolf wants to eat a lamb. Whether the lamb chooses to drink water upstream, downstream, or not, the wolf will eat the lamb. I will enter the transformation of the spirit, and will definitely destroy the Lotus Temple. Yi Linglan gritted her teeth, and said with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. Only when you enter the transformation of the spirit will you have the qualification for revenge. As for now, you don't have the qualification for revenge. The golden light flashed, and Lu Xuanji disappeared. Soon the capital of Qi State was in sight. The capital of Qi State was larger in area, more populous, and more densely populated. There were crowds of people, street stalls, and various hawking voices. There were Jiandan monks setting up stalls on the roadside, hawking items, and a foundation building monk came up to bargain with him. There were also foundation building monks acting as guides, talking about the local customs and practices. There were also Jiandan monks selling some exercises. The price was quite cheap, but the exercises that could be cultivated to the nascent soul realm only cost 100,000 spiritual stones. There were also some cakes and snacks made from spiritual medicines, which were also displayed on the road, and the atmosphere of the world was extremely strong. In Qi, monks were not at all high and mighty, but integrated into society. In Chu, there were various immortal cultivation markets specifically for monks to trade, and mortals were prohibited from entering. Mortals and monks were relatively isolated, like two worlds. But in Chu, there were no immortal cultivation markets. Mortals and monks lived together, and mortals could buy various monk items. Qi's business was quite prosperous and orderly. Walking here, Lu Xuanji seemed to have entered a new world. His footsteps flashed as he headed towards Duobao Tower. There were two stone lions at the door, about 2 meters tall, with ferocious and majestic faces. Just as Lu Xuanji approached, the eyes of the stone lions turned blood red, and red light began to scan. Lu Xuanji took out the token, and collided with the red light. The red light disappeared, and Lu Xuanji also entered it. After entering Duobao Tower, a maid immediately came to lead him and said, "Welcome to my Duobao Tower. Daoao, if you need to buy anything, I can give you some pointers. If Duobao Tower doesn't have any goods, we can find 1 or 2 for you, but the price is much higher," said the maid. Duobao Tower has many businesses, but the main ones are 2. One is the auction and acquisition of certain treasures, the other is the search for certain treasures. The lifespan of a cultivator is limited, and time is often insufficient. There will not be extra time to collect treasures. You can entrust Duobao Tower to collect some treasures. Is there a 6th grade fortune fruit here? Lu Xuanji asked. Yes, it just so happens that Duobao Tower has a 6th grade fortune fruit, which will be put on the auction floor, said the maid. How much is it? I can buy it in advance, Lu Xuanji said happily. There are too many uncertainties in buying at the auction floor, so it is better to buy it in advance. Senior, I don't know either. Wait a moment, the maid said. Does the owner of the building or the deputy owners need to make the decision on this matter? After saying that, the maid left. A moment later, a female cultivator came down, wearing a black dress and a black body. Under her slender jade neck, her breasts were straight, half covered, and her waist was so tight that it could not even be held in one hand. Her long and well-proportioned legs were looming, and her beautiful lotus feet stood in the void, emitting silent enchantment and fatal temptation. Her eyes were smiling, charming, with water and mist, and her charm was rippling. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and her red lips were slightly open. She exuded enchantment from the bones, exuding an alluring breath all the time, which touched the nerves of the cultivators. My name is Biu, and I'm in charge of hosting this auction. The female cultivator asked. Daoao, do you want to buy a 6th grade fortune fruit? Exactly, Lu Xuanji said. Daoao, the search price of a 6th grade fortune fruit is 5,000 spirit stones, but the reserve price here is 7,000 spirit stones. Biu said, if it is auctioned at the usual price, it can at least get 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones? I'll pay 15,000 spirit stones to buy the 6th grade fortune fruit in advance, Lu Xuanji said, very generously. 15,000 spirit stones. This is a top grade spirit stone. Anbiyu smiled and said, Dao, do you have it? Of course I have it. Xuanji took out his storage bag and threw it over. Since he had mobile banking, with the help of lower grade spirit stones forged into top grade spirit stones, the number of top grade spirit stones in his pocket has increased dramatically, and now it has increased to 100,000 top grade spirit stones. A mere 15,000 spirit stones is nothing. Anbiyu took the bag and checked it carefully. Her arms trembled slightly as she said, fellow Daoist, you are indeed rich. But in my estimation, the starting price of the 6th grade fortune fruit is 7,000, and the upper limit is 10,000. Buying it at the auction can also save 5,000 spirit stones. I can't wait any longer, and I don't want to wait until the auction. Xuanji said, my Taoist partner is injured and needs the 6th grade fortune fruit to save his life. As for the spirit stones, they are not important at all. Pointing out one's own weaknesses directly, not afraid of someone's greed, but afraid of someone's lack of greed. Fellow Daoist, you are infatuated, Anbiyu said, and sent a message to the maid nearby. Soon the maid returned, handed over a box, and slowly retreated. Anbiyu opened the box, handed it over, and said, fellow Daoist, check it. Xuanji stepped forward to check. The fruit was the size of a fist, emitting red, and there were Dao patterns on the outside to seal it to prevent the breath from leaking out. After checking, it was confirmed that the spirit fruit was real. Xuanji smiled and said, Dao are generous. The 6th grade fortune fruit fell into his hand so smoothly, which was somewhat unexpected. After collecting the fruit, Xuanji's mood also improved a lot. No, Dao is generous, Anbiyu said. At the auction, some precious 5th grade fruits are auctioned, but the premium is only 30% to 50%, and it will not exceed twice the price at most. Many things will fall into the unsold. After all, everyone is not a fool, and will not be a sucker. If Dao is so eager to need it, he is willing to pay 3 times the price. It's too rare. At the auction, it seems that many cultivators gather together and compete fiercely. But in fact, there are many auctions to intensify the atmosphere. The profit of the auction is often not as huge as imagined. Many times, it is just a good show, but the profit is limited. The existence of the auction is more to liven up the atmosphere and increase the popularity of Duobao Tower. When the 6th grade fortune fruit was bought, it was 5,000 spirit stones, but now it is 15,000 spirit stones, which can be said to be a big profit. After the transaction, the two smiled at each other, each very satisfied. Dao, do you need anything else? Anbiyu said, we have Yuanshan pills here, which can help cultivators impact Yuanshan, body pills, which can help cultivators realize the truth, and Shanming pills, which can help Yuanying cultivators improve a small realm. As long as Dao is willing to spend money, as long as you can pay twice the price, these can be bought in advance. Do you still have top grade spiritual stones? When talking about top grade spiritual stones, Anbiyu's eyes were shining. When reaching the realm of transformation, the speed of cultivation will be very slow. It will become a turtle's pace. The faster one may take 200 or 300 years to improve a small realm. The slower one may need 500 or 600 years to improve a small realm. If you want to improve the speed of cultivation of the transformation of the gods, there are only 2 ways. One is to take the 6th grade elixir, and the other is to refine the top grade spiritual stones. Continuously refining the top grade spiritual stones will make the cultivation speed of the transformation of the gods much faster. For the transformation of the gods, the more top grade spiritual stones, the better. As he said, he handed over a booklet. There are various items on the booklet, which are specially suitable for Yuanying cultivators. How much is the price of the destiny pill? Xuanji asked. The auction price of the destiny pill is 1000 spirit stones. You can buy it here for 2000 spirit stones. Anbiyu said, blushing slightly. After taking the destiny pill, one can improve a small realm and save a cultivator 200 years of hard training. But for many nascent soul cultivators, it is the most useless, because they have the least lack of time. At the auction, the destiny pill is often unsellable. Okay, Xuanji said. As he said that, he took out another 2000 spirit stones. Doi are very generous. Anbiyu said, do you need anything else? Lu Xuanji asked, no. Doi, if you need anything, you can come to my Duobao Tower. There are many products here, including various elixirs, exercises, spiritual medicines, etc. If you don't have it, I can also search for one or two for you. Anbiyu said, here, we can keep customers confidential and the news will not be leaked. At the same time, there are various secret channels to help you evacuate and return home safely. As long as you have spiritual stones, our Duobao Tower will provide various services. Anbiyu smiled and began to introduce the services of Duobao Tower. The customer in front of him is a big customer. If he is well taken care of, he can make a lot of money. No need for the time being. Lu Xuanji put away his things and was about to leave. Dao, can you participate in the auction in 10 days? There may be surprises at that time. Anbiyu said, at the auction, there will even be a god transformation furnace cauldron. It will be good for you. How noble is the god transformation powerhouse? Who on earth dares to auction the god transformation? Lu Xuanji asked. There is something inside. You will know it when the time comes. Anbiyu said with a smile. After that, Lu Xuanji began to leave and wandered around the Duobao building. Duobao building is divided into 6 floors. Each floor corresponds to the corresponding cultivation level, and there are many items in large quantities, complete functions, and dazzling things to see. Walking around, Lu Xuanji wandered around and bought some pills and spiritual medicine seeds for the family cultivators. Later, he entered the private room and began to meditate and rest. He opened the crystal gourd, and there was a fist-sized pill in the gourd, emitting green and full of vitality. It was the Xuanming pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill and began to refine the medicinal power. The medicinal power began to penetrate into the body and transformed into huge energy, and the cultivation level was steadily improving. At most 10 years, he can completely refine the Xuanming pill and his cultivation level can be further improved. Originally, he needed 150 years to refine spiritual pills, spiritual fruits, top-grade spiritual stones, etc. to enter the 9th level of the nascent soul, but now it has been shortened by 140 years. Time passed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, Lu Xuanji opened his eyes and counted the time with his fingers. The auction was about to begin. As he spoke, he put on a black cloak, which immediately concealed his own breath, and left here with flashing steps. On the 4th floor, he took out the token and entered the private room indicated. The private room was half open, and through the window, the auction table could be seen. Other monks also entered the private room one after another. Some monks sat in the hall, waiting quietly. Hundreds of people came to the auction hall one after another. Ding ding. With the sound of the bell, the auction was declared to begin. At this time, a female cultivator in red walked out, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, fair skin, and an extremely plump and hot figure that did not match her age. The expression on her face was very cold, a kind of coldness from the heart, pure coldness. She wore a red dress with a golden cloud pattern and a golden belt around her waist. There was a bright red flame painted between her eyebrows. Her face was proud and fierce, and she was wearing red leather boots. Her limbs were well proportioned and slender. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was white. Her expression was cold, and her extremely hot and perfect figure formed a sharp contrast with the coldness on her face. It was Anbiyu who I met not long ago. Fellow Daoists, since you have come to participate in my Duobao Tower auction, you must give me face and abide by some rules. First, fighting is prohibited here. If there are any grudges, they should be held outside. If any Daoist does not follow the rules, I will kill him. Second, trading is free here. It does not depend on status, but on how many spiritual stones are in your pocket. It is forbidden to threaten customers. Third, if you feel uneasy after buying treasures and are afraid of being killed halfway, you can borrow our Duobao Tower's teleportation array to teleport to 1,000,000 miles away to avoid being chased by certain people. I have come to this point, and I hope that all Daoists will give me face. As she spoke, Anbiyu exuded a terrifying aura, which was like a mountain and sea suppressing everything, sweeping everything and destroying everything. The cultivators present trembled under this pressure. Only a few cultivators could hold on, but they were also pale. The aura of a powerful incarnation is not inferior to that of Dangji Xianzhen. Xuanji suddenly felt his scalp tingling and his body trembling slightly. When I first met Nbiu, I felt like a big sister next door. But who would have thought that she was actually a powerful incarnation master and a top boss among the incarnation masters? With such a powerful master in charge, who would dare not give face? The auction starts now. The auction is for a bottle of nascent soul pill, about 10 pills, and the starting price is 1000 spirit stones. Nbiu said. 1100, 1200, 1300. In the end, the transaction was completed at 1300 spirit stones. Chapter 532. Auction of the Furnace Tripod, the Dog Tycoon. The transaction continued, and the auction was successful at 1300 spirit stones. The price was neither high nor low. A good of the shocking spirit pill, about 20 pills, can be used to improve the spirit. The price is 2000 spirit stones. 2000 spirit stones. 2300 spirit stones. 2500 spirit stones. The price climbed to 3000 spirit stones, and the transaction was successful. Yuanying pill, shocking spirit pill, body pill, longevity pill, Yuanshan pill and other pills appeared one after another, all calculated according to a good or a bottle, at least 10 or 20 pills. The price varied. Some pills were directly tripled in price, some pills were slightly increased, only increasing by 2 levels. Among these prices, the Yuanshan pill, Earth Soul pill, healing pill, etc., which are helpful for impacting the spirit, have the highest price. Secondly, some pills used to treat injuries and enlightenment are the second most expensive. Finally, those pills that improve cultivation and speed up cultivation are almost unsellable. For example, taking a mana pill can save 30 years of hard training, and the price is 120 spirit stones. Nbiu called 3 times in a row, but it was a cold reception. Finally, a cultivator called 1300 spirit stones to buy the pill. This cultivator might be a shill. The auction continued in full swing, but everyone was very rational. They would not drive up prices too much, nor would they raise the price out of anger. Once the price was too high, they would choose to give up. After all, the currency traded here is the best spirit stone. Even the gods don't have many of these. No one would squander the best spirit stones just to show off. The auction continued, and Xuanji's mood was also ups and downs. Money is not enough until it is needed. After reaching the nascent soul stage, there are many expenses, and the number of spirit stones that can be saved each year is even less. Many nascent soul true lords are poor. If nothing unexpected happened, he would also be poor. Fortunately, the mobile phone has awakened a new function. Mobile banking can convert low-grade spiritual stones into top-grade spiritual stones. By using the profit formed by the exchange difference, he can make a lot of money and pretend to be a big shot. This is a piece of Western TIE platinum, about 1 cubic meter, which can be forged into a 6th grade spiritual treasure. The price is 10,000 spiritual stones. Nbiu said. On the table was a huge piece of mineral, which had not been refined yet, and the white and grey were mixed together. 11,000 spiritual stones. 12,000 spiritual stones. 15,000 spiritual stones. The price increased to 15,000 spiritual stones, and finally the deal was made. Soon, TIE Platinum was in his pocket. The auction continued. Xuanyuan Heavy Water, Void Crystal Stone, Taiyan Divine Water, Xuanming Divine Iron, Wuliang Hengsha, Chunayang True Fire, etc., one by one, were auctioned. About half a day later, Nbiu said, the next auction will be hosted by Ruiyu. With that, Nbiu left. Everyone was also stunned. After Nbiu left, another female cultivator came up on the stage. She had a rather charming aura, and her cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the nascent soul. My name is Ruiyu, and I will host the next auction. The items to be auctioned are mainly furnaces and cauldrons. Ruiyu said, I hope you fellow Taoists will give me some face. There will be some female cultivators with special physiques here, and I hope everyone will abide by the order. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he was also helpless. The cultivation world has never been peaceful. Because of the competition for resources, or fighting and bloody battles, many female cultivators have become slaves every year, and some of them have been sold to other places. The female cultivators with higher quality are put on the auction like commodities. There are many such cases, and they are repeatedly banned. At this auction, there will be rare female cultivators with furnaces and cauldrons. Their unique physiques will become the crazy fight for by countless male strongmen. Lu Xuanji is very disgusted with these behaviors and feels sympathy for those female slaves, but he is helpless at many times. Anbiu also hates the auction of furnaces and tripods, but she has no choice. After all, Duabeolao has to survive. If Duabeolao doesn't do this kind of business, other auction places will do it. At this moment, Lu Xuanji thought of Anbiu's departure and understood her psychology. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as I can't see the ugliness of the world is infinitely beautiful. The auction begins. Now the first woman is auctioned. Her name is Xuanji. She is a giant and cultivator with a wood spirit body. She looks beautiful and is most suitable for the furnace and tripod dual cultivation. She comes from a Yuanying family and was destroyed by a powerful enemy. She was also captured here, Ruiyu said. Then, clapped her hands. Suddenly, a maid pulled open the crystal curtain, and a woman with long blue hair appeared in front of everyone. Her long hair fell to her ankles, and her black hair danced in the wind, exuding a fragrance. She had a slender waist and long limbs, and had a fairy-like temperament. She had a voluptuous and graceful figure, light steps, and her clothes rustled. She wore a white belt, black hair, tied in a flowing cloud bun, with a few pearl flowers inserted in the bun, a pearl hanging on her forehead, jade-like skin with a blush, moon-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. But she was cold and beautiful, and she was really a beauty. This woman looked very beautiful, but there was a trace of emptiness in her beautiful eyes, without a trace of spirit, like a walking corpse. Obviously, before going to the auction, she was forced to take drugs, and lost her mind at this moment. The starting price is 1000 spirit stones, although this price is far from reflecting her worth. But at this time, I'm the first one willing to give a certain discount. You are all VIPs of my Duobeo Tower, and for Xiangxan to have a good home, we decided to auction it at the lowest price. Ruiyu smiled with a faint pure smile. Lu Xuanji cursed in his heart, shameless. What a good home. After being reduced to a furnace, losing dignity is called a good home. It's really shameless. Black and white are reversed. Giant and cultivators, no matter where they are all powerful and have a noble status. But here, they are reduced to furnaces and goods to be auctioned off, and their dignity is trampled on. It can be said that life is worse than death. If they meet strangers, it is not a big deal, but if they meet acquaintances, they are ashamed and angry. This woman is really a fairy who has descended to the earth. 1200 spirit stones. A man's bid was heard in a private room on the second floor. As soon as the man finished bidding, someone else offered again, and the price kept rising. Soon, it was raised to 1500 spirit stones. The one who offered the price was a man in black on the third floor. The male cultivator was furious. 1500 spirit stones. Who dares to compete with me? 1600. 2000 spirit stones. If you have the guts, you can pay more. At this time, a voice spoke. It was Lu Xuanji. Suddenly, the scene was quiet. Everyone was silent. This price is a bit high, and many people can't afford it. Even those second generation cultivators hesitated, weighing whether it was worth it. Ruiyu smiled slightly, and her pure eyes swept around, hoping that someone would offer a higher price. Unfortunately, 1200 spirit stones scared many people. These days, there are still many poor people. After a while, no one continued to raise the price, and finally the woman in blue was sent to the private room. The crystal curtain on the stage was lowered again. Ruiyu's delicate body trembled, her chest trembled slightly, and she chuckled and said, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist for winning the first prize, and congratulations to Songwei for finding a good master." The second person to appear is Zhao Ye, from the Zhao family of Qi. Not long ago, the Zhao family offended the March Gate, and was wiped out. This Zao is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a supreme famous instrument. Whether it is used as a furnace for dual cultivation, or as a personal maid, it is the best choice. The reserve price we bid is only 1000 spirit stones. Ruayu introduced with a smile, and the crystal curtain was opened again. Suddenly, a soft and beautiful woman in a white dress appeared in front of everyone. The white dress fluttered in the wind, the hem of the dress rising and falling from time to time. The ethereal eyes were so quiet, and the cold outline revealed a sense of transcendence. The clothes were as white as snow, the long hair was as black as ink, the tall body was elegant, and the temperament was elegant and transcendent, like a banished immortal in the 9 heavens. Her beauty was even better than the female cultivator who came just now. Although her cultivation was restricted, there was an uproar at the scene. Zhaoyu's cultivation had reached the half-step Yuanying. Everyone was shocked. This is a half-step Yuanying. In key state, he was also a giant, but he was captured here, and ended up miserably. 2000 spirit stones. In the VIP room on the top floor, a cultivator directly quoted the price, and the price was directly doubled. I offer 2500 spirit stones. Another VIP room also started to quote. In a private room in the west, he also said in a deep voice, 3000 spirit stones. Hearing his offer, everyone was silent, and some cultivators flashed regret in their eyes. Legend has it that this young master practiced a kind of magic skill, and he needed a top female cultivator. I'll offer 4000 spirit stones. Zhaoyue is the woman I like. Please show some mercy, fellow Daoist. A cultivator said politely in a VIP room. In the private room, a cultivator said, 4200 spirit stones. If fellow Daoist raises the price, I will give up 5000 spirit stones. Xuanji said, I'm so poor that I only have spirit stones left. The cultivator in the private room snorted coldly and said, fellow Daoist, don't go too far. You just took away 2 furnace tripods. Haha, I have money, I'm willing. Xuanji said. The cultivator who made the offer was silent, frowned, and finally did not continue to raise the price. Continuing to raise the price would not make up for the loss. Next, the third one, Lin Wuwei. Ruayu continued to bid. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth furnace tripods appeared one after another. Xuanji opened his mouth and bought them directly. Since he had mobile banking, he has no shortage of top grade spirit stones. At this moment, he still has 200,000 spirit stones in his pocket, enough to buy these female cultivators. Daoyao, please give us some face. At this time, some cultivators could not help but speak. Daoyao, I'm practicing the Hehuan magic skill, and I just need a furnace. Please give me face. As for the next time, you can do it. Xuanji said, and the world activated. Yin-yang transformation. The yin and yang on his body were running, disguising himself as a demon cultivator. These female cultivators are first class in appearance, temperament, and cultivation. The first 5 are Jindan cultivators, but the last 3 are Yuanying female cultivators. The 9th furnace is a demon cultivator, a Luanfeng Taoist body. After long-term dual cultivation, the cultivator's increase is relatively large. Ruayu said, starting price, 10,000 spirit stones. Then the curtain was opened, and a tall woman appeared, with eyes like the night, with endless charm, beautiful face, ingenious perfect curves, like a legend of nature, wearing a red dress. Her figure outlines a perfect arc, that majestic is just right. I offer 15,000. 20,000 spirit stones. Xuanji said. Everyone was silent, it was too expensive. 1 yuan pill only cost 5,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones were enough to crush everyone's psychological pressure. 20,000 once. 20,000 twice. 20,000 3 times. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, you got the beauty. Ruayu continued. After a moment, Ruayu said, next, we will auction the 10th cauldron, which is also the finale female cauldron cultivator. She is also the only Shenhua cauldron in this auction. Clapping their hands, 4 maids carried an object onto the high platform, with a red curtain outside. The maids withdrew. Ruayu opened the red curtain, only to see a red crystal under the curtain. A woman in red was sealed in the crystal. She was wearing armor outside, like a female war god. But there was blood on her chest and a huge wound. The overall look was quite sad. Ruai said, a fellow Taoist entered a secret realm, found the woman sealed in the crystal, and sold her to our Duobeo Tower. According to our speculation, this female cultivator has a 9 strength body. When she practices dual cultivation with a man for the first time, half of her mana will be infused into her body, which can purify her mana. The benefits will be greater with long-term dual cultivation. However, this furnace cauldron is also seriously injured. The moment the crystal is opened, may be the moment she falls. Here, I want to remind everyone, this female cultivator is seriously injured. If you can cure her injuries, you may get a top-level furnace cauldron. If you can't cure her injuries, she will just be a corpse. Fellow Taoists, please be careful when buying. The starting price is only 10,000 spiritual stones. At this moment, everyone was silent. The risk was a bit high, so no one spoke first. 15,000 spiritual stones. A male cultivator said. 20,000 spiritual stones. A cultivator shouted. 30,000 spiritual stones. I only have this little money left in my pocket. At this moment, Xuanji said, if there are fellow Taoists who can buy it for more than 30,000, you can buy it directly. Everyone rolled their eyelids and fell silent. This is 30,000 top-grade spiritual stones, not 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I don't know where this rich man came from. If it was in other places, after the auction, they would not mind killing people, to seize treasures and robbing. But Duobeo Lao is very particular about ethics when doing things. With the help of the teleportation array, they can't even catch up with a hair. In the end, Xuanji bought the Shenhua furnace tripod with 30,000 spiritual stones. In total, he spent 80,000 spiritual stones to buy the furnace tripod, which can be said to be a rich man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Release. Fang Liuli recognizes the master. After the auction, Lu Zuan received 10 female cultivator furnaces and returned with a full load. The divine thoughts were flashing around, and some cultivators were passing messages, informing some people to kill people and steal treasures. Lu Xuanji, however, walked into a VIP room leisurely. Anbiu said with a complicated expression, Dao Iao, you are generous and rich. Money is meant to be spent. Are you still a miser? Lu Xuanji said calmly, I want to use the teleportation array to leave. Okay. Anbiu said, there are tracking marks left by someone on your body. I will erase them for you now. With a wave of his hand, he erased various marks on it. Lu Xuanji smiled slightly and said, Dao Iao is generous. He found these marks, and it depends on how Anbiu chooses. Anbiu's choice satisfied him. We are businessmen, not bandits. In the eyes of businessmen, only by protecting the interests of customers can we protect our own interests. If the interests of customers are not protected, and they are killed halfway, our business will decline. If it happens too many times. Anbiu smiled and said, welcome fellow Taoist, come again next time. Lu Xuanji said, definitely. Anbiu was silent for a moment, and then said, most of those female cultivators had their families destroyed, or their sects destroyed, or they were born as independent cultivators. They were captured here. I hope you will treat them well. Of course, I'm not a cruel person. Lu Xuanji said. Anbiu said again, fellow Taoist, this is the Hehuan Pearl, which is a treasure of the Hehuan demon sect. It is a gift for purchasing the furnace. If the Hehuan Pearl is inserted into the body of the furnace, it can control its life and death. As he spoke, he handed over a box. Lu Xuanji opened the box and saw 10 pink beads inside. He pinched a pink bead and observed its function carefully and gradually thought of some rumors. According to rumors, the Hehuan Pearl is one of the treasures of the Hehuan demon vein. It is extremely evil and vicious. If it is inserted into the golden elixir or the primordial infant of a female cultivator, it can be used by them and control their life and death. I didn't expect that Duobeo Tower actually had such a treasure, which relieved customers of their worries. Lu Xuanji said, what are the disadvantages? Anbiyu said, the Hehuan pearl can only control the powerful gods at most. If a cultivator enters the refining void, it can easily break its control. Thank you. Lu Xuanji said. After that, under the guidance of Anbiyu, Lu Xuanji entered a teleportation array. As the array was activated, Lu Xuanji disappeared. The void changed, and when he appeared again, Lu Xuanji was already a million miles away. Appeared in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuanji disappeared and left. As for those cultivators who looked at him with envy and wanted to kill him halfway, they might not even meet a hair. The teleportation array just now is the top teleportation array of Duobeo Tower. It has a long teleportation distance and can also deceive the secrets of heaven and deceive calculations. In the specific teleportation, multiple teleportation directions are opened, and there are constant false and false things, which makes it difficult to lock the target. Increase the difficulty of intercepting halfway. Next, it is safe. After walking for 10 days, Lu Xuanji gradually approached the state of Chu. Suddenly he thought of something, and took out a palace. This is a 4th grade spiritual treasure, which is considered a gift for buying a furnace. With flashing steps, Lu Xuanji entered it. In the palace, the walls are made of white jade, and there are various portraits of beautiful women or reliefs around it, and pink curtains are scattered everywhere. There is a gorgeous big bed in the center. The big bed is extremely huge. More than 30 people can lie on it and have sex together, and there will be no crowding at all. The service of Duobeo Tower is too thoughtful. Lu Xuanji looked at this scene, and his mind was fluctuating. At this moment, there were 9 women lying on the bed. They all took drugs and fell into a coma. To be precise, it was not a coma, but half asleep and half awake. On the surface, they were in a coma, unable to move their hands or feet, but they were very sensitive to the outside world and could sense people talking and chatting, and could smell all kinds of smells. Lu Xuanji waved his hand and threw the pill into their mouths. After a while, the 9 female cultivators woke up one after another. When they stretched their muscles, the female cultivators found that their bodies were soft and they had no strength at all, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. Their expressions were changing, and there was fear in their faces. At this moment, death was also a luxury. There were many moments when life would be worse than death. This fellow Taoist is wrong, Master. I'm willing to serve you wholeheartedly, just spare my life. At this moment, the female cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul said, and knelt down on the bed, her body swaying slightly, posing a look of submission. Lu Xuanji was slightly dumbfounded and said, Dao is also at the 9th level of the nascent soul, 1 level higher than me. If you just surrender to me like this, where is the dignity of the strong? The female cultivator said, what if you are unwilling? When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If you don't bow your head, you will only die more miserably. If I surrender here, I can still become the prince's concubine and be favored. If I'm unwilling to surrender, soon my spirit will be exhausted, and I will die on the spot. I'm also a genius. I have practiced hard for 3,000 years, and I have turned the catastrophe once in the middle. I have cultivated to the 9th level of the nascent soul. How difficult it is. How can I be willing to die here? I'm not willing. What is the dignity of the strong? It is just to fool the younger generation. The real strong don't believe it at all. Only those casual cultivators, especially those at the bottom, are mostly desperate. They fight life and death at every turn, and don't care about their lives at all. High-level cultivators have only one goal, that is, immortality. Just now, she was also observing this master. This master spent a fortune, spending 80,000 spirit stones to buy a furnace, giving people the feeling of a wealthy dog family. It can be seen that his identity background is powerful, or he is a casual cultivator with great opportunities. Just now, I sense the master's soul breath. He is only more than 1,200 years old, has not turned into a calamity, and looks very young. It can be said that he is young and rich. She will not suffer a loss if she has a double holiday with such a master. Of course, she can fight for dignity and would rather die than surrender. Is it possible to die? Many times, she can't die, even if she wants to. Instead of choosing to surrender, after being tossed for a long time, it is better to surrender now. Even if she can commit suicide, she is unwilling to commit suicide. The sect was destroyed, most of the cultivators died tragically, and she, the head of the sect, was also captured and reduced to a furnace, and was auctioned at an auction. What a shame. She committed suicide for dignity, which was refreshing and inspiring, but who would avenge the sect? After her death, those enemies are still free and easy. Instead of doing this, it is better to surrender directly to him, use the beauty trick, become his concubine, and improve her status. Who knows, I will be able to avenge the Xuanji sect in the future. Looking at the well-behaved female cultivator in front of him, Xuanji was speechless. Xuanji asked, "What is your name, fellow Taoist?" "My name is Fangliuli," the female cultivator said. Xuanji looked at the other female cultivators and said, "What do you think?" Many female cultivators were silent, angry, unwilling, and sad. Submitting to the cultivator in front of them was the best choice, but it was also embarrassing. After all, he was once a Chindan Zenran and Yuanying Zenjin, with a high status, but now he had to call this cultivator his master, and become his furnace. How unwilling he was. But he wanted to resist, but he was helpless. At the moment, when everyone was silent, Xuanji spoke and said, "This is the elixir, you can leave." As he said that, he threw another elixir to each person. Many female cultivators took the elixir, and took it on the spot. Immediately, the qi in their bodies was boiling, and their cultivation was recovering bit by bit. After a quarter of an hour, all 9 female cultivators had recovered their 7th level strength. As their cultivation recovered, their self-confidence also increased. "Master, what do you mean?" Fangliuli asked. "It means literally, you can leave," Xuanji said. "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Fellow Taoists, you can leave, go back to your own homes, and find your own mothers. Don't worry, I regret it." Many female cultivators looked at each other, and hesitated. They spent a lot of money to buy these furnaces and cauldrons. How could they let them go easily? They must be fishing. They deliberately let them leave, and then caught them back. They kept teasing them. Looking at the hesitant people, Xuanji said, "Forget it." With a wave of his hand, the 9 female cultivators were pushed out of the palace. Xuanji took back the palace, and left directly with golden light flashing under his feet. They can leave or not, anyway, he is leaving. He wants to do good things, but no one believes it. As the golden light flashed, many female cultivators looked at the shadow going away, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. They looked at each other, as if they could not believe that all this was true. Such a good person is rare in 1,000 years, but they met him. "We are free. We are no longer furnace tripods. Zhao family, I want revenge. King Guiyang sect, I want revenge." Many female cultivators said happily, and left one after another, each dispersing. Fangliuli was also happy, and was about to leave. At this moment, she was free. But on the eve of leaving, her footsteps flashed, and she followed in the direction of Xuanji. After walking for half an hour, Xuanji was resting on the road, but he felt that someone was following him from behind, and he gathered his breath to fight back. But at this moment, he saw a familiar shadow. It was Fangliuli. "Master, wait for me." Fangliuli panted slightly and stepped forward. "Why are you chasing me? I have already said that I will let you go free," Xuanji said. "Master, my sect has been destroyed, and I'm homeless," Fangliuli said. "If the sect is destroyed, we can continue to rebuild. Dao is at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Even if you become a casual cultivator, you are still high above. You can be free and easy wherever you go. Why follow me? If you follow me, you can only be a furnace, or at best a concubine," Xuanji said. Fangliuli smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of freedom is there in the world? Where there are people, there is the martial arts world, there are bloody battles, and there will be competition for resources. The master spent 30,000 spirit stones to buy me, who saved my life. I'm willing to be your slave girl. I will make the mattress for you, and take care of some sundries. I hope the master will not despise me." She stepped forward, and knelt on the ground with an extremely humble attitude. Only the strong deserve dignity. The so-called dignity of the weak is more like self-deception. Just now, when the master called them to leave, she also wanted to leave directly, and be free, and easy from then on. The cultivation of the 9th level of the nascent soul is enough to dominate a place. But after hesitating for a moment, she immediately gave up the freedom that was so close. If she chooses to leave, she will be free, but the enemy is so powerful. How can she, with her cultivation of the 9th level of the nascent soul, be qualified to take revenge? She can only hide in the corner and watch the enemy live happily. She hides here and there all her life, and lives in a suffocated state. Such freedom is better not to have. Not long ago, this master spent 80,000 spirit stones to buy them, and finally let them go. This just shows that the master is a goody-goody. Goody-goody are often very good to the people around them. As long as you don't betray him, as long as you treat him well, he will give you 10 times the benefits, and take her away from the spot. Thinking of this, Fang Liuli immediately chased after him, just to recognize the master. If she recognized the master at the beginning, it was to compromise and to survive, but now recognizing the master is more willing. The 8 female cultivators seem to have freedom after leaving, but they will regret it in the future. But she only needs to recognize this master. With the generosity of this master, there are many benefits. Xuanji was speechless and said, Dao, why do you have to do this? It's just a piece of cake for me to save you. If I don't do it, I will not do it. If I can save some people at a very small cost, I will do it. If I have to pay a big price, even my life, I will leave. I'm not as great as you think. Fang Liuli said, her face flushed. Since you saved me, I only have you in my heart. I will be your person in this life. I will be your person in life and your ghost in death. Please take me as your maid. If you don't agree, Liuli can only die here. When she said this, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. A gentleman can be deceived. Only by forcing him in this way, can he follow him. At this point, to arouse the spirit of the nascent soul, he will destroy himself. Xuanji said, what are you doing? Fang Liuli's eyes showed a hint of joy. So, the young master agreed to accept me. I guess so. Xuanji said, but since you agreed to be my maid, don't be indecisive. If you betray me, the price will be great. I understand. Fang Liuli said happily. Betrayal, only a fool would betray. Fang Liuli said, the master has a heroin pearl, you can let me use it. Xuanji frowned and said, I don't need it. Fang Liuli smiled and said, the master needs it. This way, the master will be relieved, and I will be relieved too. Xuanji was speechless, and took out a heroin pearl directly. After dripping blood to recognize the master, he refined the pearl. Fang Liuli took the heroin pearl, and merged it into the nascent soul. She immediately felt a wonderful connection between the two. The master could decide her life or death with a thought, and could also use it to lock her position. It would be difficult for her to get rid of the control of the heroin pearl, unless one day she entered the realm of refining emptiness. But soon, she just shook her head. There was still a glimmer of hope for her to enter the realm of the goddess in this life, but the hope of reaching the realm of the void was slim. Chapter 534. All beings fear the consequences, the strong fear the causes. Just like that, Xuanji accepted another maid. I had already let her go, but she came back. Some people didn't understand the train of thought, or simply didn't need to think about it. Anyway, he took the initiative. Xuanji asked, where are you from? Fang Liuli sighed, I was originally a cultivator from Key State, and was originally the leader of Xuanji sect. Originally, Xuanji sect was also a big sect, with 3 gods sitting in the sect. It was also one of the 9 sects in Key State, with great influence. But not long ago, a god transforming ancestor passed away, and another god transforming ancestor fell into a secret realm, leaving only one. That day, the Night Emperor sect attacked. The gentlewoman recounted the past, and talked about some things in Key State. She said a lot, but specifically, the Xuanji sect declined, so it was wiped out by the Night Emperor sect. Fang Liuli was captured, and finally sent to the auction. As for why she was not executed directly, the main purpose is to take the opportunity to insult the Xuanji sect. What can compare to the humiliation of treating the sect master of the Xuanji sect like a commodity, and putting him on the auction table as a furnace? How powerful is the Night Emperor sect? Xuanji asked. In the Night Emperor sect, there are 5 incarnations, and the strongest one is already at the 9th level of incarnation. It is said that he is trying to break through the half-step refining void. Fang Liuli laughed. Hearing this, Lu Xuanji said with a wry smile, I will go directly to the Night Emperor sect to admit my mistakes. Is there any hope? Fang Liuli smiled and said, Master, do you think there is hope? Lu Xuanji said speechlessly, I have offended 3 incarnations again. However, I'm not worried about my debts. Here, I want to explain something. I don't have a refining void father. I'm just a cultivator from a small family in the Chu state. I just got some adventures and came to this point. At this point, Lu Xuanji activated the secret technique on his body, and the cover suddenly dissipated. His body was changing, and his appearance was also changing. It turned back to its original appearance. So, this is what the master looks like. Fang Liuli's expression was changing, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The real face of this master is much more handsome than the disguise, and his temperament is more extraordinary. She is the leader of the Xuanji sect, proficient in divination, calculation, and face reading. Observing his appearance, he has the posture of a dragon and a tiger, and the appearance of a banished immortal, which is indescribably precious. Originally, there were some calculations in it, but now, after just a few glances, she is a little fascinated. She has a hunch that, if she continues to get along with him, she will become more and more addicted to it, and gradually lose herself. Some men are like poison. It is best to stay away from them. Once you get too close, you will be poisoned, and gradually lose yourself. Lu Xuanji asked, what are your specialties? I'm the leader of the Xuanji sect, and I major in purple star astrology. I'm good at divination, and calculating the secrets of heaven. I'm good at using the art of heavenly secrets. At this point, Fang Liuli said, the art of heavenly secret attack is mainly divided into 2 types. One is the calculation of heavenly secrets, which can be used to calculate certain secret things, so that you can know yourself and the enemy. The other is to use the changes in heavenly secrets, to make the opponent confused by karma, and fall into dementia. How do you think of me? Lu Xuanji asked. Fang Liuli smiled and said, Master, you are a potential dragon with the potential to become an immortal. The shortcoming is that you are doomed to be romantic. Lu Xuanji said, what else can you deduce? Nothing. Fang Liuli said, Master has a treasure on him that conceals his own secrets. Many cultivators often make mistakes when they deduce. At the auction, the master spent a fortune and directly spent more than 80,000 spirit stones, which was extremely extravagant. Many gods are not as wealthy as the master. There are many gods who want to kill the master and kill people for the treasure. But their deductions will definitely fail, so the master does not have to worry. Lu Xuanji's heart moved, and he took out the broken Chunayang sword and said, what do you think of this sword? When Fang Liuli took the broken sword, he didn't care much at first, but after checking it, his expression changed drastically. Master, this is a Chunayang immortal sword. Although it has been broken, and only half is left, it still has great power. It is also this broken sword that allows the master to inherit the luck of the Chunayang lineage. The master is invaluable. Lu Xuanji asked, I just want to ask, where is the remaining half of the broken sword? Fang Liuli smiled bitterly and said, Master, you think too highly of me. The immortal weapon itself can obscure the secrets of heaven, and is extremely difficult to calculate. Not to mention that I'm only at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Even if I have the cultivation level of the spiritualization and the refining void, I cannot calculate its location. Lu Xuanji, what a pity. I'm lucky to get it, but I will die if I lose it. After asking a few more questions, Fang Liuli also responded. Lu Xuanji asked about the situation in Key State, the distribution of major forces, etc., and Fang Liuli answered. During the questioning, the puzzle about Key State gradually became complete. Key State is more powerful. There are more than 30 incarnations in the open, and I don't know how many are in the spiritualization in secret. As for the nascent soul cultivators, there are more and more of them. This led to a crazy internal role in Key State, and the major forces fought constantly and often acted ruthlessly. This is very different from Chu State. In Chu State, the lower level key training cultivators, foundation building cultivators, purple mansion cultivators, etc., rolled up their sleeves and fought fiercely. But once they reach the Jiandan realm, they are all restrained and forbidden to fight, and they are in relative peace. Most of the major forces fight to a certain extent. The loser will give up some land and resources, and the winner will not kill the loser, but will leave room. But Qi is not the case. Once the war starts, it will be merciless and kill everyone. Every year, a large number of immortal cultivation forces will be wiped out, and countless strong people will perish in the disaster. Every few years, there will be news of the death of Yuanying cultivators. After a period of time, there will be news of the death of Huishan. After a long conversation, Xuanji entered the palace. The palace is still gorgeous and luxurious, with exquisite white jade walls and pink gauze curtains, on which various beauties are carved. With flashing footsteps, Xuanji arrived at another corner of the palace. Here, there is a white crystal, in which a female cultivator is sealed, falling into a serious sleep. It is the last Huishan furnace tripod. If you observe carefully, you will find that the life crystal not only locks the life of the female cultivator of the god transformation realm, but in this case, the flow rate of life will be extremely slow, and it also locks her injuries. If she is not seriously injured, she will be seriously injured and die at the moment of cracking the life crystal. This is not a god transformation furnace tripod. It is basically a master. If it is not handled properly, it will become a corpse. It's a bit troublesome. Xuanji frowned. He could release the previous 9 furnace tripods directly, but this furnace tripod needs to be cured before it can be released. As he said, a long knife appeared in his hand, showing 9 colors. The long knife flashed and turned into a stream of light and chopped down. This blow was comparable to a blow from the god transformation realm. But the long knife chopped on the crystal, and it only made a slight sound, and did not even cut a bit of skin. Instead, under the huge impact, his arm was numb. Trouble, some trouble. Xuanji said. No wonder it was put on the auction floor. Not to mention other things, even the crystal can't be broken, let alone other things. The world of immortal cultivation has never been a world of justice. If there is still a difference between good and evil at the bottom, there are often strong people who take action to kill evil cultivators. But when it comes to the powerful moment, some cases of Yuanying's engine practicing magic skills are not a big problem, as long as they don't attack their own people. Even if this female cultivator of the god of transformation is seriously injured and perishes, it is still a corpse of the god of transformation. If some corpse secrets are used to refine a corpse of a female cultivator of the god of transformation and turn it into a corpse evil, it will be of great benefit. But the crystal wrapped alone is so strong that it is difficult to break it. Then, Xuanji used many other methods, various magical secrets, etc., but all failed. Mobile phone deduction. At this moment, Xuanji urged the mobile phone to scan and began to collect relevant information. This is the last resort. If it really doesn't work, it can only be thrown into the depths of the treasury. The mobile phone is collecting data. The fate deduction is in progress. The test is in progress. This is the life crystal used by the powerful refining virtual. It can freeze her life breath and slow down her injuries. According to speculation, the vitality of the female cultivator is recovering. She may recover from her injuries and wake up in 50,000 years. The life crystal is forged by the powerful refining virtual. It can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the void to make up for its own fortune. It cannot be broken without the cultivation of the refining virtual. The collection of mobile phones is complete. Suggestion 1. You can use the pure yang broken sword to directly split the life crystal. The incomplete immortal weapon can make up for the lack of cultivation. However, at the moment, when the immortal weapon is broken, the female cultivator will die on the spot because of the serious injury. Suggestion 2. You can take out the 7th grade time fruit and let her take it, so that the injury can be healed. Suggestion 3. After her injury is healed, she may attack you. It is best to take preventive measures. Many times, there are too many cases of repaying kindness with enmity. Suggestion 4. You can take out the pure yang order to deter it. The phone was ringing. After making a series of suggestions, it was silent again. Xuanji fell into thinking. At this moment, he held the pure yang broken sword again, but frowned slightly. The pure yang broken sword can break the crystal. The 7th grade fruit of time can heal her injuries. But after her injuries are healed, she may attack him, her benefactor. In this world, there are too many people who repay kindness with enmity, and too many stories about farmers and snakes. There must be countermeasures. Pure Yang Order? Lu Xuanji took out the Pure Yang Order again, stroked it carefully, and wanted to understand its situation. As a result, it was just a token. Once this token contained the 3 strikes of the immortal, which was quite deterrent, but later, as time passed, the energy inside was constantly consumed, and the power of the token continued to decline. It could only issue the 3 strikes of the spirit transformation, and it was consumed by him. The current Pure Yang Order does not threaten anything, but is just a symbolic thing. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xuanji still stepped forward and urged the Pure Yang broken sword to start cutting the life crystal. Swish. He used very little force, but the life crystals were broken one after another. The solid life crystals were difficult to break with their strong defense. But with the attack of the Pure Yang sword, they were cut, like peeling an apple. The sharpness of the Pure Yang sword was beyond imagination. At the later moment, the speed of cutting the crystals was a bit slow. About half an hour later, the body of the female cultivator of the god of transformation was exposed to the air and came into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. But at the moment of contact, the body of the female cultivator of the god of transformation quickly became old, from a beautiful girl to a middle-aged woman, and then some wrinkles appeared on her skin, white hair appeared on her head, and her vitality gradually dissipated. At most a quarter of an hour later, she would directly sit and die. Such injuries are irreversible. Lu Xuanji took out the 7th grade fruit of time, stepped forward, pinched her mouth with his left hand, and squeezed the fruit of time into juice with his right hand, and poured it into her mouth, ticking. As the juice of time entered her body, her vitality was restored at once, and she began to grow inversely. The wrinkles on her skin disappeared, the white hair on her head disappeared, and her appearance was also changing, becoming younger and more lively. When only the peel was left, Lu Xuanji retreated first. Seeing her eyebrows tremble slightly, as if she was about to come over, Lu Xuanji subconsciously waved his hand to take out the Pure Yang Order, and held it in his palm, facing the female cultivator of the god of transformation. The golden light under her feet was flashing, as if she was about to use golden light of the earth at any time to escape. Time passed little by little. About a day later, her eyebrows were trembling, and the female cultivator of the god of transformation opened her eyes. Click. At the moment of opening her eyes, it was like 2 lightning bolts flew out. The void was instantly frozen. Lu Xuanji activated the Pure Yang Order, and the Pure Yang Aura surged out, and her body was much better. 3 moments later, the aura of the female cultivator of the god of transformation converged, and she became normal again. The aura was completely converged, returning to its original state. What year is it tonight? The female cultivator asked. I don't know. Lu Xuanji said. Dao, can you calculate it? The female cultivator nodded, closed her eyes, and began to absorb the information in the void. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, 200,000 years have passed since I fell asleep. At that time, I was attacked by a powerful enemy. The powerful enemy pierced my body with a spear. If I hadn't used the secret technique, I would have almost fallen. But I never thought that a giant cultivator would enter the cave and find my existence. He sold me to a shop and sent me to the auction. Dao, I auctioned it, and I'm considered your furnace. Should I call you master? Dao, you are joking. Lu Xuanji said. I paid a huge price to save Dao. Don't you know how to compensate me? People in the world say that knowing a favor does not seek repayment. This is the behavior of a gentleman, but I strongly disagree. Knowing a favor should be repaid, otherwise who would do good deeds? The female cultivator said. Dao is right. All living things fear the cause, and the strong fear the result. When cultivators reach the later stage, they are constantly forced to repay the cause and effect of heaven and earth. If they don't repay the cause and effect clearly, how can they ascend to become immortals? The female cultivator stood up, looked around, and said lightly, what does Dao need? What can Dao give? Lu Xuanji said, my requirements are not high. I spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy Dao's moment. Now I give you a cost price of 50,000 spirit stones. It's not too much. It's still a 7th grade time fruit. Dao should understand how expensive the price is. Giving some materials of the same level, or spiritual treasures, or spiritual medicines, as compensation, is not too much. Chapter 535. Fellow Daoist, are you married? And he saved my life, so I should give him some compensation. Counting on his fingers, Xuanji began to calculate the cost. He was a bit of a saint, a bit of a goody-goody, but definitely not a fool. The 8 furnaces in front of him were all poor, so there was no need to ask for a favor, but the female cultivator in front of him was a rich person, so it would be better to ask for some benefits. Not too much, not too much at all. The female cultivator said, but you also saw that in that battle, my weapons were damaged or lost, and now I don't have a single top grade spirit stone on me. She spread her hands, looking very poor. How about I teach you some top level scriptures, supreme magical powers, top level secret techniques, etc. This is not appropriate, very inappropriate. You already have the Pure Yang Sutra and Yin Yang transformation, which are already top level techniques. You have also started to create your own scriptures. Although there are flaws and shortcomings, you can find your own way. As for the supreme magical power, you already have the first sword technique. There is also the pure yang immortal divine light to protect your body, and there is the golden light that can run away from the ground, etc. The magical powers are already enough, and learning other magical powers is superfluous. As for the secret technique, the 9 transformations of fish and dragon is both a top level magical power and a supreme secret technique. I can no longer teach you scriptures and secret techniques, and you don't need them. Xuanji listened and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. In front of this person, he had no secrets at all, which was a bit scary. The female cultivator sighed slightly. I'm also in a dilemma. She did memorize many scriptures, secret techniques, magical powers, etc., but these were useless to him. The method of cultivating immortals has never been that the more magical powers you know, the more powerful you are, but it depends on the level of your understanding of the magical powers. Many times, being knowledgeable but not deep will lead to inferiority. Now, what Xuanji needs is to keep digging deep into the scriptures, keep comprehending the secrets of magical powers, and walk out of his own path. As for other scriptures and magical powers, they seem dispensable and have little effect. Thinking carefully about how to repay her, there is nothing to repay. What she has, he has everything. What she doesn't have, he also has. In terms of family background, it seems to be richer than hers. There is nothing to repay. It seems that the only way is to pledge one's life. This one is the descendant of Chunang, with excellent qualifications in the hope of becoming an immortal. He has more treasures on him, and his luck is purple. He can be said to be a child of destiny. She has seen many geniuses, most of whom are not as good as him. He is also handsome, so it is not impossible to become a Taoist partner. The female cultivator said, Daoist friend, what is your name? Xuanji said, Chujiuo, Xuanji, Shuayu Dangshan, Suhaitang. The female cultivator said, Daoist friend, have you ever been married? Do you have a Taoist partner? The hint is very obvious. Xuanji said, I already have several Taoist companions. Xiaoxu is the first, Wanai is the second, and Zia is the third. What a pity. Suhaitang said regretfully, if you can divorce these women and only love me for the rest of your life, I'm willing to be your Taoist companion. Just now, I calculated the destiny of those women. Yifixu is a lonely star. She has a life but no luck. She has little luck. She is unlucky to her father, mother, and relatives. She has no chance of cultivating immortals. In the future, she will marry a mortal and die of illness at the age of 40. But because of your appearance, and sharing some of your luck with her, she embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. After Yifixu embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, she encountered many disasters. Most of them would die in the disasters. But now, not only has she not fallen, but she has achieved the transformation of gods. It's only because you shared your luck with her, and took on most of the disasters for her. Yuanai's fate is shallow, like morning dew, shallow and easy to disperse. She has no chance of the purple mansion. But after sharing some of your luck, she has achieved the nascent soul. Jinzi's fate is to be affected by metal, and he will be easily broken if he is strong. He will perish at the 7th turn of the golden elixir, but because of your existence, his calamity has been resolved. Deo companions, you should support each other and practice the great way together. You inherited the luck of the pure yang lineage, and you have many good fortunes of your own. You are favored by destiny, and your luck is like the scorching sun, and it is soaring into the sky. But your Deo companions not only help you little, but also seize and weaken your luck, causing damage to your fate and weak luck. After practicing for 1200 years, you are only at the 8th level of nascent soul, which is too slow. If it weren't for them dragging you down, you might have already reached the 9th level of spirit transformation, or even the 9th level of refining void. Xuanji nodded and said, it's just that in life, we can't always put benefits first. It's just that you are wrong. Zua has a natural talent, and is a natural spiritual root. Even without me, she would have become a top genius. The reason she can get to where she is now is the result of her own efforts. Back then, Zia was a giant and cultivator. Without her protection, my Lu family would be in danger and might be swallowed up by some powerful forces, and the Lu family would be completely wiped out. If she hadn't resisted some risks, I might not have grown to where I'm now. There are too many geniuses who died in disasters halfway through. As for Wan Yi, we have been together for many years, and I don't want to say more about our feelings. Dao Ao's plan too, so discord is a bit too low. Suhei Tang said lightly, you don't have to believe it. I'll leave this to you. It can save your life at a critical moment. A strand of black hair was removed from his head, and the black hair flew out and wrapped around the ring finger of Lu Xuanji's left hand, and then became invisible. Only Lu Xuanji felt that the black hair on the ring finger existed. This black hair represents the cause and effect in the dark. Lu Xuanji had a feeling that once it was activated, this black hair would evolve into a supreme attack and come to kill. What realm is Dao Ao in? Lu Xuanji asked. 9th level of refining void, just one step away from entering the state of head Ao. Suhei Tang said, if you regret it now, it's not too late. My promise is still valid. 9th level of refining void, I do regret it a little, but I still can't let it go. Lu Xuanji said. Goodbye. Suhei Tang sighed and left with the past. The fairy had left, only the faint fragrance still came out of the void. I once had an opportunity to eat soft rice, which was placed in front of me, but it was a pity that I didn't have the rare said that it was a cauldron of the god of transformation. How could I become a powerful person of refining void? It's still the 9th level of refining void, just one step away from entering the state of head Ao. Duobaolao is too unreliable. These Duobaolao are in great trouble. Lu Xuanji took a deep breath, thinking back to all this, and felt that the world was too magical. Concentrating his thoughts, Lu Xuanji put away the palace. Don't think too much. How can men of my generation eat soft rice? Master, where are we going? To Chu State. After saying hello, the two went to Chu State. Suhei Tang appeared in the void and looked at the two people going away with a flash of regret in her eyes. What I said just now, becoming a Taoist couple is also true. When a cultivator cultivates immortality, it is all about taking revenge and repaying hatred. Only by understanding various causes and effects can one's mind be free, and can one seek a trace of the great way. If one lives in frustration everywhere, cannot repay hatred, and cannot repay kindness, a demon will be born over time. Over time, one will fall into self-denial, self-doubt, and finally go to self-destruction. Lu Xuanji saved her life. If he hadn't treated her, she might have recovered from her injuries and woke up after tens of thousands of years, or she might have been injured and died, or she might have been attacked by a strong enemy and completely destroyed. Such a life-saving grace can only be repaid with one's body. As for giving some spiritual stones, or sending some treasures, etc., it is simply impossible to repay the favor. In other words, is her life worth only those spiritual stones, or those few spiritual stones? Such a failure to repay a favor, or a light repayment of a favor, will inevitably lead to a huge cause and effect, and ruin his path. Moreover, Lu Xuanji inherited the pure yang immortal sword, and he also had purple luck, many treasures, and a semi-immortal tree. He was rich, a peerless evildoer, and had a chance to become an immortal. If she were to be united with him, they would support each other in the future, and maybe they would seek immortality together, and become immortals together. It would not be considered an insult to her, whether from the perspective of repaying a favor, or from the perspective of the future path. Su Haitang had a favorable eye for Lu Xuanji. However, he had to abandon those women, and love her wholeheartedly. How could the former Haitang fairy become the fourth child, and share a husband with other women? But Lu Xuanji actually rejected his kindness for those women. I can wait. Su Haitang smiled, holding the void in front of him, and said proudly, time is the biggest enemy. When 10,000 years later, when your beauties have passed away, I will be the only one who will accompany you for life and seek the great way together. Yuanai's aptitude is limited, and there is little hope for her to achieve the transformation of the spirit. Xiao's engine, on the contrary, has the hope of achieving the transformation of the spirit, but the probability of achieving the refining of the void is not high. Yi Fixu has the best aptitude, and has the hope of entering the refining of the void. She is my strong rival, but it's a pity that her luck is shallow. Her luck is not enough to support herself to become a refining of the void strongman. If she forces the impact, she will inevitably fall in the catastrophe. When cultivators cultivate immortality, they cultivate luck. Luck is the opportunity given by God. Having strong luck may not necessarily lead to becoming an immortal, but without a certain amount of luck, it is destined not to become an immortal. In each era, there are at least a dozen cultivators with the qualifications to become immortals, and at most hundreds of people, but only 1 or 2 people become immortals. It is because the luck of heaven and earth is limited, and can only support 1 or 2 people to become immortals. Other cultivators will die prematurely due to insufficient luck and turn into ashes. Duobao Tower took advantage of my misfortune, and auctioned me off as a commodity. How can I not avenge this? Su Haitang looked at Qi with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. The strong will not be insulted. If the strong are insulted, then tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Duobao Tower, it must be destroyed. Su Haitang's palm slashed in the void, and the void was torn apart like a curtain. He stepped into the void and headed towards Qi. About 3 days later, a huge palm appeared under the sound of the void, with a majestic aura that destroyed everything. Shoot at Duobao Tower. Boom boom boom. A huge palm print appeared on the void. Duobao Tower was reduced to ruins. Whether it was Jiandan, Yuanying, or Huashan, they all turned into ashes. Some of the customers were affected and died. Chapter 536, Jinzi's Loss. On the ground, there were traces of ruins, rubble, and ashes. The magnificent pavilion collapsed, and underneath it were broken bodies and scattered soul fragments. Duobao Tower, which was once luxurious and grand, and was known as the first auction house in Qi State, was destroyed by this blow. Many customers encountered a catastrophic disaster while selecting goods and shopping at Duobao Tower, and were killed on the spot. They died unjustly. But who made them unlucky? Who is it? How dare you attack Duobao Tower? Duobao Tower has a formation defense, and many defenses are superimposed on each other. Even the peak of the God Transformation powerhouse can withstand it, but how could it be destroyed by a slap? Could it be a powerful person in the void refining realm? It's very likely. Everyone was guessing and thinking about the reasons, and they couldn't help but tremble with fear. At this moment, a cold voice came, as sharp as the wind and snow, with endless indifference and coldness. Duobao Tower, those who do evil will surely perish. Selling someone as a furnace tripod. I will use this palm to understand the cause and effect. You guys take care of yourself. Then, the voice dissipated. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. After calculation, it became more and more certain that Duobao Tower had offended a big shot. Duobao Tower, the luck is too bad. In the world of cultivating immortals, the eldest brother, not to mention the second brother, is not a good person. Many large chambers of commerce, auction houses, etc., have records of selling furnace tripods. Most of these furnace tripods come from female cultivators of defeated sects, or from some small families and small forces, or from foreign female cultivators, or some scattered cultivation forces. As for those female cultivators of large sects and big forces, they rarely capture them and stay away from them. However, after being careful for a long time, problems still occurred. Because of selling furnace tripods, they offended a great master of refining emptiness, and were wiped out on the spot. The luck is too bad. A few days later, some figures flashed and appeared near Duobao Tower, with some shocked expressions. Among them was a female cultivator, wearing a red dress with a very low neckline, with a face like lotus, eyebrows like long willows, as beautiful as peach blossoms, charming eyes, and skin like snow. Her black hair was tied into a high beauty bun, and her head full of pearls shone dazzlingly in the sun, and her bright red lips were slightly raised. I was just away for a few days to buy goods outside, but I was wiped out. Anbiu's eyes flashed with shock, confusion, and relief. Sensing the aura here, there is a feeling of the void being broken and reorganized. This is a move by a great master of refining the void. Forget it, I'm just the owner of a branch of Duobao Tower. If such a big thing happens, it is better for the headquarters to come and deal with it. Anbiu sighed slightly. If such a big thing happens, I will definitely take the blame. Duobao Tower has set up branches in various countries on the mainland, including Qi, Chu, Wu, Yu, overseas, etc. In some areas, the owners are only responsible for Jiandan, in some large areas, Yuanying, and in some powerful countries, Huashan. There are also Liangsu cultivators in the headquarters. But if such a thing happens, it will often be left unresolved. With flashing footsteps, Lu Xuanji returned to Chu. It was less than 30,000 miles away from the Lu family. According to his speed, it would only take a moment to reach the Lu family. Fang Liuli, do you have any plans? Lu Xuanji asked. Fang Liuli had long black hair tied up, wearing a white dress, with white skin, cold expression, beautiful face, and a very voluptuous figure. At this time, she said, I'm the maid of the master, so naturally I follow the master. Follow, there is no need. Lu Xuanji said, I plan to let you move outside, set up corresponding intelligence systems in Chu, Yu, Wu, etc., and be responsible for exploring relevant information. These are the activity funds. As he said, he handed over a storage bag with 30,000 spirit stones. Taking the storage bag, Fang Liuli said, Master, I will do all this. Take this token, remember not to bother me, unless it's something important. Lu Xuanji reminded, and then instructed on related matters. Fang Liuli is the 9th level of the nascent soul and the leader of the Xuanji sect. If such a person is left by his side as a maid, it would be a waste of talent. It is better to leave her outside and plant a hidden chess piece. With one more preparation, you can also deal with unpredictable crises. I'll remember that. Fang Liuli stepped forward and said softly, I'm still a virgin, and I'm a 9-stringed body, which is quite good for the master. Why don't you stay here at night? I can serve the master and let the master enjoy the bliss. When she said this, her whole body looked charming and moving, exuding an intoxicating breath, with a faint fragrance coming from it, like a jar of fine wine that makes people intoxicated. Lu Xuanji's body was slightly hot, and he carefully observed the woman in front of him. He saw that her eyes were like water, with a hint of coldness. Her 10 fingers were slender, her skin was like solidified fat, like a beautiful jade, with pink in the snow white. Her lips were red, and her words and smiles were sweet. Her black hair danced in the wind, her waist was slender like a willow, her legs were long, and she had a fairy-like temperament. She was wearing a white dress that fell to the ground, with a phoenix pattern embroidered on it. Her black hair was lightly raised with a phoenix tassel, and there was a red plum on her forehead, emitting a faint light. She didn't put on any makeup, but her stunning face couldn't be concealed. At this moment, she was cold, but she was charming. It would be fine if you didn't look closely, but if you looked closely, she was even more attractive. At this moment, as long as he nodded, he could enjoy her beautiful body and enjoy endless happiness. No need, wait until you become a god, then we can talk about other things. Lu Xuanji refused directly. His footsteps flashed, and the golden light flashed under his feet, and he left directly. Looking at the disappearing golden light, Fang Liuli breathed a sigh of relief. Everything just now seemed like she took the initiative to attack and speak, but she was embarrassed to death. Just now, she spoke shamelessly, seducing people, and her behavior was a bit cheap. But she had to do this. It was just a short time to get along, less than half a month, but she was roughly familiar with this new master. This new master has a natural talent, amazing luck, and a promising future. But what about her? She is just a 9th level nascent soul, and there is also the leader of the Xuanji sect who has been exterminated. This is her background. The 9th level of the nascent soul, in front of some cultivators, there is still some capital to be proud of. But in front of some people, it is worthless. In order to enhance her own value, yesterday, she dressed up carefully, dressed herself up as a beautiful fairy, and smeared aphrodisiac perfume on her body, and said some shameless words, just to take the two of them a step further, and have an intimate relationship. With the occurrence of intimacy, she may gradually influence, and leave her own mark in his heart. Only in this way, can she avenge the sect in the future. Beauty trap, this is her only plan. Her beautiful body is the only bargaining chip. But when she said all this, the master actually refused. Opening the mirror, carefully observing herself, tasting up and down, doubting, have I become ugly, and my attractiveness is decreasing. Between the flashes of golden light, Xuanji returned to Changyuan Mountain. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This trip to the state of Chu was safe and sound. There was no danger, no strong enemy interception, and no life and death battle. It can be said to be safe and sound. It was safe and sound, mainly because he was well prepared. If I were stupid enough to go directly to Duobao building to buy items, there would be a lot of trouble. I felt a strand of black hair on my left ring finger. I thought about my maid Fang Liuli again, so I collected my thoughts and stopped thinking about it. I walked into the Lu family with my footsteps. I didn't alarm anyone, and was discovered by Long Zuan when I reached the door of the cave. Master, you are back. I'm back. Have you bought the treasure? I have. Sister's ear is saved. Long Zuan burst into tears of joy. He opened the cave and Xuanji entered it again. On the bed, Jinzi was lying there. Her face was pale, her lips were dry, and her blood and qi was sluggish, like a dead branch in winter. The wounds on her body were getting bigger, and it seemed that she would break completely at any time. The wounds on her nascent soul were not aggravated, but her breath was still sluggish. I checked her condition, and found that her injuries were getting worse. In 2 years at most, she would be completely in meditation. Zia, you will get better. We want to become immortals together, and become a free and easy Taoist couple. How can we break our wings halfway? Xuanji said affectionately. Zia, I will save you. Then, he took out the 6th grade fortune fruit. He began to crush the peel, then pinched Jinzi's dry lips, and began to drip a drop of juice into her mouth. Her condition was very bad. She had fallen into a coma, and lost her perception of the outside world. At this moment, she could no longer take the spiritual fruit in a normal way, so she could only use this method. Tick tock. Tick tock. As the juice dripped, Jinzi's body seemed to have been rained after a long drought. The injuries on her body were recovering little by little. After a long time, her eyelashes moved slightly, and finally she opened her eyes and said, "Thank you. Can you open your mouth to eat?" Xuanji said, "Yes." "Then eat it yourself. Swallow the peel too, don't waste it." Jinzi nodded. With Xuanji's support, she half sat up and began to eat the spiritual fruit. The peel was not left behind. At this time, the 6th grade spiritual fruit could not be wasted at all. After taking the 6th grade fortune fruit, Jinzi's injuries gradually healed, and he began to sit upright to heal. Xuanji also stood up and left. 3 days later, the door of the cave opened, and Jinzi appeared. After 3 days of refining, his injuries recovered by more than 3 layers, and his condition was much better. "Xuanji, is it dangerous to go out this time?" Jinzi asked, with worry in his eyes. In the world of immortal cultivation, unless there are special circumstances, many Yuanian cultivators rarely leave their own country and go to other cultivation countries, mainly for safety considerations. Once, a giant cultivator accumulated spirit stones and was afraid that the cultivators around him would be jealous, so he went to a nearby cultivation country to buy Yuanian pill. As a result, he was spotted by a Yuanian cultivator, who tracked him all the way, killed him halfway, and left with a fortune. 5 out of 10 cultivators who went to nearby cultivation countries to buy items were killed halfway. This time, I was well prepared in key state, and there was no danger. Xuanji said. Why did he spend so much money when he was in Duobao Tower, directly buying the fruit of fortune at 3 times the price? Why did he spend a fortune at the auction, spending 80,000 spirit stones to buy 10 furnace tripods? He spent a lot of money on buying things and never bargained. The purpose was to show that he was rich. A cultivator at the 8th level of the nascent soul was so rich, which would make some people have rich associations. He might be the son of a certain Liangsa master, might have a big background, or might have gone out to travel out of spite. Such a false background scared many Huashan. Huashan dared not go out personally, at most they would send Yuanying to kill him. Similarly, it also scared Duobao Tower. Duobao Tower would open the teleportation array and teleport him away directly. If the son of Liangsa master died in Duobao Tower, or was killed halfway, it would bring disaster to Duobao Tower. It was because of the false background that Xuanji could leave safely. A fat sheep will attract countless hunters, but when the fat sheep is too fat, it can scare away most hunters. If he was at the auction, he would be so fussy and reveal his weak nature, which would be very dangerous. If he was just an ordinary nascent soul cultivator at the auction, Duobao Lao would not let him leave through the teleportation array, but would give the excuse that the teleportation array was broken. Then, on the way home, he encountered many powerful snipers. If he killed the younger ones, the older ones came, and if he killed the nascent soul, the divine transformation came. It was very annoying. Husband, you've worked hard. Xuanji said. This time, I still underestimated the difficulty of the transformation of the spirit. It will take 10 years to recover from the injury. If I want to impact the transformation of the spirit again, it will take 50 years. I feel like a waste. It's just one failure. Failure is the mother of success. As long as there are more mothers, we will succeed. Xuanji said, stepped forward and held her hand, and said softly, Zia, I feel that you lack confidence. This is not a good thing. What is an invincible heart of the Tao? It doesn't mean that I will never be defeated in my life. It means that, no matter how many times I fail, I still have firm beliefs, and don't change my mind. Zia, it's just one failure. Failure 3 times is nothing. There was once a great emperor named Emperor Luangu. Then, he began to instill chicken soup for the soul. Emperor Luangu, first of all, had good qualifications, but he was not at the top level, so he was defeated in battles, but he continued to sublimate and improve in his transformations. The opposite example is Emperor Washi. Emperor Washi was undefeated in his life. When he met a strong enemy, he was defeated with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. He didn't know what failure was. So, when the Holy Ruins era came, they just lay dead. This kind of people belong to the category of undefeated in life, but once defeated once, they can never turn over again. Husband, I miss you. I miss you too. After a while, Xuanji pulled Xuanji to a side room, in the middle of which there was a large bathing pool. The bathing pool was filled with red petals. The fragrance was fragrant. Xuanji was a little intoxicated. At this time, Xuanji took off his clothes and walked into the bathing pool. Xuanji glanced at the door and also walked into the bathing pool. Soon, the two of them enjoyed a good life and enjoyed it. Chapter 537. To become a god, you must become a mortal first. After the joy, the two entered the sage time. Xuanji said, Xuanji, you have completely surpassed me now. At this point, he felt a little disappointed. Just now, during the weekend, the two were in close contact and familiar with each other. In Xuanji's perception, Xuanji's realm was only the 8th level of the nascent soul, but in terms of the strength of blood, the richness of magic power, the purity of magic power, and the power of supernatural powers, it was not inferior to the transformation of the spirit. The only difference was the realm. For other cultivators, the transformation of the spirit is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for him, it was almost like the impact of the golden core in the past, and there was almost no bottleneck to speak of. Looking back on the past, she was the ancestor of the golden core, with a high status, but Xuanji was just a junior of the foundation establishment, with a low status. Later, the relationship between the two became closer and closer, and gradually became a Taoist companion, and also became his protector, protecting him from some wind and rain, and some hidden arrows. The time they spent together was long, for 1,000 years. Today, or 1,000 years later, Xuanji has completely surpassed her. As a protector, she has fallen behind, and needs the protection of her husband. Thinking about the change in their status, Xuanji felt a little lost. Zia, I will protect you from now on. Xuanji stepped forward and kissed her, then said, I will take you to become an immortal. Xuanji, I feel so useless. Xuanji said, stepped forward and leaned, saying, you have given so much for me, but I still have a long way to go before I can become a god. It is difficult to achieve godhood. There are only 6 people in the Chu kingdom now, and there are not many 100,000 mountains. Xuanji said, it is normal to fail several times. I feel that you are a little impatient. This is not good. Cultivation requires letting things take their course and everything will come naturally. Xuanji said, with a strong enemy outside, how can we let things take their course, and how can we be at ease? After a pause, he asked again, what should I do? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to think about anything. I will take you to do it. I will take you to think. Xuanji said, cultivation is just a means of protecting yourself, not the goal. Recently, I will take you to the mortal world to travel, relax and enjoy some human happiness. Okay. Xuanji nodded. More haste, less speed. Xuanji said, I've been busy fighting recently. I haven't been with you for a long time. Some of my memories have faded. Xuanji failed to achieve the Dao and become a god, not because of his poor aptitude or lack of luck, but because he was too impatient and lost his composure. There are 2 main reasons for all this. One is that King Lian achieved the Dao and became a god. This clone was making rapid progress, which made Xuanji a little unbearable. The other is that his Taoist partner was also about to achieve the Dao and become a god. The progress was fierce, which made Xuanji's mentality unbalanced. The people close to her were making rapid progress. How could Xuanji, who had always been arrogant, be willing to fall behind? The more she wanted to make rapid progress, the faster she went to catch up. But many times, the more impatient she was, the more she wanted to catch up, the more likely it was that something would go wrong. Now it is mainly to slow down the mentality. After instructing several Yuanying cultivators of the Lu family for a while, Xuanji and Xuanji disappeared. Most of the auras were hidden, and only the foundation building cultivation was revealed, just like mortals, walking in the mortal world. At this moment, the Chu state was much more peaceful. The demons no longer invaded, many human monks were busy in seclusion, and many aristocratic families lost their desire to compete. They were relatively quiet, and the world fell into a rare peace. With the arrival of peace, the lower class people and lower class monks entered a relatively peaceful life. After walking for a month, Xuanji tasted the food, enjoyed the scenery along the road, took a boat to the lake, and walked between the mountains and rivers, enjoying it. But Xuanji was slow to get into the state. She was a little impatient. What was there to see in those broken mountains, broken rivers, and small lakes on the roadside? It was boring, and a waste of time. Xuanji smiled and said, Zia, do you know that, in order to become a god, you must first become a mortal? Becoming immortal, there is such a saying. Xuanji said, our Jin family is a big family in Zhongzhou. We have many notes of our predecessors who have achieved godhood, but there is no such thing as becoming immortal. Xuanji said, becoming immortal means changing into a mortal mentality and returning to the original nature. As people grow up, they also lose their original intentions. When they grow up, they no longer play with toys from their childhood. When they grow up, they hate evil as much as they hate evil. When they grow up, they become involved in evil. The teenagers of the past are no longer teenagers, but dragon slayers. Xuanji said, the cultivators are becoming stronger and stronger, gradually becoming powerful cultivators, but they are also gradually losing themselves and their original intentions. Becoming immortal means finding back your original intention. Zia, think about it. What is your original intention? Original intention? Xuanji closed his eyes and carefully recalled the past. After a long time, Xuanji said, thank you. Let's go. Hide in the city. Let's live in a small town first. Wuxi City. The carriage was making noises, the bells were ringing. Sitting upright in the carriage, looking outside, Xuanji felt a little unnatural. In order to better experience the transformation into a mortal, she sealed all her magic power, divine thoughts, perception, etc. In the past, she could see through Wuxi City with her divine thoughts, but now her perception is declining, and she can only see with her naked eyes. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. With the seal of her cultivation, her strong physique disappeared, and her body became extremely fragile. With the disappearance of her cultivation, her body became fragile, and her mind became anxious and worried. In the past, she thought her heart was firm and like a rock, but now it seems that her heart is not as indestructible as she imagined. Zia, I set a seal for you, sealing your cultivation, physique, divine thoughts, perception, etc. Although you can break the seal at any time and restore your peak moment, once you break it, you will fail completely. Xuanji said, success or failure depends on this time. Xuanji nodded. The carriage entered the small town. As the sky gradually darkened, the sunset in the distance turned into a red glow, infinitely beautiful. With the guards symbolically checking for a moment, they entered. After entering a small courtyard in the city, Xuanji cleaned up and started cooking. At night, there were sounds of firecrackers outside, and fireworks were flying in the air, colorful and intoxicating. Xuanji, what is that? Fireworks. What are fireworks? Fireworks are released by mortals to celebrate festivals, and for the sake of joy. Today is New Year's Eve. What is New Year's Eve? Xuanji asked, and Xuanji answered, talking about things in the mortal world. Once, Xuanji had traveled in the mortal world, and was familiar with everything in the mortal world, but Xuanji had been gifted since childhood, and was high above, so he had no experience of traveling in the mortal world. Bamboo fences, ridges, small bridges and flowing water, and swallows returning late. The two began their mortal lives. Chapter 538, 10 years, Sitahi. Living in seclusion in a small town, the two began to transform into mortals. To become a god, you must transform into a mortal. To move forward, you must retreat. This is Xuanji's method of transforming into a god, which is mainly to cultivate the state of mind. Of course, there are many cultivators who do not transform into mortals, but still achieve the state of mind. Many cultivators, on the road of cultivation, constantly lose their original intentions, and finally become evil dragons, but they still become strong, and even top strong. Many top cultivators, with poor character, are still strong. Many cultivators have a bad state of mind, but they still become top strong. The state of mind is related to the strength of the cultivator, but there is no necessary relationship. In the small town, the two temporarily settled down. Xuanji began to try to make steamed buns and cook delicious food. Xuanji went to the street and set up a stall to tell fortunes. At the beginning, Xuanji was very uncomfortable. In the past, when he was a child, he embarked on the road to immortality, with Jade Emperor rice as food, and the cooking of delicious food was mostly done by maids, which can be said to be free from the touch of spring water. Now the magic power is sealed. There were many things she was not used to when she was cooking like an ordinary woman. But after she got used to it, Xuanji tried to change. After a month, she was able to cook edible food. Xuanji held a long sale with the words, fortune telling. Then she went to the street, set up a stall, and started fortune telling. It was called fortune telling, but it was more of a psychological counseling. Character determines destiny, and changing character is essentially changing destiny. She set up the stall, put down a pot of tea, and began to wait leisurely. For 3 consecutive days, no business came. On the 4th day, no business came, but the protection fee collectors came. To do business here, you have to pay money to our boss. A gangster came to the stall, and stepped on it. The stall collapsed, and the teapot fell to the ground, and broke into pieces. Dust flew up. Dao, you are sick. Xuanji said with a smile. Press your chest with your right hand, it will definitely hurt. Don't fool me, the gangster said disdainfully, but when he pressed his chest, he felt pain. Touch your left leg again, is it numb? Xuanji said with a smile. The gangster touched it again, but it was slightly numb. He couldn't help but panic. Now, press your head. Is it painful? Lu Xuanji said again. The gangster pressed his head again, and it really hurt. He panicked and stepped forward and said, "Immortal, what's wrong with me? Nonsense, I treat illnesses, and even those who are not sick will become sick." But on the surface, Lu Xuanji fooled him. This is the wind evil entering the body and entering the brain acupoints. "Come here, I'll take your pulse." The gangster was nervous and stretched out his wrist anxiously. Lu Xuanji pressed his fingers on it. His expression changed, and then he began to fool around, saying some words that the world couldn't understand. The gangster listened and became dizzy. Finally, Lu Xuanji wrote a prescription and handed it over. In this way, the collection of protection fees turned into a medical consultation. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life." The gangster stepped forward and said, "I'm neither an immortal nor an elder, so I can't be called an immortal." Lu Xuanji smiled, with indifference in his words, and said, "Go down." The gangster nodded and left quietly. From then on, there were fewer people who came to disturb him, and instead, mortals came to see the doctor. After the gangster recovered from his illness, he often came to visit. Lu Xuanji did not refuse, and asked some questions with a smile. The gangster came from the Tiger Gang, and was considered a small cannon fodder among them. After getting along for half a year, the gangster asked Senior, "I don't understand the Tiger Fist. I want to ask the Senior for some advice." Well, Lu Xuanji stood up and began to teach the Tiger Fist. He began to instruct on some key points of this mortal martial arts. The little gangster listened and began to change. He felt that the power had been raised to a higher level, and he was delighted. He hurried forward to thank him. He also came to pay a visit every 10 days or half a month. When paying a visit, he brought a jar of wine or a basket of eggs. The gifts were not expensive, but the friendship was there. Lu Xuanji also responded with a smile. Jinzi was puzzled and said, "I observed for a while. Situ he has average talent, average comprehension, and no spiritual roots. He is just a mortal. Why do you value him so much?" The little gangster was Sitahi. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "Do I think highly of him? No, we are just ordinary friends. You are not good at this. People do not necessarily interact with each other for the sake of interests. Many times, they just want to be in a good mood, that's all." Jinzi said, "I don't understand." Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "Zia, becoming immortal is not simply disguising yourself as a mortal and living in the mortal world, but the mentality of mortal." Jinzi was puzzled and said, "But what is the heart of a mortal?" "I won't say more about this, it depends on you to figure it out." Lu Xuanji said, "Don't be too deliberate when doing things." Jinzi was puzzled, but still insisted. Time passed, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years of getting along, Situ he kept trying to please him, and asked some martial arts questions, and Lu Xuanji was not stingy in telling him. In this process, Situ he benefited a lot, and his martial arts skills continued to improve. Starting from the first level of body forging, he became an acquired warrior, and then an innate warrior. The former gangster, the former cannon fodder, gradually became the overlord of the Tiger Gang, with hundreds of gang members under his command. On this day, the two of them were drinking and chatting. Situ he suddenly said, "10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I have white hair on my head and my face has become old, but you are still young. Do you have any method to cultivate immortality?" Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "It's unspeakable." Situ he said, kneeling on the ground and said, "Senior, please give me the method to become an immortal." Lu Xuanji smiled again and said, "It's unspeakable." "Senior, please give me the method to cultivate immortality." Situ he still begged. Lu Xuanji still shook his head and said nothing. Situ he stood up and said coldly, "Senior, is your stomach aching now?" Lu Xuanji immediately held his stomach. A trace of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Did you poison me?" "Senior, I don't want this to happen either. If you give me the way to become an immortal, I will give you the antidote immediately." Situ he said, but his words were gloomy. "But if Senior doesn't give it, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will break your legs directly and then lock you up in a secret room. Senior's wife is as beautiful as a flower, and I just want to taste her." Lu Xuanji cursed angrily, "Beast." Situ he snorted coldly, "Senior is an immortal master. According to the immortal world, you should be a cultivator of the second or third level of key refining. This poison is called the absolute god poison. Even if Senior has a powerful cultivation base, it is difficult to expel it. Senior, just tell me. A little kindness is a grudge, that's all. At this moment, Xuanji wiped the black blood from his mouth, stood up, and no longer looked poisoned. Xuanji also came out and said coldly, my husband, I have planned to give you a gift, to help you embark on the path of cultivating immortals. Senior, spare my life. Situ, he begged, but a dagger appeared on his palm, and stabbed Xuanji. Clang. The dagger stabbed Xuanji's chest, but it did not pierce the skin, but made a crisp sound. The dagger broke. Xuanji stepped forward and slapped his forehead with one palm, and the watermelon broke. Situ, he died on the spot. Let's go. Let's change another place. Change another place. Xuanji said. Okay. Xuanji nodded and urged the true fire to burn. Situ, he turned into ash on the spot, and dissipated in the void. It is difficult to preserve the body when you are an enemy of a cultivator, and most of them turn into ash. The figures flashed, and the two disappeared. Chapter 539, The Young Man's Martial Arts Dream. The two figures flashed and disappeared. A mere absolute poison is threatening to a cultivator at the third level of key refining, but it is useless to a Yuanying cultivator. After leaving this city, he changed his identity and started a new life. This time, he played the role of a doctor. He opened a pharmacy and saved the world. 3 years later, he changed his identity again and became a blacksmith, specializing in iron for a living. With the sound of the furnace ringing and the clanging of the hammers, the business opened again. Everything was in order, and he changed his identity again 10 years later. In this way, Xuanji kept changing his identity: fortune teller, doctor, blacksmith, leader of the beggars sect, civil servant, military general, and even emperor. When he was a fortune teller, he was fooling around, but he still attracted a younger brother to plot against him, and finally got away. When he played a doctor, he had to take off his vest 3 years later because of a poisoning case. When he played the leader of the beggars sect, he was besieged by the government at the peak of his career. When he was a civil official, he bribed the superiors and actively managed the river, which was considered a remarkable achievement. But on the eve of his promotion, his backstage collapsed, and he was imprisoned. When he was a military general, he fought on the battlefield and made remarkable contributions, but he was envied by the enemy, fell into siege, and was hacked to death. When he was an emperor, he governed the world, and the country was stable and peaceful, but he also attracted a counterattack from the noble families. So he was assassinated by the immortal master one night. Constantly changing identities. Sometimes the time is very short, only 3 to 5 years. Sometimes the time is very long, spanning several decades. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Changing identities is mainly to experience the world, but the cultivation is also steadily improving. 80 years ago, he entered the 9th level of the nascent soul. 60 years ago, he received the earth soul. Now, he can receive the heaven soul. But Xuanji still feels safe. In contrast, Xuanji is still stuck at the half-step transformation of the spirit, and there is still a certain risk in receiving the heaven soul. In a flash, Xuanji left. The imperial robe on his body disappeared, and he was no longer the emperor. The phoenix hairpin on Xuanji's head disappeared, and the phoenix robe disappeared, and she was no longer the queen. Xuanji, where are you going this time? Xuanji asked. Be yourself, and become a real swordsman. Xuanji patted the long sword at his waist and said lightly, I haven't practiced swordsmanship for a long time in these years, and my swordsmanship is a little rusty. Xuanji nodded and said, I listen to you. Xuanji touched the long sword and said leisurely, I feel that my opportunity is coming soon. At most 100 years, I can impact the transformation of the spirit. Xuanji's words were full of envy. You are really a genius. Too fast. 100 years later, it will only be less than 1,300 years old. A 1,300-year-old incarnation is a bit too young. Xuanji looked at this Taoist companion. Her aptitude was still outstanding. She might not be as good as him, but she was also first class among the incarnations. However, she was still stuck at the half-step incarnation. It was more of a problem of state of mind. Zia, you are almost there. You just lack confidence in yourself. Many times, don't think too much, just do it according to your feelings, and it will be very good and perfect. Xuanji nodded. The golden light flashed, and the two disappeared. Finally, they settled in a mountain city. The mountain city has beautiful scenery and simple folk customs. After entering the mountain city, the people coming in and out exuded leisure and comfort. Xuanji carried a long sword on his back, holding Xuanji's hand, entered the city, rented a small courtyard, and settled here. Seal all the cultivation, just turn into a mortal, and urge the long sword to chop and kill. Swish. The long sword is changing. Xuanji urges the long sword, and the wind is ringing, as if flying in the wind. Sweep, chop, flick, cut, plunder, hold, chop, and thrust. The 8 methods are changing. Simple and fierce. This is different from swordsmanship. Swordsmanship pays attention to the change of skills and the weirdness and changeability, but the knife method is open and closed, like a flood sweeping, like the fluctuation of the tide. The knife is the courage of all weapons, mainly chopping, fierce and decisive, using force to break the trick. The knife method pays attention to the force and momentum, opening and closing, few changes and fierce power. When the long knife is used, it is often 2 or 3 moves to kill the enemy, or fall into a disadvantageous situation, and there is absolutely no such thing as a protracted battle. After practicing the knife, Yaoshu and Jinxie took a yin and yang rest, to make up for their lack of origin. In the creation of yin and yang, the two enjoyed the happiness of taking a rest, and enjoyed it, which was wonderful. Woo woo woo. At the beginning, the blade was fierce and domineering, but gradually the blade changed, like a ghost crying. The knife became sharper, and the lethality was amazingly improved, but correspondingly, the endurance was also declining. Seeing him waving his long sword, most of the children left in fear. Only one child looked at this scene with a dull look and envy in his eyes. This big brother, with a beautiful sister, settled here. He must be a hero. Envy flashed in the child's eyes. In the tea house, he had heard blind people telling stories in which heroes acted chivalrous and righteously, beheaded corrupt officials, beheaded bad guys and evil thieves, and had beautiful women fall in love with them. After hearing this, the boy was full of envy. But if you want to join a martial arts hall, you need to spend a lot of money. The family is short of financial resources and can't afford to join a martial arts hall. Swish. Retracting the long sword, Xuanji was about to return to the courtyard. The child stepped forward and said, "Big brother, are you a knight? I heard that a strong knight can defeat dozens of people by himself and act chivalrous." Xuanji smiled and said, "I'm not a knight. A knight must first have a chivalrous spirit, but does he have a chivalrous spirit? Sorry, he doesn't. He has no chivalrous spirit, but is just a sophisticated utilitarian. In his previous life, when he traveled through time, martial arts had died, and there was only selfishness. Later, even hot-blooded fantasy died, and there was only daily lying." The child asked curiously, "Big brother, you can fight 10 people with your sword. Why aren't you a knight?" Xuanji laughed and said, "You can only fight and kill. You can only show off your strength and be violent. You are a thug at that time, and you are a gangster. Only when you have chivalry in your heart, you can help the poor and the weak. This is chivalry. Sacrificing your life for the country, seeing death as returning home, saving the people from fire and water. This is the spirit of chivalry. As for me, I'm not worthy of being called a hero." The child said disappointedly, "So, big brother is not a hero." Xuanji said, "The hero is dead. There are only dictators. Go back. Take care of your family, and don't dream of being a hero. There are no heroes in the world now." Walking in the mortal world for nearly 100 years, he has seen all kinds of people, countless swindlers, countless despicable and shameless. Most of them make friends for profit and separate for profit, but there is no hero. Going forward and touching the child's head, Xuanji thought of Lufan, Luzian, etc. At that time, he was walking outside. By the time he got home, his 2 sons were already in their 30s, and they could no longer touch his head. It was quite a pity. The child in front of him fulfilled his wish. Later, Xuanji returned to the courtyard. The next day, Xuanji was outside the courtyard again, drawing his sword and dancing. The long sword was like splashing water. The children were playing around, clapping their hands and singing nursery rhymes, playing with the mud on the ground. It was playing house again. You were the mother, I was the father, you were the daughter-in-law, and I was the husband. They were having fun playing with each other, and the child was also playing among them, but after playing for a while, he just stood aside and watched him dance with the sword. Then, the child took a branch from the side, trimmed it simply, and started to dance with the sword like him. The other children also came forward to learn to dance with the sword. Then, holding the branch, humming and haha, they began to fight each other. Xuanji's expression did not change, and he continued to dance with the long sword. The long sword was changing. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords, and danced until the moment of 10,000 swords, and then he called it a day and went home. In this way, Xuanji followed one day after another, and in the blink of an eye, another year passed. The children began to grow up, and the children became teenagers. They no longer clapped their hands, and sang nursery rhymes, no longer played in the mud, and no longer went to school. Some began to go to private schools, some became apprentices, some went to farm, and some did other things. Only the children were still learning to practice swords here, and the long swords also changed from branches in the past to wooden swords. The wooden swords were only as long as arms. The teenagers danced, and their swordsmanship was not standard. It was just Xuanji's random slashing. On this day, Xuanji looked at this scene, shook his head, took a long sword, and threw it over, saying, "Your sword practice is actually wrong. Take this sword, use all your strength, chop on the wooden stake, and chop it 3,000 times in a row. Thank you, teacher." The teenager was happy, took the bronze long sword, and began to chop the wooden stake. Xuanji still had a gloomy face, without any extra words, neither agreeing nor opposing. Many things seem simple, but they are so simple that almost many people can't do it. Holding a bronze long knife, chopping a wooden stake 3,000 times with all your strength may seem simple, but it is not easy at all in actual operation. Assuming that you chop once every 2 seconds, it takes 6,000 seconds. That is, chopping a wooden stake for 2 hours continuously. If you take a break in the middle and add physical exertion, the time will be longer. On the first day, the boy chopped the wooden stake 3,000 times, but it took 6 hours. On the second day, the time was decreasing. In this way, entering the simple and boring chopping of wooden stakes, it was very boring and very boring. The boy's arms were numb, and he wanted to give up several times, but he still persisted. One of his playmates went to the store as an apprentice. He emptied the chamber pot for the master chef for 3 consecutive years, and worked for free for 5 years, before he was accepted as a disciple. If he couldn't even bear this test, how could he be qualified to learn the swordsmanship of the hero? The boy gritted his teeth, and continued to persist. But after only 10 days, his arms were swollen and painful. But the boy still didn't give up, and continued to persist. The boy's mother, watching this scene, was secretly worried, and came to the door with gifts. Back in the courtyard, Xuanji and Xuanji were in love, and just when they were about to have sex, they heard a knock on the door, and a soft female voice came. "Is Mr. Lu here?" Knocked 3 times in a row. Xuanji blushed, stood up, and put away her clothes. Xuanji also tidied up, and opened the courtyard door. At the door, stood a woman in white, dignified and virtuous, but with a trace of sadness and vigilance in her eyes. Seeing the door open, the woman in white was startled and stepped back. But thinking of the child, she mustered up the courage to step forward and enter the courtyard. "Who are you?" Xuanji frowned and asked. Xuanji stepped forward and said, "Husband, she is the neighbor next door." "Neighbor?" Xuanji frowned slightly. The woman in white said, "I'm the mother of Xiao Shitao. My Shitao is a little naughty. Sorry to bother you, sir." When she spoke, she tried to stay calm, but a trace of fear flashed across her expression. Little Stone, young and ignorant, listened to many storytellings and thought there were heroes, and heroes were chivalrous and righteous, fighting against violence, and protecting the good. But now that she is older, she knows that there are no heroes in the world. There are only bandits who break into houses, rob, rape, and plunder, and do all kinds of evil. The man in front of her can't be a bandit. If he is a bandit, She won't be insulted by this man and lose her innocence when she enters here. She thought to herself that she still has some beauty, and if this man attacks her, she can only endure it for little stone. But after entering the courtyard, looking at this handsome bandit, her heart can't help but pounding, secretly regretful. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. Looking at the beautiful sister again, a trace of sadness flashed across her, ashamed. She has some beauty, but this sister is stunningly beautiful. She is so far behind. With such a beautiful sister in front of her, she should not look down on a woman like her. It's okay. It's just a small matter. To test the jade, it has to be burned for 3 days, and to identify the material, it has to wait for 7 years. This is a test for him, and also a training for him. Xuanji said, if you can pass the test, you can become a swordsman. If not, you should go to be an apprentice to support your family. Thank you very much, sir, said the woman in white, handing over a basket of peaches, and said, these are some small gifts, not a token of respect, sir. Please accept them for now. I know you don't care about these. Xuanji looked at Xuanji first, and said leisurely, Zia, accept it. Xuanji stepped forward to take the basket, smiled and asked, what is your name, sister? The woman in white said shyly, my name is Zhao Jua. Jua, if you have free time, you can walk around more. Sister understands. After talking for a while, the woman in white nodded and left. The door closed. Xuanji said thoughtfully, Xuanji, what do you think of this girl? Xuanji said, no feeling. Xuanji said, Xuanji, she is a water type spiritual root, and a genius in cultivation. It's a pity that for some reason, she was left out, did not embark on the path of cultivation, and married as a woman, and turned into yellow earth in a few decades. But even if she didn't embark on the path of cultivation, she could still be beautiful, and surpass ordinary people with the nourishment of the spiritual root. Xuanji said, so what? If he was in the purple mansion realm, he would cultivate the spiritual root well, but now he is a Yuanying great cultivator, and he is only one step away from entering the god transformation realm. The so-called spiritual root, in his eyes, is nothing more than that. Xuanji said, Zhao Yua got married and gave birth to a child, but her husband died of illness 3 years ago, and she raised the child alone. If the husband is interested, he can take her as a concubine, which is her good fortune. The world of cultivating immortals advocates multiple marriages and multiple births, marrying many wives and concubines, and giving birth to many offspring. This has nothing to do with morality, but with survival. The reason why the human race cannot beat the demon race is that their fertility is not as good as that of the demon race. Human cultivators give birth to 1 child a year, and many female cultivators give birth to 4 or 5 children, which is considered a heroic mother. But rat demons give birth to several children a year, with several children in each birth, giving birth to dozens of children a year, and giving birth to tens of thousands of children in their lifetime. Even the White Tiger clan, the Golden Crow clan, and other seeds with poor fertility have to give birth to hundreds of children in their lifetime. In terms of fertility, the human race is particularly poor, which is one of the reasons why the human race cannot beat the demon race. Xuanji smiled and said, it's better not to, I'm not in the mood. Xuanji smiled and persuaded again, there will be plenty of time in the future, and they can take it slowly. Leaving the courtyard, Zhao Yua was uneasy in her heart, but also relieved. She was shallow in knowledge, but not stupid at all. This knight was wearing luxurious clothes, and there was no stitch at all. His speech and temperament were so luxurious that even some noble sons were not as good as him. This is not a big thief, but a legendary immortal master. The immortal master is immortal, can fly with a sword, and can roam freely. The emperor has to kneel down to pay homage to the immortal master. Only such an existence can have such a noble aura. This person is the immortal master. Can he be interested in Zhao Shitao? Zhao Yua said worriedly. In the past, she was also a noble lady. Later, she married a son of a noble family and lived a comfortable life. After her husband died, she was ostracized by her family and moved here. She lived a rich life, but she wanted to let Zhao Shitao go to the martial arts hall to learn martial arts, but the money was a little insufficient. She returned home in trepidation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Achievement of Divine Transformation, Innate Key. After waking up the next day, Xuanji continued to practice swordplay. Later, the young man appeared, holding a bronze longsword, and began to chop wood stakes. Xuanji took a look, just nodded, and continued to practice swordplay. What is success? Success is to make simple things not simple. Many things seem simple, but it is very difficult, or even impossible, to persist for 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years. If Xiao Shitao can chop wood stakes continuously for 3 years, he will accept Xiao Shitao as his apprentice. Swish. Xuanji urged the long sword, and the long sword was dancing, slashing, and killing. Abandoning the tricks, and changing the method, there is only simplicity. Between the changes in the swordplay, Xuanji's mood is getting more and more relaxed, and his body is getting more and more free and easy. The key is surging, and he can sense the traces of the heavenly soul above the 9 heavens. The heavenly soul is quite powerful, and it is quite difficult to guide the heavenly soul. Moreover, the more powerful the cultivator is, the more powerful the heavenly soul is, and the more difficult it is to guide it. At this moment, Xuanji's mind moved, and he suddenly felt the best time to receive the heavenly soul. He disappeared and went 100,000 miles away. Then, he was already 100,000 meters in the sky. Xuanji urged his breath, and his nascent soul was changing, attracting the heavenly soul. The void was making a violent sound, and streams of clear air were surging. The void seemed to be about to explode, and it was dark. There were terrifying creatures wriggling inside, as if they were going to break the restrictions of the 2 worlds, and descend into the human world. But at the moment of descending, there was a huge resistance, preventing the descending. Human beings are in the world, and there are 3 souls of heaven, earth, and life. The heavenly soul returns to the 9 heavens, the earthly soul returns to the 9 netherworlds, only the human soul returns to oneself. To impact the transformation of the spirit, you have to receive the 2 souls of heaven and earth down, return them to the nascent soul, and the 3 souls will merge into one, and evolve into the primordial spirit. This step stumped many nascent soul cultivators. Among 100 nascent soul cultivators, not one may be able to do this step. Receiving the heavenly soul is quite dangerous. Most of them had to stay in the family, using the family formation to resist the strong enemy, so as not to be destroyed by the outside enemy. But when the opportunity came, Xuanji had no time to choose a place. 33 days of creation art. Pure yang art. Yin-yang transformation. Xuanji activated the 3 major techniques at the same time. The 3 major techniques were in operation, and the 33 days of strange phenomena appeared behind him. There were gods emerging in it, including fairies, gods, blue dragons, demons, big monsters, fairy kings, unicorns, etc. Many strange phenomena flashed out and dissipated. The pure yang sun rose again, like a white sun, shining on everything, and all the darkness dissipated. Yin-yang transformation was in operation again, and the black and white key were rising and changing, evolving the mystery of yin and yang. Under the blessing of the 3 major techniques, the nascent soul was surging violently, turning into a huge force, pulling the supreme existence in the void. Crack, crack. It seemed to be pulled to the extreme, and the void made a violent sound, and then exploded. As the void exploded, countless clear air flowed out. As the clear air flowed, the ceiling in the void was condensing. Under the protection of many clear airs, a tall shadow loomed, similar to him in appearance, like his shadow. This was his heavenly soul. Receive. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and the heavenly soul descended and merged into the nascent soul. After the nascent soul absorbed the earth soul and the heavenly soul, its form changed dramatically, turning into black and white, constantly fluctuating and changing, evolving the birth and death of all things. The nascent soul was undergoing a drastic transformation, gradually transforming into the primordial spirit. Crack, crack. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky condensed and poured down continuously. There were thunder and lightning condensing, heavenly fire gathering, heavenly demons evolving, and Yama being born and dying. Many calamities gathered together, constantly changing and evolving many mysteries. Just when the calamity evolved to the extreme, the thunder and lightning of destruction blasted down. Lightning turned into a golden thunderball, which turned into a desperate destruction, annihilating the life of the monks. Xuanji waved his hand and punched out, and the calamity dissipated. Crack. With the sound of thunder, there was a sky fire annihilating and destroying everything. Xuanji urged the pure yang immortal aura, and the aura was surging violently, like a stirring millstone, annihilating the calamity, absorbing the power of the calamity, and making up for its own loss. The calamity is a calamity, but it is also a good fortune. Boom boom boom. The calamity came down again, wave after wave. The sky fire was burning, the thunder calamity was surging, and there were demons walking in it, as well as human-shaped lightning, void forbidden methods, etc. Many calamities attacked continuously, as if the powerful gods were attacking. Under such a calamity, people feel that they are on the verge of death. At the beginning, Xuanji could still deal with it calmly, but gradually it became a bit difficult. The calamity is much stronger than imagined. The higher the Tao, the higher the devil. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the calamity. As the calamity surged, Xuanji walked in it, evolving many killing moves, and his sword skills were like heavenly punishment, fighting and evolving into endless destruction. A month later, the calamity dissipated. The nascent soul completely transformed into the primordial spirit, and Xuanji also entered the realm of transformation. Finally, I have transformed into a spirit. Xuanji sensed his own changes. On the palm of his hand, the mana was surging, which could be transformed into rivers, mountains, civil engineering, clothes, etc., and the mana had a sense of reality. When he was a nascent soul, the mana gave people a sense of illusion. After the transformation of the spirit, it evolved into reality. It was again the extraction of spiritual energy, which condensed on the palm of his hand, constantly compressed, and constantly changed its material structure, and finally turned into a piece of top-grade spiritual stone. The palm pushed out to the void, but it made a buzzing sound. The power was much higher than before. Now one strand of mana could defeat 10 strands of mana. The gap between nascent soul and transformation of the soul was too big. A dozen giant and cultivators joined forces to kill a nascent soul, but hundreds of nascent soul cultivators joined forces, but were easily killed by transformation of the soul. In a flash, Xuanji disappeared. A moment later, he returned to the mountain city. Seeing the changes in Xuanji, Jinzi was shocked and said, "You have entered the transformation of the soul." "Yes." Xuanji smiled. Jinzi said, "Congratulations, you have achieved the transformation of the soul." There was congratulations, and a hint of bitterness. At this moment, this person had completely surpassed her. "Zia, you will soon be able to enter the transformation of the soul. You have to believe in yourself." Xuanji stepped forward, held her hand, and said affectionately. Jinzi smiled and said, "I hope so." But the next moment, her mouth was blocked. In the midst of happiness and shyness, she subconsciously closed her eyes, and fell into the deliciousness. Resistance became weak, the body became light, and she fell into a dream, immersed in it, and unable to extricate herself. On the bed, the clothes were taken off, and the two faced each other calmly. Any word seemed redundant, only this kind of real contact was real. The yin and yang were flowing, and with the help of the double rest method, Xuanji infused the perception of the transformation of the spirit in the life energy of the transformation of the spirit into her body, as if the earth, water, wind, and fire were surging, and the yuan yin was trembling slightly, and the heavenly soul was let down, and merged into the yuan yin. The yuan yin was transforming, and gradually moving towards the yuan shan. Jinzi only felt a blank in her mind. It is not difficult to enter the transformation of the spirit, but why is it so easy for her? There is no time to think about it, just feel that the yuan-shan is changing, and the magic power is running according to the new chapter. The 33 heavens are surrounded, obscuring the perception of the heavenly secrets, and the heavenly calamity cannot be sensed, and it is difficult to bring down the calamity. At this moment, another wisp of innate energy fell, and the soul swallowed it between breaths. The soul began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. After reaching the stage of transformation, Xuanji felt all kinds of discomfort, as if the world was filthy, and had a slight rejection of the world. This rejection was due to the incompatibility of spiritual energy. After reaching the stage of transformation, cultivators need to absorb innate spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. But in today's era, most areas are dominated by acquired spiritual energy, which is harmful to cultivators. If cultivators want to improve their cultivation, they can only go to a few blessed places, or absorb the innate spiritual energy contained in the top grade spiritual stones. Snap. Snap. As the top grade spiritual stones were refined, the innate spiritual energy began to be replenished into her body. The soul grew rapidly, while swallowing and exhaling spiritual energy. At the same time, it also caused her body to change drastically up and down. Her cultivation began to grow steadily, and her breath became more intense. As he continued to inhale and exhale the innate spiritual energy, Xuanji's cultivation became more and more stable, gradually breaking the shackles of life, extending his lifespan invisibly, and his body became extremely pure and agile, which was in perfect harmony with the technique. In silence, the dragon and the phoenix rose up, and the two were entangled together. The mind and the spirit were connected, and the magic power was integrated together. Suddenly, a stream of black air was also squeezed out, and disappeared into the void. These impurities are hidden in the body. If there is no great opportunity, it is difficult to squeeze them out. With the help of the changes of yin and yang, they can be squeezed out abruptly, completing a transformation of life. Xuanji's skin is crystal clear, like top grade white jade, with a faint pressure surging, and the foundation is more solid. After a long time, Xuanji came out of retreat. Xuanji took back the 33 days treasure, and the key was immediately aroused, and the heavenly tribulation condensed. Xuanji flashed and disappeared. He went across the tribulation. It was just that with the previous solid foundation, the probability of successfully crossing the tribulation was very high. Time passed, and 3 months later, Xuanji returned. At this moment, her aura was changing, and she had entered the realm of transformation. Xuanji, thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might not be able to enter the realm of transformation. Xuanji said gratefully. You can do it without me. Xuanji smiled and said, at most 100 years, you can enter the realm of transformation. I just accelerated the progress. Xuanji said, the transformation of the spirit is successful, we should leave. Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry, don't rush, we still need to consolidate our foundation here, and there is a cave world, we practice there, it's the same. In the past, Xuanji obtained the cave bead, but he just regarded it as a medicine garden, which was not very useful for the time being. But after reaching the realm of transformation, he understood the significance of it. He could use the cave bead to lock the innate spiritual energy and turn it into a supreme blessed land. Chapter 541 Farewell and Departure. Feeling the changes in her body, Xuanji's mind was a little dazed. She also entered the God transformation. I entered the God transformation just like that. I thought it was extremely difficult to enter the God transformation. Even if you enter the God transformation, you will encounter heavenly tribulations, human tribulations, life tribulations, and constant tribulations. You may fall into the tribulations at any time, but who would have thought that the tribulations passed so easily? Xuanji sighed. Life tribulations and human tribulations have never appeared. Xuanji waved his hand and said calmly, we are crossing the tribulation in the heartland of Chu. Those human god transformations wish to have more god transformations to share the pressure, so they will naturally not become our human tribulations. As for those demon god transformations, do they dare to come to the territory of Chu privately? They dare not at all. As for the life tribulations, with the revival of spiritual energy and the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, the suppression of the god transformation has also been reduced a lot. In the past, it took 10 levels of strength to become a god transformation, but now it only takes 7 points of strength to become a god transformation. The life tribulations do not exist. The tribulations have not dissipated, but are constantly accumulating, and at a certain moment they will burst out completely. Xuanji looked intently, but saw that above Xuanji's head dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the black calamity was gathering, condensing but not dispersing. as if it would turn into a great calamity and descend at some point in the future. With the help of the mirror, he also saw a dark mass above his head, which was also a calamity gathering, and would evolve into a death calamity. Not long ago, he had survived the calamity, and became a divine transformation cultivator. It seemed that he was safe and sound, without any danger or disturbance, but this did not mean safety, but rather that the calamity in the future would be unprecedentedly huge. Xuanji said, "Since you have become a divine transformation, it is useless to stay in the mountain city, so you might as well leave." Xuanji looked into the distance and said leisurely, "Don't worry, don't worry. Don't be impatient. Do things from beginning to end. It is a mistake to be too obsessed with the goal and ignore the process. It is just right to take advantage of this period of peace to consolidate our foundation and stabilize our cultivation." Xuanji said, "Xuanji, I listen to you." In this way, the two continued to live in the mountain city, leisurely and comfortable. The cultivation is sealed, but outsiders do not know that there are two great masters of the transformation of spirits living in seclusion in the mountain city. Day after day, month after month, as time passes, Xuanji is consolidating his foundation, honing his cultivation, tempering his magic power, and making his magic power more refined. At the same time, he is honing and comprehending the divine will. In the early stage of transformation of spirits, he has comprehended the divine will of the mortal world, the divine will of the pure yang, the divine will of withering and flourishing, the divine will of the 33 heavens, the divine will of yin and yang, etc. But he is only broad but not deep, and his future is limited. The way of cultivation is to learn to give up, abandon the divine will of withering and flourishing, and focus on the four divine wills of the mortal world, the divine will of the 33 heavens, the divine will of yin and yang, and the divine will of the pure yang. The divine will of the pure yang is derived from the physique, and is most suitable for oneself. The divine will of the mortal world can keep the mind pure, not be eroded by the way of heaven, and lose oneself. The divine will of the 33 heavens is domineering, and can suppress everything. As for the divine will of yin and yang, it operates and coordinates the other divine wills to maintain their harmony and stability. He was refining the 33 heavens treasure again, trying to upgrade it to the 6th grade, but the mana, blood, divine materials, etc. consumed were all huge. After reaching the stage of transformation, the speed of cultivation becomes slower, and it takes 500 years to upgrade a small realm. If there are some bottlenecks in the middle, it may take 5,000 years to reach the peak of transformation. If you are seriously injured and delay your cultivation or other factors, it will take longer. After the transformation of the spirit, you must not only improve your mana, but also refine your divine will and upgrade your divine will from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. When your divine will reaches the 1st grade, it means that your divine will is perfect. When your divine will is perfect, you are qualified to break the void, and the sword divine will transforms into a law, and enters the realm of refining the void. This will take a long time to polish. Among 300 transformation of the spirit cultivators, not one may become a great master of refining the void. Xuanji sighed. The road to cultivation is like climbing a peak. The later it is, the more bumpy and difficult it is. I once thought that becoming a god is to reach the peak, but after careful calculation, I was poured a basin of cold water. The practice after the transformation of the spirit is more difficult and dangerous than before the transformation of the spirit. It is easier to go crazy and die. After the transformation of the spirit, 2 points need to be focused on. One is the long accumulation of mana, which takes a long time. It takes an average of 500 years to upgrade a small realm. The other is the improvement of the divine will. The divine will must be perfected, which is an extreme test of the cultivator's understanding. Fortunately, he has the cave sky bead, which can absorb the innate spiritual energy, and the speed is much faster. His understanding is also top notch, which is rare in Shu state, which also speeds up the progress. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, Xuanji used the cave sky bead to transform a trace of acquired spiritual energy into innate spiritual energy, and then infused it into the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit absorbs the innate spiritual energy, it continues to temper it, and then refines and absorbs it later, part of which tempers the spirit in spirit, and part of which tempers the mana. Just like water dripping through a stone, the cultivation is slowly improving. In this process, you can't be impatient, and you can't delusionally speed up. The more impatient you are, the more likely you are to go crazy and fall into a disaster. Among the human cultivators, the mana of the early Chindan stage is 100 Jiazi, the mana of the early Yuanying stage is 1000 Jiazi, and the mana of the Huashan stage is 10,000 Jiazi. The stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the mana, the easier it is to lose control, and the easier it is to go crazy. It's like a general commanding 100 soldiers, which is very easy. Commanding 1000 soldiers, the difficulty is increasing. Commanding 10,000 soldiers, the difficulty is doubled. Commanding 100,000 soldiers, 1 million soldiers, etc. The difficulty is even hell level, and it is an extreme test of the general's command ability. Similarly, after the Huashan stage, the mana of the cultivator is at least 10,000 Jiazi. If you control it, it is certainly a huge mana, but if you lose control, it is also very easy to go crazy and fall into a deadly disaster. He now has 30,000 Jiazi of mana, which is very powerful, but also more dangerous. The Huashan cultivator will not act easily, although there is a color of cherishing life, but every time the Huashan takes action, it is also in danger of losing control of the mana. Many people who have attained the state of mind must cultivate their character, not be impatient or impatient, and avoid extreme joy or sorrow, because those who have a bad state of mind may be taken advantage of by the inner demon, fall into the devil, and die from losing control of their magic power. Time passed, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The boy of the past gradually grew up, and for 3 consecutive years, he did not miss a single day, and chopped the wood stakes 3,000 times in a row. "Sir, I did it," said the boy, who was now 11 years old. "Very good, your perseverance is acceptable." Xuanji said, "You have no spiritual roots, and are destined to be immortal, but for me, these are nothing. I will teach you a method. How you practice depends on your luck." With a finger, a method was passed over. Innate creation skill. This method comes from the state of Qi. When you practice to a certain level, it can give mortal spiritual roots. The difficulty is very low in the early stage, and very high in the later stage. But when it comes to the 6th level, Xuanji can't deduce it anymore. After a long time, Xiao Shitao opened his eyes, and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, making a thumping sound on the ground. "Thank you, master, for teaching me. Go," Xuanji said. Xiao Shitao was happy, comprehending the Xiantian creation technique, practicing the secrets of the technique, moving Qi in blood, to enhance the source of life. Xuanji smiled, took out some low-level pills, and began to let Xiao Shitao take them. Without the support of pills, this set of martial arts techniques would be difficult to sustain. "Congratulations, sister, your husband has decided to accept Xiao Shitao as his apprentice." On the attic, there were 2 women standing, one of whom was elegant and graceful, and it was Xuanji. Xuanji was peerless and smiling, but her smile contained a hint of ridicule. She was not wearing any makeup, wearing a red dress with golden cloud patterns and a golden belt around her waist. There was a bright red flame painted between her eyebrows, which was proud and sharp. Her long black hair was scattered on her shoulders, her limbs were well proportioned and slender, and her figure was plump and attractive. Her black hair was tied up in a high bun, and a golden hairpin with 8 treasures gleamed brightly. Her bright red lips were slightly raised, white as snow, red as fire, bright and eye-catching. She was wearing a bright yellow luo skirt, and a green silk ribbon tied around her waist, which showed her graceful figure. She wandered in front of the mirror, showing all kinds of charm. Xiao Yue smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words, sister." Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not a kind word, but Xiao Shitao's perseverance is really good, and it's worth cultivating. As for sister, it's a pity. She has a natural spiritual root, and had the opportunity to embark on the road of cultivating immortals, but because of the delay, there was no hope. However, she still has hope after meeting me. I will also teach you a set of exercises." Xuanji pointed a finger and a message came. This set of exercises is called Shulingjing, which can be practiced all the way to the Chindan realm. It has no advantages. The only advantage is that it is easy to get started, easy to understand, and fast to practice. Zhao Yue said gratefully, "Thank you, sister." Junzi said, "It's just a small thing, but how do you feel about my husband? If you like him, I can help you. If you don't like him, forget it. But after this departure, I don't know how long it will take for us to meet again." Zhao Yue was silent for a moment and said, "Sister, how can I forget that you are so good at matchmaking?" "Thank you, sister." Junzi said, "Forget it, since you don't want to, we are not destined to be together. Just don't think too much." Zhao Yue said, "Sister, I'm sorry." Junzi said, "I understand the Shuling Sutra. What's puzzling?" Zhao Yue said, "Sister, why do you have to go through this meridian, friends, and acupoints change? Why do you have to do this?" Junzi responded, "But the relationship is much more indifferent." 3 days later, Lu Xuanji left. Before leaving, he left a storage bag for his apprentice. In the storage bag, there are some spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, and some token guards. All kinds of items stacked together are only 300,000 spiritual stones. I dare not give too much, as the saying goes, a man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Many times, giving too much will encourage some people's laziness. "Husband, let's go." Junzi said, "I originally planned to take Zhao Jue to be your concubine, but unfortunately she was hesitant." "No, she is not hesitant, but waiting for the price." Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "You don't think that all women will fall in love with you, my husband, unconditionally after seeing each other once? I can only say that I think too much. Many times, when female cultivators see me, the first thing they see is how much money I have in my pocket. The second is that they see my huge potential, and the third is that I'm young and handsome. There is no such thing as love at first sight in the world. It is more about love at first sight. In the previous life, rich men had to be charming, but in this life, cultivators with cultivation and spirit stones are also charming. Ningzhu, Hangfu and others are willing to follow him, more because they see his amazing cultivation, great future prospects, and extremely young. Fang Liuli recognized him as her master, because she was moved by his lavish spending, and saw a bright future. Even Su Haitang, a great master of the void refining realm, asked if we could get married. She saw his amazing potential, and was qualified to be his Taoist partner, or she would repay him for saving her life in the next life. Junzi frowned and said, "Waiting for a price. What are you estimating?" Lu Xuanji smiled, shook his head and said, "In terms of cultivation, Zia, you are very strong, but in terms of human relationships, your understanding of people's hearts is far worse. Zhao Jue can't figure out our details, so she wants to wait for a price. But Zia, you are too impatient." Junzi thought carefully and recalled the scene of their conversation. He suddenly realized and said, "What a pity." "Yes, what a pity." Lu Xuanji said, "After all, the way of thinking of cultivators like me is different from that of mortals. When mortals talk, they often test each other, step by step, and then they will show their cards. But cultivators are different. When encountering things, they are straightforward. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. There will be tests, but they won't waste too much time. Cultivators have limited time, and most of it is spent on cultivation. They don't have time to practice Take-I. Compared with mortals, cultivators are obviously much worse in IQ and human relationships. It's not that cultivators have low IQs, but that cultivators are too lazy to use their IQ to solve problems. Especially low IQ gives people the impression of being naive, so Zhao Yue also stepped up her probing. But she didn't expect that you would stop playing. Junzi sighed, "Damn it, I treated her as my own sister, but she tested me in many ways and lacked sincerity." Lu Xuanji said, "This is different. She is a widow and a mortal woman. If she wasn't smart, she would have been eaten up long ago. Born in the mortal world, she has to protect herself. Can you expect her to be honest and open-hearted to a neighbor she has only known for a few years?" Junzi frowned and said, "Mortals have so many thoughts." Lu Xuanji looked at Junzi first and said, "Cultivators can't have too many thoughts. If they have too many thoughts, their minds will be impure and their cultivation will be difficult to improve. But mortals must have many thoughts. This is a lot of survival." He had seen many women, from Yi Fixu, Yi Wanyi, Tianlong, Jinzi, and the most powerful Suhaitang, all of whom were innocent and naive. But because they were innocent and naive, did he dare to bully them and plot against them? He dared not. In the previous life, the female fighters seemed strong, but they lacked economic independence and were dependent on men, so the so-called resistance was weak. But these female cultivators practiced Qi and cultivated the truth, and their cultivation was strong, and they were as good as men, who would not respect them, who would not be afraid of them, and who would dare to plot against them. The sharp sword was enough to make many conspiracies retreat. Chapter 542 Blood Got Good. The trip to the mountain city is just an episode in life. The two people encountered insignificant storms on their way to cultivating immortals. They just talked for a while and then forgot about it. They are all powerful gods with a lifespan of 5,000 years in one life and 10,000 years in two lives. If other longevity pills, spiritual fruits, etc. are added, they can live at least 15,000 years. But even if Xiaoyu has a natural spiritual root, even if she becomes a golden elixir, her lifespan is only 1,000 years, and if she is a Yuanying, it is only 4,000 years. The difference in lifespan is enough to make many cultivators become passers-by. God transforming cultivators rarely interact with low-level cultivators, and rarely become friends. It is not that the God transforming cultivators are proud and look down on the lower level cultivators, but the difference in lifespan is a bit large. Maybe the God transforming cultivators just take a nap and retreat once, and those friends of the low level cultivators will run out of lifespan and die on the spot. At that time, they will be sad and cry. It is better to be distant from the beginning and not establish corresponding feelings. Ruthlessness is not cold-blooded, but just not wanting to get hurt. Jinzi asked, "Husband, what are your plans?" Xuanji looked into the distance and thought, "I haven't been home for a long time. I miss home. I don't know how things are going at home. Let's go home." Jinzi looked at him and nodded. "That's right." The golden light flashed, and the two disappeared. Just walking, Xuanji stopped and fell to a city on the ground. There was no trace of human habitation in this city. It was an empty city. The city was extremely empty, and no humans were walking. After observing carefully again, he found that the teapot was still hot, the rice and food in the pot were still warm, and there were many street stalls, but no stall owners. Closing his eyes, Xuanji sensed with his mind. Suddenly, a picture appeared. In the picture, a red-robed monk appeared in the void. His face was covered by fog and his original appearance could not be seen clearly. A gourd appeared on his palm. The gourd opened its mouth, and the humans were taken into the gourd and disappeared. There were 4 big characters engraved on the gourd. Blood got good. There are demons at work. The gourd has devoured 100,000 mortal cultivators. The means are cruel. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Xuanji's eyes. Following the breath perception, he went forward. Soon, he encountered another city, but the people in this city were walking, hawking, and some were eating. It was lively and safe. This city was not affected. His footsteps flashed, and he fell into the vicinity of a village, but the population of this village was completely missing. As for other farmlands, houses, etc., there was no damage. His footsteps flashed, the golden light was changing, and he came to another city, but it was still peaceful and tranquil here, without any damage. But after advancing 100 miles, he saw a family of immortal cultivators disappear. This family of immortal cultivators had more than 1,000 cultivators, 3 purple mansion cultivators, and more than 30 foundation building cultivators who continued to die mysteriously disappeared. He went forward again, and after tracking for 1,000 miles, he saw another mountain city become empty, and the population disappeared. Following the breath perception, Xuanji kept chasing, but his expression became more and more cruel, and the murderous intent was gathering. Along the way, many cities, mountain villages, or semi-mortal cultivation families, the population disappeared inexplicably. They were separated by a distance, and there were some citizen families in the middle that were not looted. The red monk was like an old farmer, walking quickly everywhere, harvesting crops, and entering the gourd. Jinzi on the side followed closely behind, but his expression was solemn, and a trace of worry flashed across his face. On the road of cultivating immortals, the higher the realm, the more taboo the cause and effect, and the less killing. The Chu state also formulated various laws to protect the interests of mortals. Most cultivators abide by the rules and will not kill mortals wantonly. Who is it? Swish. The two people flashed and followed. In an instant, a red monk appeared in front of him, holding a gourd in his hand. The gourd opened its mouth, and countless mortals were absorbed into the gourd and turned into pus and blood, looking for death. Xuanji stepped forward and waved his hand to slap it out. The red monk urged the gourd, and the gourd was getting bigger, constantly resisting. But he was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul, and he could not resist the attack of the divine transformation cultivator. His body collapsed in an instant, and the nascent soul attached to it turned into a light, and was about to escape. He just wiped it out with great force. Suddenly, the nascent soul dissipated directly. The memories carried in the nascent soul were also absorbed by him. The nascent soul cultivator is very powerful, but he is as weak as a chicken in front of the divine transformation. Blood god gourd. Xuanji took the gourd, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a 6th grade spiritual treasure. The 6th grade spiritual treasure corresponds to the strong divine transformation. But because of the scarcity of materials and the difficulty of refining and manufacturing, the number of 6th grade spiritual treasures is much less than that of divine transformation cultivators. Many divine transformation cultivators, if they have a backstage, can still obtain 6th grade spiritual treasures by relying on the legacy of their predecessors. If they don't have a backstage, they can only use 5th grade spiritual treasures. It takes a long time to refine the 5th grade spiritual treasure in your hand into the 6th grade, which can be as short as 200 or 300 years, or as long as more than 1,000 years. Open the gourd, and there is a sea of blood in the gourd, with blood-colored waves rolling inside. The sea of blood is constantly rolling, and the sound of humming is heard one after another. There is a demonic sound of destruction spreading, murderous aura, death, despair, etc. Many resentments are mixed together, and the karma is overwhelming. The evil spirit is rolling and sweeping around. Just a glance, Xuanji frowned and felt uncomfortable. The soul felt a tingling sensation. In the blood god gourd, this piece of blood sea has been sacrificed and refined, and its power is quite huge. It can suppress the erosion of the monk's mana and defile the monk's magic weapon. It has great restraint on the monk. Congratulations, husband, for obtaining a 6th grade spiritual treasure. Xuanji said. It's a pity that this is a magic weapon of the sword of the devil. In order to sacrifice this magic weapon, too many cultivators were killed. It's ominous. Xuanji frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Here are the blood of tens of millions of lives, the blood of hundreds of Yuanying cultivators, and the blood of a god. So what? Xuanji smiled and said, in the world of cultivating immortals, who doesn't kill? Without killing, how can you cultivate the truth? Xuanji was speechless. Cultivators will not kill easily, but if they really start killing, they will definitely show no mercy. Killing a whole family, wiping out a whole family, everyone will do it. It's a pity. It's still ominous. Xuanji said, why not use the pure yang true fire to sacrifice it, and turn it into a spiritual treasure of the righteous way? As he said, the pure yang true fire burned. But at this moment, the blood god gourd suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of light, and absorbing him into the gourd. With a whoosh, the gourd turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Xuanji couldn't help but shout, with golden light flashing under his feet, chasing after him. But in just a few breaths, the gourd disappeared into the distance, disappearing. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Xuanji said in his heart, but at this moment, the gourd sent a huge suction force, and immediately sucked him into the gourd. In a trance, he had already appeared inside the gourd. The inside of the gourd was quite huge, and what came into view was a huge sea of blood. The area of the sea of blood was thousands of miles. The waves were rolling, the sea water was sweeping, and there were waves of destruction surging. The sea of blood was rolling, the waves were surging, and on the sea of blood stood a cultivator, an old acquaintance. The blood bat demon venerable said, Dao, we meet again. Xuanji sighed, yes, we meet again. Dao is really good at scheming, and he has put it in my gourd. And Dao is very powerful, not as weak as the rumors say. According to the rumors, the blood bat demon venerable has poor qualifications. He has entered the god transformation for more than 1,000 years, but he is still at the first level of the god transformation. His combat power is low, and he ranks at the bottom among the god transformation of the demon clan. He can only bully those with a lower realm than him. When he encounters some powerful god transformation, he often chooses to run away. But the situation in front of him is very different from the rumors. Chapter 543, Battle against the Bloodbat Demon Lord, Blood Slave Fusion. According to rumors, this Bloodbat Demon Venerable was born in an inferior race, with weak cultivation, and was extremely weak in the incarnation. But now he has shown terrifying strength, with the 3rd level of incarnation, strong blood and strong magic power. Standing on the sea of blood, he exudes waves of terrifying aura. Obviously, the Bloodbat has been hiding his strength over the years, and he has been very successful. In the eyes of many people, he is a weak existence. Xuanji's fear in his heart is increasing. The 33 heavens treasure is running, the pure yang broken sword is running, and the magic power of his body is running. He is calculating the flaws of the blood god good, and thinking about how to escape. The Bloodbat Demon Lord said, yes, in life, it is always good for yourself to keep a low profile. Letting others look down on you and despise you will always be of great benefit. In the demon clan, competition is fierce and the fighting is fierce. Many demons with outstanding talents and aptitudes did not die at the hands of humans, but at the hands of the demon clan. Back then, my Bloodbat clan was just a weak clan, and the strongest was only a giant and cultivator. It was not until I appeared that the Bloodbat clan was brought to the peak. But I still keep a low profile because the demon clan can only have 10 royal clans, which cannot accommodate my Bloodbat clan and become the 11th clan. After I became a god, I have always kept a low profile, trying my best to hide from those royal demon clan gods. Even when negotiating an agreement, I mostly sent out incarnations. Because I know that, if those royal gods have the chance, they will definitely kill me. Xuanji looked at this old scoundrel, and said with a smile, you deceived all the cultivators, and even our human race thought you were vulnerable. You took advantage of the moment, when our human race was leaving to attack our Chu state, bringing disaster to our Chu state, and even provoked a war between the human race and the demon race. For this war, the human race suffered countless losses, and the demon race suffered countless losses. You are very calculating, and play with the people of the world. The Bloodbat Demon Lord said coldly, the demon race launched a tide of beasts again and again, with a small tide every 100 years, a large tide every 300 years, and a super large tide every 1,000 years. The human race and the demon race have a blood feud, and cannot live with each other. I just provoked a fire, and gave you an excuse. Xuanji was silent. Without this person's instigation, the human race and the demon race would have fought. The calculation of the Bloodbat Demon Lord only caused the war between the human and demon races to break out ahead of time. Xuanji frowned and said, when I attained the state of godhood, I seemed the weakest, but in fact I was the most powerful, because there were several gods watching this place at that time. If the gods of the demon race took action, the gods of the human race would also take action, and then both sides would enter into a war. In a war, no one can guarantee that they will survive. It is easy to start a war, but it is very difficult to end it. No one knows whether they will die in the war. Those gods of the demon race retreated, and you had to retreat as well. But you were unwilling to give up, so you used your secret technique to control an ascent soul demon cultivator, to kill people along the way, and destroy the city, deliberately letting me find out. I chased him all the way here, killed that demon ascent soul, and the blood god good also fell into my hands. Fellow Daoist was lurking in the blood god good, preparing to launch a surprise attack on me. If I had been greedy, I would have taken the blood god good home directly, and the moment I had refined the magic weapon would have been right for you to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, I saw that you were not tempted by the treasure, and I decided to destroy the blood god good. So, fellow Daoist could not sit still, and launched a surprise attack on me. Am I right? Bloodbat Demon Lord nodded and said, fellow Daoist, you have a good mentality as you were not tempted by the treasure. I could only launch an attack in advance. But it's not too late. In the outside world, even if I wanted to defeat you, it would be too difficult to kill you. But when you entered the blood god gourd, it was like catching a turtle in a jar, and you can't escape. Fellow Daoist is only more than 1,200 years old, but you have achieved the transformation of the spirit. You can be said to be a peerless genius. If you were a little stronger, I might not be able to do anything to you. It's a pity that you have just achieved the transformation of the spirit, and this is your burial place. The body of the blood bat demon lord dissipated, but the eerie voice was lingering in the gourd. As the sound drifted, the waves of the sea of blood surged, making a humming sound. Black and red blood flowers were flying, a trace of evil spirit surged in the void, and the waves of destruction swept down, and swept directly towards Xuanji. The waves turned into shocking waves. Xuanji looked solemn, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and he had made the worst plan. The human calamity is coming. It's not that it won't come, but the time has not come. Heavenly calamity, life calamity, human calamity. After reaching the golden elixir, every time you cross a major realm, there will be a corresponding calamity. These calamities may be late, but they will not be absent. If you can get through it, your cultivation will be improved, and your luck will rise. But if you can't get through it, you will turn into ashes. The resources of heaven and earth are limited. It is impossible for all cultivators in the world to be immortal and become immortals. Only limited resources can be used to cultivate the strongest existence. With the help of human calamity, let the cultivators enter a crazy internal roll. If the speed of roll is slow, they will only die in the calamity. In the calamity, all beings are equal. Boom boom boom. The blood-colored waves swept down, bringing with them the power of corrosion, which could erode mana and defile magic weapons. Xuanji did not dare to be careless. It was because he felt danger and uneasiness in the blood waves. He was physically strong, and his body could withstand attacks from magic weapons, but he could not withstand the erosion of the blood waves. His mana and magic weapons would also be eroded by the sea of blood. Their power would drop sharply, and even go to destruction. As the exercises were running, Xuanji activated the pure Yang Dao body, and a breath of extreme Yang and strength burst out. The pure Yang power flowed rapidly in his body, evolving into white flames around his body. The pure Yang true fire was completely activated, turning into a momentum to burn everything, making a hissing sound, and the blood waves dissipated. But the waves did not stop, one after another, sweeping in, and the waves continued. Xuanji took a deep breath, and the pure Yang true fire burned around his body. With the operation of the pure Yang true fire, it was like a white sun rising in the blood sea. Many evils, gloomy, ghostly, evil, dark, evil spirits, ghostly and other negative energies dissipated. The two forces collided with each other and continued to melt away. Dao's pure Yang true fire is naturally restrained from my blood sea filth. But how much mana do you have? I can persist for 300 years, and you can persist for a few years. The blood bat demon lord said coldly. When Dao's mana is exhausted, it will be the time for Dao to die. Xuanji said, really? It depends on who can persist the most. Urging the pure Yang true fire, Xuanji continued to destroy and observe the space in the gourd, trying to find a flaw, tear the gourd apart, and escape. In the end, he failed. The blood god gourd, when it was forged, spent a lot of void crystals to forge it, causing the surrounding space to be extremely solid and impossible to tear apart. Inside the gourd, the spiritual energy here is polluted and becomes turbid. The cultivators cannot absorb it at all, and cannot make up for the loss. Instead, they have to face the erosion of the sea of blood all the time. Under the sweep of the sea of blood, the mana and blood of the cultivators are constantly worn out. Being trapped in the gourd may not be a big problem for 3 to 5 years, but after 10 or 20 years, the mana will be exhausted, and finally fall into the sea of blood. Anyway, for the incarnation of the spirit, the least lacking thing is time. I'm sorry, the blood bat demon lord can endure time, but I can't endure time. Xuanji frowned, and thought about how to crack it. In the Danshan, there is a cave sky bead to store a lot of spiritual energy, so there is no worry about the problem of mana exhaustion. But if he doesn't appear for a long time, Xia will be worried, and his family will be worried too. The 9-colored divine sword is out. At this moment, Xuanji took a deep breath and activated his magic power. Suddenly, the power of the five element was in motion. The yin and yang were born and destroyed. The power of the primordial magnetism gathered. The power of the starlight gathered. The power of time and space fluctuated. And the power of extinction was added. Many magic powers gathered together and turned into a 9-colored divine sword. This supreme magical power was constantly gathering power. This was also the first time he used this sword technique after entering the god transformation realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, the improvement of his understanding of the great Dao, and the deepening of his understanding of the sword technique, the power of this magical power was constantly upgrading. But, as the 9-colored divine sword condensed, the void was trembling, as if it was about to be torn apart. Cut. Xuanji activated the long sword, turning into a ray of destructive light and slashing down. Boom boom boom. The sea of blood was trembling, the void was trembling, and at this moment, a slight sound came, which seemed to be the sound of a gourd breaking. One knife doesn't work. Then try another knife. Xuanji slashed with another knife. Boom boom boom. With one knife after another, the space vibration here became more severe. In the outside world, in a certain immortal cultivation family, in the cave of a foundation building cultivator, the blood bat demon venerable was meditating and practicing. But suddenly, there was a palpitation. The blood bat demon venerable opened his eyes and saw a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and the crack was getting bigger. No, I underestimated this person. He can actually split the gourd. If Lala continues to chop, the blood god gourd will be scrapped in 3 days at most. The blood bat demon venerable said, I still underestimated him. What a pity. His figure flashed and entered the gourd, intending to kill Xuanji completely. Originally, he did not intend to take action too early, but to wear out most of his blood and magic power in the gourd, and then refine it into a blood slave. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. If he was allowed to urge the long knife to chop and kill, the gourd would not be able to hold on. Swish. Above the sea of blood, the blood bat demon lord appeared and said indifferently, young man, you are looking for death. A huge blood-colored palm slammed down, like a palm covering the sky, full of gloom, turning into endless destruction. Daoist fellow stopped shouting, just wanted to kill Xuanji. Kill. Xuanji urged the 9-colored divine sword to slash up. The long sword and the blood-colored palm collided with each other and kept cancelling each other out. Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he moved quickly. The long sword was like snow, as if it was snowing heavily. The sword light swept over and turned into a surging river. The blood light flashed under the feet of the blood bat demon lord, and his 5 fingers gathered together, turning into a huge fist and slamming out. Bang bang. The void was exploding, and the sea of blood was boiling. With the surge of waves, the two fought fast, moving their bodies quickly and attacking quickly. When they reach the realm of transformation, both sides are faster, more powerful, and more physically strong. Their endurance, defense, attack power, explosive power, blood recovery ability, speed of mana recovery, etc. are constantly improving, with almost no shortcomings. Giant and Yuanying still has some shortcomings and flaws. But the cultivators of transformation are almost hexagonal warriors, without any weaknesses. Once Xuanji starts fighting, they often fall into a stalemate. They often need to fight for several years or decades, until the opponent or themselves have a big flaw, and then they can fight to win. Boom boom boom. The two sides are fighting quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they have been fighting for 10 years. Xuanji panted slightly, and the wounds on his body were dripping. They seemed to be seriously and horribly injured, but in fact, the injuries were not serious at all. As long as he moved his mind and consumed his own mana, he could heal his injuries. It's just that he didn't recover, because recovering from the injury would cause a slight loss of his own mana and bring a little flaw. This flaw may be the turning point of defeat. At the moment of the war, there can't be a waste of mana. Damn it, why is he so strong? He is only at the first level of the spiritualization, but he can fight me to a draw. I'm at the 3rd level of the spiritualization. A trace of palpitation flashed through the blood bat demon lord's heart. Over the years, with the geographical advantage of the blood sea, he has continuously made up for his own losses and his mana is inexhaustible. But he still couldn't kill Xuanji. Even he was a little tired. If he continued to fight, he would use the essence of the spiritualization, which would have a certain impact on his own path. Dao is very strong, but he still has to die here. The Bloodbat Demon Lord said, "Blood Slave, come out." Crash. As the blood sea rolled, I saw cultivators appearing in the sea water one by one, with endless bloody evil spirits on their bodies, endless dead air inside, blood red eyes, and murderous aura. There were about 300 people in total, including demon cultivators and human cultivators. The weakest was also at the nascent soul level, and the strongest was at the spiritualization level. The 3 spiritualization cultivators were the leaders, and 300 Yuanian cultivators gathered into a blood slave army. The blood slave army is also one of the trump cards of the Bloodbat Demon Venerable. Over the years, he has been secretly attacking or designing to kill many Yuanian and Shenhua, forming the blood slave army in front of him. Every blood slave carries his hope. The essence of the blood sea and the good is absorbed by the blood slaves, becoming their tonic, nourishing and strengthening their origin. The Bloodbat Demon Venerable intends to cultivate all 300 blood slaves into Shenhua, and when he reaches the peak of Shenhua, he will devour these blood slaves, thus breaking the shackles of life, and entering the realm of refining emptiness. It's just that now, he has to use this trump card. Kill. The Bloodbat Demon Venerable urged the blood slaves, and suddenly many blood slaves recalled a stream of light, and entered his body. The aura on his body was rising steadily, and the bottleneck of the 3rd level of Shenhua was easily broken, entering the 4th level of Shenhua. Then the bottleneck was broken again, entering the 5th level of Shenhua. The 5th level of Shenhua has 50,000 Jayasi of mana. Fellow Daoist, take the knife. A blood-red long knife condensed in the palm of the Bloodbat Demon Lord and chopped down. Chapter 544, 10,000 years in the future. The sea of blood was rolling, the waves were splashing, and the evil spirit was surging, wave after wave. Many blood evil spirits turned into terrifying vortexes of spirits, all of which were absorbed by the Bloodbat Demon. Suddenly, his aura was rising step by step, from the 3rd level of the incarnation to the 5th level of the incarnation. With the blessing of the secret technique, the Bloodbat Demon's cultivation level sword, and a blood-colored long sword condensed, turning into a light of destruction and slashing down. Good. Xuanji smiled, and a pure yang broken sword appeared in his palm. With the infusion of pure yang power into the broken sword, the broken sword was getting bigger, and turned into a few feet long. The pure yang light on it was flashing, and the bright white was like a sun rising. The endless blood evil power was evaporated on the spot, and turned into a destructive force to suppress it. Bang bang. The pure yang immortal sword and the blood demon sword clashed with each other, one good and one evil, like the sun and the moon clashing, destroying each other and annihilating each other. At this moment, the pure yang immortal sword completely burst out with a trace of destructive power. The pure yang force swept over and annihilated everything. The blood-colored moon only held out for a moment before it dissipated. The Bloodbat Demon Venerable's body shook, and his hands made a hissing sound. His hands were eroded and dissolved by the pure yang force, and almost half of them were wiped out. Not only that, the destructive pure yang force eroded into his body, destroying the vitality in his body, and almost wiped it out. What a pure yang sword! The Bloodbat Demon Venerable was shocked, and the situation was out of control again. Using the trump card did not kill the enemy, but instead fell into a stalemate. Dao was not bad. Xuanji held the pure yang broken sword, and his body was slightly weak. The sword just now was extremely fierce. Under the full force of the explosion, it almost killed the Bloodbat Demon Venerable, but the price was also huge. The pure yang immortal sword was like a black hole, absorbing all the 7 layers of mana in his body. It seemed that he had used too much force, causing his body to be slightly weak. The Danshiansu was in motion, and the innate spiritual energy entered the body, quickly transformed into mana, and the exhausted mana was quickly restored. Please return to the ruins, fellow Taoist, Xuanji said, urging the pure yang sword to slash down, like a rising sun, burning everything, and the pure yang destroying the world. Swish. The next moment, the Bloodbat Demon Lord turned into a stream of light, and was about to escape. At this moment, the space was buzzing, becoming extremely solid and unable to escape. Crash, crash. With a violent noise, 33 magic weapons appeared in the void, surrounding each other, and the auras were connected together, turning into a huge sealing formation, sealing the void within a radius of 10 miles, making the void extremely solid and difficult to break, cutting off the possibility of escape. Xuanji urged the pure yang immortal sword, and the sword light was like water, like the sun rising. No. At the critical moment, the bloodbath demon lord burst out and urged the blood slaves to resist in front, but it was useless. The blood slaves slashed and killed in an instant, but they only intercepted for a moment and continued to slash and kill. Roar. The void was ringing, and the blood slaves that were originally in a combined state appeared one after another, standing in the void, turning into an army, and rushing to kill. The immortal sword was shaking, and the power of destruction was sweeping. Xuanji was like an unparalleled sword immortal, annihilating everything and destroying everything wherever he went, tearing the blood slaves' vitality. Bang bang. Accompanied by violent noises, one after another, the blood slaves were killed and headed for destruction. The face of the bloodbath demon lord became more and more impatient, and he urged his fist to bombard the void, but the 33 magic weapons only operated slightly to dissolve the impact. The force was dispersed on the major magic weapons, and the destructive power was limited. When the last blood slave collapsed, the bloodbath demon lord knelt on the ground and said, "Dao, spare my life. I'm willing to be your demon pet, a slave and servant, and accept your orders. As long as a slave contract is signed, Dao will have another divine thug. I will do whatever Dao asks me to do. I just hope you don't kill me. I don't want to die." He knelt on the ground, spoke humbly, without the dignity of a strong man. The immortal sword that was about to fall stopped abruptly. Xuanji restrained the pure yang power and said dumbly, "Are you really willing to be my demon servant? The human race has many secret techniques that can take the demons as demon pets or demon servants. Once they become demon servants of humans, their life and death are not up to them, but are decided by human cultivators. Their life and death are determined by a single thought." The bloodbath demon lord knelt on the ground and said earnestly, "Of course I'm willing. The master and I have some hatred, but that is the past. Once I sign the contract and become the master's demon servant, we will be a family. The master is great and glorious, a fair and upright cultivator. If he cannot do some dirty and tiring work, I can do it for him." Xuanji looked at the humble cultivator in front of him and said lightly, "Dao, you are a powerful god-transforming cultivator. Are you willing to be my slave? Where is your dignity as a god-transforming cultivator?" The bloodbath demon lord knelt on the ground and said, "The dignity of a god-transforming cultivator? Haha, why is the master joking like this? How much is the dignity of a god-transforming cultivator worth? We cultivators embark on the path of cultivation for immortality, to live, not to turn into ashes. What is dignity? Dignity is just to deceive those weak cultivators. We god-transforming cultivators don't believe it at all. How many monks have sold out their wives and daughters, themselves, and friends? There are not few such examples, but many. Even ants try to survive, let alone monks of our generation. Only those lowly monks who live at the bottom and cannot enjoy a good life naturally trample on life and death, and do not care about life and death. But we, the incarnation monks, are immortal for thousands of years, and can be called the giants of the ages. We can enjoy many good lives, so who is willing to die? Among the human world, there are only generals who commit suicide and die for the country, and soldiers who die for the country, but most of the upper nobles and emperors are afraid of death, and choose to surrender to the enemy." Xuanji thought, Dao is right, Dao is right, but, with a wave of his hand, the pure yang immortal sword suppressed it. 33 treasures were directly sealed to prevent it from escaping. Whoosh. The destructive pure yang true fire obliterated the body of the bloodbath demon venerable, and there was a hissing sound in the void, and the screams of the bloodbath demon venerable. "I have surrendered, and am willing to be your demon servant, but why do you still want to kill me? Why?" The bloodbath demon lord shouted angrily, not understanding Xuanji's brain circuits. Why did he have to kill him? Didn't the human race often say that there are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends, only eternal interests? The two had conflicts before, but when he chose to surrender, these conflicts disappeared. For the sake of eternal interests, He was taken as a slave, and there was one more god transforming thug. This was the maximum benefit. But why did you have to kill him? Not for what? Just for the pleasure. Xuanji said, a man should kill people, and kill without mercy. The immortal career of thousands of years is all in killing. I don't say that humans and demons cannot coexist, nor do I say anything about right and wrong. It's just that I don't feel happy if I don't kill you now. In life, if you pursue interests everywhere and make yourself live a dirty and aggrieved life, such immortality is better off not having it. Boom boom boom. The pure yang true fire was burning, annihilating everything, and it was going to be completely refined. The bloodbath demon venerable was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Xuanji wanted to kill him. There were few benefits and great disadvantages, but the pure yang formation fire was burning. After several decades, the transformation demon venerable turned into ashes and completely fell. Swish. Walking out of the blood god gourd, Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he urged the pure yang true fire to refine the blood god gourd, erase the Dao pattern inside, expel the formation inside, and trace it back to its origin. Soon, a green skin gourd appeared. This gourd exudes green and has a strong spiritual energy. As long as it is refined for a period of time, it will turn into a new spiritual treasure. Finally killed the bloodbath demon venerable. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and calculated the time again. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, it took a full 80 years to completely refine and kill a transformation god. This shows how difficult it is to kill a transformation god. This is still him who took the initiative to use the 33 heavens supreme treasure to seal the void, cutting off his possibility of escape and cutting off his possibility of passing on information. Many transformations can run away, even if they can't beat them. Even if he couldn't run away, he could still call on his friends. After all the incarnation cultivators had friends or allies. Similarly, the bloodbath demon venerable was able to kill many incarnation cultivators. Although he had a strong cultivation base, he still used the blood god gourd to trap the enemy inside. The enemy could not escape, nor could he pass on the message. He could only be killed by refining. This time, it was a sure thing to plot against him. Unfortunately, there were still problems in the actual operation, and he finally died in it. It's time to find Xia. With a flash of footsteps, Xuanji disappeared and went home. With the flash of golden light, he descended to the Lu family half a day later. The Lu family became more prosperous. The entire Qingshu County, as well as several nearby counties, many sacred mountains, mineral veins, and lakes, etc., all belonged to the Lu family. It can be said that the family was large and powerful, the sphere of influence was constantly expanding, and the number of family cultivators was constantly expanding. Xuanji only took a quick scan and saw more than 50 nascent soul cultivators. As for the golden core cultivators, there were more than 3,000 of them. As for the purple mansion cultivators and the foundation establishment cultivators at the lower level, there were even more of them, almost everywhere. The Lu family is developing a little too fast. Xuanji scanned with his divine sense, but did not find Jinzi's aura, but only saw Xuanji. His footsteps flashed, and he descended into the Taoist cave, emitting his own aura. Xuanji, I'm back. Xuanji said, feeling a little ashamed. Because he was busy with cultivation, he mostly practiced in seclusion, and the number of times he met was very small. When they met again, he missed her very much. Husband, you're back. Xuanji felt the familiar breath, stepped forward and touched the man's face. A trace of excitement flashed across her expression, and she couldn't help but said, Sister Xia, you said that you have achieved the state of incarnation, and are in seclusion. Have you come out? Xuanji also stepped forward, grabbed her hand, and said softly, it's over, the seclusion is over. Xuanji stepped forward and leaned into his arms, feeling the familiar breath, feeling the warm feeling, and said, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Xuanji said, yes, it's been a long time. How is the Lu family? It feels that the number of Lu's golden elixirs is increasing, and it seems that they are about to be sold out. You also discovered that it's not that the Lu family's golden elixirs are about to be sold out, but that they are already sold out. Xuanji smiled and began to talk about the situation of the Lu family. Husband, since you left 100 years ago, the spiritual energy of the Chu state has been reviving, and spiritual energy is spraying out from deep in the earth's crust. Many spiritual veins are being upgraded, the number of spiritual caves is increasing, and the types of spiritual veins are also increasing. In just 100 years, the concentration of spiritual energy has increased fivefold compared to 1,000 years ago, and the bottleneck difficulty of cultivation has also been greatly reduced. My husband, do you still remember that it was extremely difficult for our generation to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? The Purple Mansion cultivators could be called the ancestor. But now, no Purple Mansion cultivator would be so arrogant as to call the ancestor. The difficulty of cultivation has been greatly reduced. The difficulty of breaking through to the Purple Mansion and the Golden Core has been greatly reduced, but the difficulty of the nascent soul is still huge. The number of Purple Mansion cultivators and Golden Core cultivators has increased more than tenfold compared to the past. As for the nascent soul cultivators, it has increased by 3 times. The number of God transformation cultivators has also increased from 5 to 15. Even in the past, I was thankful to become a Purple Mansion cultivator, but now I'm only at the 8th level of the nascent soul, and there is a glimmer of hope to become a God transformation in the future. The upper limit of the world is rising, and the whole world is in a rage, as if it has entered an era of carnival. Speaking of the beauty of the entire era, Xuanji felt a little uneasy. Xuanji sighed and said, after the carnival, there will be endless decline. The upper limit of the world is rising, but the calamity is also increasing. Many cultivators gather here, and many geniuses gather here. I don't know how many people can survive to the end. The golden age is the heaven-raising poison. After careful calculation, Xuanji felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was boiling, and the luck was also boiling, but the calamity was also increasing. The fighting among the cultivators also became extremely fierce. Thousands of years ago, the death of a Yuanying cultivator was a big deal, but now, the death of dozens of Yuanying is just a small matter, and the death of a Huashan is a big deal. The spiritual energy is reviving, and the number of strong people born will increase significantly, entering the blowout stage. This is the 3,000 years of opening the catastrophe. After the catastrophe begins, it will continue to prosper for 3,000 years, and finally reach its peak. This is the golden 3,000 years. After reaching the peak, the spiritual energy will continue to decline, lasting for 3,000 years, and fall into the Dharma ending era. Xuanji pondered and sighed. The next 10,000 years will be the golden age, the best era for cultivation. Many geniuses gathered together, fighting each other, and the son of destiny of an era was born in the bloody battle. The son of destiny will carry the world's luck. His cultivation will rise steadily, and he will have the opportunity to become an immortal and ascend. The so-called son of destiny may be 2 or 3, 1, or none. We have encountered the best era and the worst era. The update has not been strong these days, and I'm trying to recover. Some book friends said that the book is about to be finished, but I said it's too early. The pig's feet have not left the state of Chu, and have not walked out of the novice village. Above the transformation of spirit, there are refining void, combining Dao, and overcoming tribulation. The protagonist is just about to leave the novice village. Chapter 545, Second Level of Spiritualization. After a moment, Xuanji asked, how is the Lu family, Faina, and Ziona? Xuanji said, the Lu family is also very good, and they are also very good. However, over the years, the demon race has gradually become stronger and threatened the border of Chu. There was a fierce friction between the two sides on the front line, and wars broke out at any time. The bloody battles continued. From the bottom foundation, Purple Mansion, and Golden Elixir to the high-level nascent soul cultivators, they all fought together. The fights were tragic, and dozens of nascent souls had died in the disaster. It was just that the god of transformation had not ended. Both sides were restraining themselves and waiting for the opportunity. It only took a fuse, and the god of transformation of both sides would fight together and enter the state of decisive battle. At that time, if the human race won, it would be fine. But if the human race lost, the Lu family would inevitably suffer a catastrophe. At that time, I don't know if my Lu family can still exist. Then, Xuanji began to talk about the situation in the past 100 years. Small wars continued, but no major wars broke out. The situation did not improve, but continued to deteriorate. Both sides are accumulating strength and waiting for the right time. A war will happen at the right moment. By then, it will no longer be a battle between Yuanying cultivators, but a battle between Shenhua cultivators. The scale of the battlefield will no longer be a small area, but will affect the vast areas such as Chu State and Xuan Mountains. Shenhua cultivators will not start a fight easily, but once they start, they will fall into a full-scale war. At that moment, no one can control the rhythm of the war, and no one can guarantee that they will survive until the end of the war. Once the fight starts, both sides will kill with bloodshot eyes, and it will be difficult to stop. Xuanji said worriedly, "Don't think too much. At that moment, it will be nothing more than a fight to the death. How can our human race be afraid of a fight to the death? Besides, we can't retreat, even if we want to. If we retreat, what will happen to the tens of millions of Lu family mortals and hundreds of thousands of Lu family cultivators? Without the foundation of Chu, the Lu family will decline further. Even if it moves to other places, it will face the suppression of local forces, and the crisis still exists. We can't retreat, and we can't retreat. Even if we retreat, where can we retreat to? Separate cultivators can run away when they see that the situation is not good, but we can't. The Lu family, with their families and a large number of cultivators, can't abandon the Lu family cultivators and run away alone, or it is impossible to run away with a few elite members of the Lu family. Losing a large number of mortals as the foundation, losing the bottom to continue to die as the foundation, the Lu family will gradually decline, or even perish. Don't say that. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood. Many times, what is lost is completely lost, and there is no possibility of recovery. After entering the stage of transformation, the resources he needed for cultivation increased, and the various consumptions also increased, all of which needed to be provided by the Lu family. Every year, the Lu family would plant a large amount of spiritual rice, spiritual medicine, and refine various elixirs, talismans, magic weapons, etc., in exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones for him. When refining certain magic weapons, some Lu family cultivators would share part of the task, which could save some time and energy. When some rare spiritual iron, spiritual ore, etc., could not be bought from the outside world, the Lu family cultivators needed to set up a large formation to cultivate and transform, etc. Because the Lu family cultivators shared some tasks, and found ore, provided some resources for him, he was also much more relaxed, which could save unnecessary time, and lead most of the time to cultivation, and the cultivation speed would be much faster. But if he escaped from the state of Chu, the Lu family would lose most of their foundation, and fall into poverty. At that time, he could only find some cultivation resources himself, and the time for cultivation would be relatively shortened, and the cultivation speed would be much slower. Cultivating immortals depends on resources. Whoever has more cultivation resources will cultivate faster. Whoever has a longer cultivation time will improve his cultivation faster. Many independent cultivators were busy looking for resources, which resulted in a relatively shorter cultivation time, resulting in a much slower cultivation speed than those from large sects. Such a lesson was extremely painful for many independent cultivators. If there was a choice, no one would be willing to be an independent cultivator, with no food or water, and no time to cultivate. Similarly, the Lu family helped him a lot in the early days, but after he reached the golden core stage, the help was very small, and he needed constant subsidies. But in the late nascent soul stage, especially after the god transformation stage, the Lu family helped him more and more. Whether from an emotional or interest perspective, Xuanji could not abandon the Lu family or the state of Chu, and he had to fight. Xuanji worriedly said, "Can the human race win? The number of demon gods is much greater than that of humans, and the number has been constantly expanding over the years. I wonder how much it has increased? If the two sides fight a decisive battle, what are the chances of human victory?" Xuanji said, "The human race has trump cards, and the demon race also has trump cards. No one can say what the trump cards are until the last moment. Even I have some trump cards. I don't believe that those top powerhouses don't have trump cards. Of course, the key is to fight for the opportunity to refine the void. The opportunity to refine the void? Xuanji said, as if touching a blind spot. The battle between humans and demons is crucial in the battle of transformation into spirits. But the battle of transformation into spirits is also a battle of half-step refining emptiness. In my perception, Xuanji Xianzhen has already entered half-step refining emptiness. Jinwu Dazan among the demons has also entered half-step refining emptiness, and Liu Ayudamons in a new state has also entered half-step refining emptiness. These are all known half-step refining emptiness masters, and there are some unknown half-step refining emptiness masters. The demons fear the human gods, but they fear Xuanji Xianzhen more. Ordinary gods, when encountering Xuanji Xianzhen, are killed in just 1 or 2 moves. Just like ordinary giant and cultivators, they are also vulnerable in front of half-step Yuanying cultivators. Lu Xuanji said, pointing out the key. Xuanji said, but I still don't understand. We are fighting for the Lu family, but why are those gods and half-step refining masters fighting? For them, fighting for territory is meaningless. As for fighting for the human race and the demon race, I don't think they are that selfless. After all, my Chu country is not weak. If the demon race fights a war against my Chu country, even if they win, 5 or 6 gods will die, or even more. Lu Xuanji said, fight for luck. In the land of East Wilderness, the amount of luck is limited. The demon race occupies a piece of land and enjoys a certain amount of luck, and the same is true for the human race. After the two sides go to war, the luck of those fallen monks will fall on the winner, and the luck will be concentrated. As luck gathers, those powerful masters of the spiritualization stage may soar to the sky. Those powerful masters of the half-step refining void stage can use their luck to prove their Dao of refining void stage. When luck collides and ki converges, many cultivators will inexplicably collide and fight with each other. It may be just a few quarrels, or it may be that they are not happy with someone, so the two sides fight with each other. Xuanji was silent and said, that is to say, in the future, I will also experience such a disaster. Lu Xuanji said, of course. There are only a limited number of fish that can be raised in a pond. There will always be fish that will be eliminated. After talking for a while, the two entered into joy again. After a long time of joy, Lu Xuanji began to summon the Lu family cultivators. A few days later, there were crowds of people, about tens of thousands of cultivators gathered together, waiting quietly. Lu Xuanji looked down and saw many unfamiliar faces appearing, and many familiar faces disappearing. Lu Xuanming and Lu Xuanshu, these two are still alive, and they are the only remaining old friends. The eldest disciple Li Qingwen and the second disciple Li Qingwei were still alive. Lu Xuanji was also relieved. What he was most worried about was that after Ziji came out of retreat, one of his disciples would die somewhere. The maid Hang Fu did not show up, and it was estimated that he had died in the Jinwu cave. There were also many familiar clansmen who disappeared and sat in the long river of time. I have attained the Tao and become a god, and I will preach to you today. Lu Xuanji said. Thank you, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. You have attained the Tao and become a god, and you will live forever. Congratulations, ancestor. You can expect to become an immortal. The cultivators present congratulated one after another. Lu Xuanji raised his hand and pressed it, and everyone stopped celebrating. The golden age has arrived. In just 1,000 years, the spiritual energy is 5 times richer than in the past. Lu Xuanji said, this is the best of times and the worst of times. I will not tell you anything else today. I will only tell you about the art of escaping and the life-saving magic. In life, it is not terrible to lose countless times. As long as you are alive, everything is possible and there is a chance to turn the tables. But if you die, even if you are a peerless monster with the best talent in the ages, it is useless. The reason why I can live to this day and prove my talent is not because of my good talent, but because I'm good at running away and have excellent life-saving ability. Here, I will tell you about 3 magical powers. One is the Void Phantom, which can evolve into many clones and phantoms to disguise and conceal my true body, so as to escape. One is the Blood Escape method, which can burn blood and turn it into a blood-colored escape light to escape. One is the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method, which can be used to fight to the death. By the way, there is also a kind of elixir called the Crazy Demon Life Reducing Pill, which can only be taken once in a lifetime. After taking it, your cultivation can be greatly improved and can be used to fight to the death. Xuanji spoke, without telling about anything mysterious, nor about some magical secrets, but only about how to save his life. He focused on the 3 magical powers of saving his life, and a desperate elixir. The magic power on his palm was evolving, with magical powers rising and falling in it, changing his moves. Many cultivators listened, and suddenly felt intoxicated. First of all, the difficulty of these 3 magical powers is very low. As long as you reach the foundation building stage, you can comprehend and practice. Secondly, the upper limit of these 3 magical powers is very high. Even at the nascent soul stage, they are still not outdated, and still have strong combat power. These 3 magical powers are easy to get started with, but difficult to improve. The more resources you spend in the later stages, the higher the requirements for comprehension. After telling the story for an hour, Xuanji disappeared. The sermon is over. After finishing the sermon, Xuanji entered seclusion again. Crash, crash. As the exercises were running, the pure yang meridian started running, and the pure yang dao body was activated, like a white sun rising, emitting scorching light, emitting the ultimate masculine power, sweeping through the body, tempering the internal organs, bones, blood vessels, bone marrow, meridians, etc. The pure yang power circulated in the body, and each time it ran a circle, the body became stronger, the flesh was tempered, and the physique was constantly strengthened, like a humanoid weapon. Under the tempering of the pure yang power, the potential of life was improving, the qualifications for cultivation were improving, and it was more in line with the pure yang dao. There was no need to deliberately comprehend. There were all kinds of pure yang perceptions rising in Xuanji's mind, gathering in his mind, and the perceptions were sublimated in the dark. Following the pure yang road, he could use the pure yang law to prove his Taoism and become an immortal. He was practicing the yin-yang transformation again. The yin-yang qi was circulating, the black and white colors were fluctuating, the yin-yang qi was circulating, and his body was showing the state of yin-yang. He was also comprehending the yin-yang divine will, and his various realizations of creation were also improving. He was practicing the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra again. As the sutra was running, 2 extreme divine wills were derived. One was the creation divine will, which was like the heavenly way above. The creation was ruthless, holding all things, and creating all living beings. The other was the earthly divine will. The earthly world was rolling, the human way was flowing, and the evolution of the years was vicissitudes. After careful comprehension, he still felt that the 33 Heavens divine will was somewhat unworthy of its name, and it was more appropriate to call it the creation divine will. As the exercises were running, the pure yang divine will, the yin yang divine will, the creation divine will, the earthly divine will, etc., all collided and conflicted. The progress of comprehension dropped a lot invisibly. This is the price of greed. You can't chew too much. Many gods only comprehend one divine will in their lifetime. Can't they comprehend the second divine will, or the third divine will? In fact, it is really possible. However, many people who have reached the state of transformation chose to give up after considering it. Because greed for perfection will only affect progress and ruin their future. The best choice is to specialize in one divine will, and transform it to perfection. But after careful consideration, Xuanji still plans to comprehend the 4 divine wills together. Although the progress will be much slower, the combat power at the same level will be much stronger. In addition, he has a 7th grade longevity fruit, which can increase his lifespan by 10,000 years, and he also has enough lifespan to comprehend the divine will. When comprehending the divine will, Xuanji is also urging the cave sky bead, and a stream of innate spiritual energy appears inside, entering the danshan, and being continuously refined. The cultivation is steadily improving. Time passes, and I don't know how long it has been. In a trance, the aura on Xuanji's body burst out, and then converged, turning into an ordinary appearance again. But if you look closely, it looks like returning to nature. At this moment, he is already at the 2nd level of transformation. This retreat took 150 years, and I finally entered the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation. The speed is a bit slow. If you add the time spent before, it took a full 230 years to advance to a small realm. The speed is a bit slow. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly. He felt that the speed was too slow, and he couldn't help but feel impatient. After a long time, he suppressed his impatience. Forget it. After reaching the spiritual transformation, it is not hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to advance to a level. My speed is fast enough. Chapter 546, The Eve of the War. The cultivation level only improved a small realm, but the divine will progressed quickly. The pure yang divine will entered the 7th grade, the yin and yang divine will entered the 8th grade, the mortal divine will entered the 7th grade, and the creation divine will was still the 9th grade. With the improvement of divine will, Lu Xuanji's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth became more profound, and he became more and more in tune with the great way. He activated the 9 changes of fish and dragon, the golden light of the earth, the pure yang true fire, the 9-color divine sword, etc., which were more powerful and more fierce. Divine will represents one's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth. The more grades of heaven and earth that are in tune with divine will, the more powerful it is added to the magical power, and the more swift the attack and killing. Lu Xuanji comprehended the divine will. Once when he was in the nascent soul stage, he comprehended the divine will, but the divine will was of little help to him. Only after he reached the stage of transformation, the divine will showed its due power. After walking out of the cave, Lu Xuanji summoned 2 disciples, Lu Qiwen and Li Qingwei, to come. Greetings, Master. The 2 disciples knelt on the ground and said respectfully, not bad, not bad. One is at the 5th level of Jinden, and the other is at the 3rd level of Jinden. They are young and promising. At least I was not as good as you back then. Lu Xuanji said, looking at the 2 disciples with some envy. They have a good teacher, and they are progressing fast, much faster than he was back then. This is a typical example of the predecessors planting trees and the descendants enjoying the shade. The teacher's time is limited. Do you have any questions? After entering the spirit transformation, he was busy practicing or dealing with other things. He was not able to teach the 2 disciples enough. Now, taking advantage of the free time, he just gave some pointers. Thank you, Master. Lu Qiwen said happily and asked. Lu Xuanji responded, 1 question and 1 answer, which lasted for an hour. With the teacher's answer, Lu Qiwen suddenly felt enlightened. What he didn't understand in the past is now understood, and there are still some puzzles, and he also has a general idea. Then, Li Qingwei asked again, and Lu Xuanji also responded. At this moment, Lu Xuanji suddenly felt the token in the storage bag ringing. Dongji shines and sent a message. After leaving some elixirs, spiritual stones, and spiritual treasures for his 2 disciples, Lu Xuanji disappeared. It seemed that he was going to retreat again. But he left the Lu family silently and went to Xiang Mountain. When he arrived at the mountain gate, there were many cultivators guarding it. The formation was running like water waves, and there was a trace of destructive light surging. Stopping in the distance, Lu Xuanji stopped far away and waited quietly without disturbing anyone. About 3 months later, accompanied by a terrifying breath, the breath converged later. Xuanji came out of retreat. As if sensing something, Xuanji left silently without disturbing anyone. Xuanji said, Xuanji, how was that battle? Lu Xuanji said, Bloodbat Demon Lord is dead. Xuanji said, congratulations. This demon lord is not very powerful, but he is quite cunning, and has a very fast escape technique. The human race has tried to kill him many times, but he escaped. Now, this evil fetus has finally perished. Lu Xuanji said, let's not talk about this. Not long ago, Dongji Xianzhen sent me a message, and asked me to go to Xianling Mountain to meet up. Did you receive the message? I received it. It seems that another war is about to break out. Xuanji said, with a trace of worry in his eyes, I don't know who will win or lose this battle. But no matter what, we can't retreat. After exchanging information, the 2 held hands, and the escape light flashed under their feet, and they moved towards a certain direction. The token was flashing light, and after determining a certain location, they flew for an hour, and arrived near the mortal city. Buzz. The token was ringing, making a buzzing sound. The void broke open, carrying the 2 people into the void. The void was changing. and the two entered the cave. After entering here, Xuanji took a deep breath and felt the rich innate spiritual energy sweeping over him. When he entered the dungeon, he felt warm all over. This is a cave. According to legend, when you reach the realm of refining emptiness, you can break the void and open up a cave in the endless void. In the cave, you can adjust the flow of time, adjust the changes in spiritual energy, and arrange a large formation. Those sects with caves are the immortal sects. Obviously, Dongji Xianzhen also got a cave and transformed it into a blessed place for cultivation. This was unexpected, but also reasonable. Cultivating to the realm of transformation of spirits is all about adventures, great opportunities, and great fortune. If you are too unlucky, you can't become a strong man of transformation, and you can't become a half-step refining emptiness. A Taoist appeared in the void, with a grey Taoist robe, a simple face, golden flowers flashing under his feet, and lotus flowers blooming at every step. It was Dongji Xianzhen. Congratulations to both of you Taoist friends, you have achieved the Dao. Dongji Xianzhen stepped forward and bowed. Congratulations. The two said in unison. Xuanji asked, Dao, how far are you from refining the void? Dongji Xianzhen looked at the void and sighed. It's only half a step away from refining the void. But this half step is too difficult. Maybe after 3000 years, I will still be half a step away from refining the void. Xuanji asked, is it the same for the Jinwu Dazen? Dongji Xianzhen nodded and said, of course it is. If there is no accident, it is almost impossible for us to enter the realm of refining the void. The only way is to trigger the catastrophe in advance, and use the catastrophe to increase our own luck. In this battle, I regard the Jinwu Dazen as the human catastrophe and the demons of the 100,000 mountains as the life catastrophe. If you can kill the Jinwu Dazen, you will definitely pass the human catastrophe. If you can destroy the demons of the 100,000 mountains, you can also pass the life catastrophe. If you pass the two major catastrophes, plus some of your own accumulation, you may have a perfect divine will, and a 1 in 10 chance of proving the way to refining the void. This is the case for me, and so is the Jinwu Dazen. If he can kill me, and destroy the state of Chu, he can also take the opportunity to pass the human catastrophe and the life catastrophe, and obtain infinite fortune. Xuanji asked, Dao, what are the chances of winning? Dongji Xianzhen looked at Xuanji with a complicated expression and said, if I say the chances of winning are great, you will certainly not believe it. I can only tell you that there is some chance of winning, but it is not great. But if it continues to drag on, the chances of winning for the human race will continue to decline, and I can't wait any longer. I don't have much time left. Of course, Dao can take the many cultivators of the Lu family and leave directly. It's just that it's not easy to survive in the outside world. Xuanji was speechless. Forget it, we can only fight hard, but what are the chances of winning for my human race? How many gods have we got now? Dongji Xianzhen said, over the years, spiritual energy has been recovering, and the difficulty of impacting the gods has decreased a lot. A large number of gods have been born in the Chu state. You will know in a while. Dao, please come in. Xuanji nodded and looked at Jinzi, who also nodded. The two followed closely behind him, and walked towards the depths of the cave. After walking for 20 miles, a luxurious ancient palace appeared in front of them. The ancient palace was simple and majestic, with a mysterious and yellow aura rising and falling around it. The walls were made of white jade, the roof was covered with golden tiles, and there was a green gate. There was a huge spiritual tree in front. At the invitation of Dongji Xianzhen, the two entered. A throne appeared in the void. Swish. With flashing footsteps, Xuanji sat on a throne, and Jinzi also sat on the throne. At this moment, there were already 8 cultivators sitting in the hall, many of whom were unfamiliar faces. Dongji Xianzhen sat on the throne in the center, smiling but not saying a word. The one who was responsible for welcoming them just now was just one of his incarnations. Afterwards, some more gods came one after another, and a throne appeared, and sat in it. After a while, there were already 18 gods sitting in it. Xuanji looked around, and found some familiar people. The old gods were Danliang Xianzhen, Life Xianzhen, and Mou Zhenjin. Fei Yuzhenjin, Ming Yuzhenjin, etc., who also entered the stage of God transformation and became God transformation masters. The remaining gods were very unfamiliar. Among the crowd, King Xianzhen was found. King Xianzhen nodded. The beating begins. Dongji Xianzhen said, not bad fellow Taoists, please give me some face. Now there are 18 gods gathered here. There are also 3 fellow Taoists who refuse to participate in the war. As a price, they will migrate and leave the state of Chu. Let's not talk about them. Now let's talk about the war between the human race and the demon race. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Everyone looked at each other and remained silent. After a long time, Daniyang Xianzhen stood up. This old-fashioned incarnation was at the 7th level of incarnation. Whether in terms of strength or status, he was only rank below Dongji Xianzhen. At this moment, he said, Dongji Daoyao, how do you want to fight? Daoyao, just tell me. People can't walk without a head, and birds can't fly without a head. We are all willing to listen to Daoyao's command. If we fight on our own, we will be defeated by the monsters and die. Ordinary human cultivators may become slaves of the monsters if they surrender, but we can't even be slaves. There is nothing else but a fight to the death. Fei Xianzhen also said, there is only a fight to the death, nothing else. Fight to the death. How can we humans fear life and death? Other incarnations also spoke. Xuanji also stood up, looking like he was following his lead. There is still room for discussion on other small matters, but in the face of such a decisive battle, we must firmly support Dongji Xianzhen. Do you really think there will be democratic consultation? It's impossible and it won't happen. Dongji Xianzhen was just being modest. If they took it seriously, they would be foolish. Okay, let's go now and kill Jinwu Dazhen. Dongji Xianzhen said. Wait a minute, shouldn't we gather many powerful people and jointly attack the Yaoyao tribe? Daniyang Xianzhen said, with some doubt in his words. Daoyao, compared with the demon race, the human race is weak and the demon race is strong. Since we are the weak, we can only win by surprise. If we choose to play it safe and choose to fight a protracted war, it is our human race that loses. We can only fight. If we win, everything will be fine. If we lose, we will just die together. Dongji Xianzhen said, and he was quite open-minded when talking about the moment of death. The only chance of winning is to create a time difference. Surprise attack on the Jinwu tribe's territory and fall into a local advantage. Fellow Daoists, this is the Jinwu tribe's territory. There are 10 gods in the Jinwu tribe, which can be said to be the first in the demon race, but it is still inferior to the human race. This is our chance. Speaking of this, he urged his magic power and an image appeared. In the image, there is a map of the Jinwu tribe, as well as various forces, formation patterns, etc., all clearly displayed. Fellow Daoists, let's start the surprise attack from here, and then. Dongji Xianzhen said the specific arrangements, the direction of the surprise attack, etc. Everyone nodded, thinking differently. Let's go now. Dongji Xianzhen smiled, urging his magic power, and the palace suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Everyone returned to their original thrones, closed their eyes and rested, waiting for the final decisive battle. At the same time, the palace was surrounded by golden light, blocking the leakage of information. It became impossible for any incarnation to pass on information to the outside world. This can effectively prevent information leakage. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the Jinwu tribe, the huge Fusang tree stood in the void, with a trunk that was more than 100 miles tall, and there were forked trunks on it, ranging from a few miles to dozens of miles in length. On the branches, there were golden leaves with exquisite patterns on them, showing a unique beauty. On the Fusang tree, there was a golden flame burning, and it felt hot from a distance. On the huge Fusang tree, palaces were built one after another. These palaces were extremely gorgeous and the interior furnishings were quite exquisite. Many palaces were distributed crosswise, like formation nodes, connecting the huge Fusang tree together, turning it into a terrifying killing formation. In the center, there is a huge palace. In the palace, a huge golden crow is sleeping, with golden flames around its body. Its breaths cause the tides of heaven and earth. A large amount of spiritual energy is directly exhaled and melted into its flesh. There is a golden glow on its flesh. After an unknown amount of time, the golden crow opened its eyes. The void was suddenly ignited and turned into golden flames. When the light in its eyes converged, the body of the golden crow changed and turned into a human form. He wore a golden robe and a crown on his head. He was tall and mighty, with a mighty and domineering aura. Standing in the hall, he gave people a sense of oppression from a distance. It's a little short, still a little short of the realm of refining emptiness. The great golden crow said. There was a hint of impatience in his words. There was a black gas rising between his eyebrows. Sitting upright on the throne, it took the great Jinwoo a long time before he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. A war between the human race and the demon race is inevitable. After 300 years of accumulation, the demon race has 50 gods. Although most of them are only in the early stage of gods with limited combat effectiveness, they are gods after all. As for the human race's gods, there are less than 20. Comparing the top masters of both sides, the demon race has the upper hand. The time for a decisive battle with the human race has come, and we don't have to wait any longer. My Jinwoo clan has 20 gods, and the advantage is in my hands. But the number of gods of other races in the demon clan is also increasing, which is not good for my Jinwoo clan. It's just right to use the war to eradicate other gods of the demon clan and weaken the strength of other races. There are two intentions for this war. One is to take the opportunity to wipe out the human race, occupy the state of Chu, seize the destiny, and prepare for the proof of the Dao of refining void. The other is to use the war to weaken other demon races and continue to maintain the powerful momentum of the Jinwoo clan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, 1 Yuan Heavy Water. The huge fusang tree emitted a brilliant light, and the golden flames were burning. Then, the light flashed, and flew into the void and disappeared. Swish. At this time, the arrays on the fusang tree started to operate. The golden light spots were undulating, the flames were flying and changing, and there were black dots changing and undulating. Then there were waves of golden crow's cry from above, and the sound spread to the void. The void emitted a hissing wave, as if it was about to break apart. The array on the fusang tree was activated, and the huge spiritual tree was trembling. The roots rooted in the ground went deep into the spiritual veins of the Tao, absorbing the spiritual energy from the ground. The spiritual energy was absorbed by the fusang tree like a tide. The golden leaves on it shook, and the golden texture was activated, blooming with golden light, shining in the void, appearing extremely bright. Under the operation of the spiritual wood, the pure air above the 9 heavens was drawn down, entered the fusang tree, and was refined by the leaves, melted into the fusang tree, and then transformed into pure innate energy, which was infused into each palace. In each palace, there is a golden crow practicing in seclusion. On the huge fusang tree, the palaces are the most numerous at the bottom, and the higher you go, the fewer palaces there are. According to the bloodline level, the golden crows are divided into different areas and given corresponding cultivation resources. However, no matter where they are, they can enjoy the innate spiritual energy. The higher the position, the more innate spiritual energy they can absorb. Spiritual energy is divided into innate spiritual energy and acquired spiritual energy. Once upon a time, at the beginning of the birth of the world, in the distant Hades and ancient times, the heaven and earth were full of innate spiritual energy, and the cultivation environment was extremely friendly. At that time, the innate gods, innate beasts, etc. that were bred, were born with the golden elixir cultivation level, and both their roots and qualifications were first class. Unfortunately, with the further expansion and growth of the world's spiritual energy level began to decline and turned into acquired spiritual energy. Acquired spiritual energy lacks spiritual charm in it, and it has little effect on ordinary cultivators to absorb. But for cultivators after the transformation of the gods, they must absorb innate spiritual energy. But on the fusang tree, innate spiritual energy can be generated at any time. By absorbing innate spiritual energy, the cultivation speed of the Jinwoo clan and the blood level are evolving very fast. This has led to the emergence of many strong people in the Jinwu lineage, and there are quite a lot of strong people, and the level of lurkers is quite high. In the 100,000 mountains, the Jinwu clan is only one of the 10 royal clans. As for other Kunpen clans, peacock clans, etc., in terms of blood talent and combat effectiveness, they are not inferior to the Jinwu clan. It's a pity that there are few corresponding high-level spiritual roots that can transform blood, resulting in a small population of the race, especially those pure-blooded beasts. But the Jinwu clan has a large population, and the blood level of the clan members is still high, far surpassing other races. An hour later, in the hall, many Jinwu gathered together. In the center of the hall, the Jinwu Great Venerable sat in the center, high above, becoming the core of the Jinwu clan. Then, on the chairs slightly lower on both sides, there were also golden crow monks sitting upright. They radiated golden light, and their aura of incarnation suppressed everything. There were a total of 23 of them. On the lower chairs, there were monks sitting one by one. They were nascent soul great demons. Some of them had pure blood like the scorching sun, but some had impure blood. There were more than 1,000 of them. The remaining demon monks, there were more than 7,000, and the lowest was the golden core cultivation. Those who could enter this hall were at least golden core monks. Although the spiritual energy had revived, leading to an accelerated cultivation speed, there were a few more Xuanji, and there was a trend of golden core monks being everywhere. But no force would really think that golden core monks were insignificant. Golden core monks were still the big bosses, holding great power, and ruling a region. Fellow Daoists, the spiritual energy has recovered faster. Compared with the past, our Jinwu clan has grown 3 times, and the number of top-level masters is increasing. Over the years, many Daoists have been obsessed with cultivation. This is a good thing, but it is not a good thing either. The great Jinwu spoke, it is time to deal with the state of Chu. Our demon clan is growing, but the human race in the state of Chu is also growing. Now is the time to destroy the state of Chu. As the great Jinwu spoke, everyone looked at each other with different expressions. After a long time, a great demon in the state of transformation spoke, "Great, isn't it too early to go to war with the human race now? The longer the time is delayed, the greater the benefit to our demon clan. If we go to war now, we can certainly defeat the state of Chu, but we will also suffer heavy losses. Great, the timing is a little early. Great, it won't be too late in 100 years. Other great demons in the state of transformation also spoke, not wanting to start a war now. The great Jinwu raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. Great Venerable Jinwu said, "We should be thankful. On the surface, our demon race has the upper hand over the human race of Chu, but in fact it is not. If the 3 cultivation countries of Chu, Yu and Wu join forces, the number of cultivators and the number of powerful mages will not be much different from ours. In addition, there are many powerful people in other countries such as Qianjin in the eastern wilderness. If they join forces to attack the Xuan mountains, we may not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Yu is a demon cultivation country, Wu is a family country, and Chu is a sect country. The 3 cultivation countries have great conflicts with each other, and have even fought a great war. Now an agreement has been signed to temporarily end the fighting, but the conflicts still exist. It is impossible for them to join forces. How to distribute the benefits, if they join forces are all big problems. In addition, the invasion of the Sea clan has also distracted the attention of Yu and Wu. We have enough time to deal with the human race in Chu. Fellow Taoists, we must take action." Standing up, Great Venerable Jinwu flashed a resolute look. Many incarnations of demons who opposed the battle looked at each other and said in unison, "Then let's have a bloody battle." The Great Venerable Jinwu said, "Dear Taoist friends, if you fight against the human race, our Jinwu clan will take action, and other races cannot sit idle. We must attack quickly and focus on the lightning fast attack to directly destroy the Chu people rather than getting stuck in a stalemate and falling into a quagmire. Now, I order at this moment," accompanied by a violent noise. The void was ringing, the sound waves of destruction were spreading, and the violent vibrations were making the hall shake violently. Not good. The human race has begun to attack our demon race. The Great Venerable Jinwu said in horror, and the next moment he activated the Fusang tree, and the formation on it started to operate. The Jinwu demon cultivators present also left one after another, returned to the cave, and began to activate the formation notes, operate the fusang tree, and enter the counterattack. Scattered soldiers and guerrillas cannot beat the regular army. If it were other cultivators, most of them would fight one by one. But the Jinwu tribe had gone through a long time, and had long abandoned this crude tactic. Instead, they relied on the fusang tree to evolve into a supreme formation to suppress many powerful enemies. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky, countless thunderbolts surged, one concentric circle after another appeared, and a breath of destruction surged out of it, and a huge palace descended. On the palace, 3 words were engraved. Dongji Palace. Bang bang bang. With the arrival of Dongji Palace, the space near the fusang tree exploded one after another, one sun after another extinguished and turned into flames, and countless Jinwu monsters were directly blown up. The strong men of the human race descended, and the war broke out. Buzz buzz buzz. The origin of the fusang tree began to vibrate, as if it felt it was in danger. No one thought that the decisive battle between the 2 sides would break out at this moment. The fusang tree collided with the Dongji Palace, abandoning all the changes and tricks and magical powers, and there was only a savage collision. Under such a violent collision, countless leaves of the fusang tree fell, and countless branches were broken. Dongji Palace was also severely damaged in the collision, and some damage occurred. 1 yuan heavy water. At this moment, a hole opened on Dongji Palace, and blue water suddenly poured down, turning into a surging river, and falling on the fusang tree. Sizzle. Sizzle. With a violent sound, under the erosion of 1 yuan heavy water, the golden light on the fusang tree dimmed a lot, and the flames went out one after another, no longer as strong as before. No, you are despicable. The great venerable Jinwu screamed, with a flash of anger in his words. The fusang tree is a fire-type spiritual root. The sun's true fire burning on it, and the 1 yuan true water complement and restrain each other. With the 1 yuan heavy water pouring down, the fusang tree was seriously damaged. If it continued, the grade might drop, or even be seriously damaged. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. Swish. He activated the spell, and the fusang tree was getting smaller and smaller, turning into the size of a palm, and turned into a stream of light, and entered the danshan. My fellow tribesmen, now is the time for a fight to the death. The great venerable Jinwu said. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The great gods of the transformation and others shouted one after another. Their fighting spirit was as high as a flame to burn everything. At this moment, the Eastern Extreme Heavenly Venerable also activated the magic, and the Eastern Extreme Hall disappeared. Entering the danshan, 18 gods of the transformation appeared in the void, and they said, my fellow Taoists, let's fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The gods of the human race also shouted, kill. The 2 sides looked at each other, each looking for an opponent to fight together. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the violent collision of energy, countless spells clashed again, and the tide of destruction came one after another, like waves surging, constantly beating the void. The void was twisting and changing, evolving into terrifying void faults, as if it was about to turn into a killing intent of destruction. At this moment, a large tripod appeared on the palm of the Danayang Heavenly Venerable, and the tripod was activated. The cauldron was constantly changing, and runes flew out one after another, connecting to each other, and forming a huge barrier covering an area of 100 miles. It was like an inverted bowl, falling directly to the ground. Activating the cauldron, Danayang shines and reinforce the barrier and the seal. Such a barrier has only one purpose, to reinforce the seal, and prevent the golden crow from escaping. Boom boom boom. The 2 sides clashed with each other. Xuanji called Jinzi, King Lion and others, and suddenly the 3 of them gathered together, and joined forces to attack a golden crow. This golden crow was a spiritual cultivation, burning with golden flames all over his body. The chaos bell above his head was shaking, turning into waves of destruction, and a golden longsword on his palm was slashing and killing. Kill. Xuanji aimed at this enemy, and the mana in his body surged onto his palm, condensing into a 9-color divine sword with terrifying power bursting out. Xuanji also took a step forward, and the black and white key condensed together. The two yin and yang were born and destroyed, evolving the supreme creation and mystery, turning into a black and white longsword and stabbing down. With the joint efforts of the two, the chaos seed was shattered, and the golden crow was bleeding. He only held on for a moment, but he was injured. Fighting alone, he was not an opponent, and he was even less of an opponent when he joined forces. It only took a moment to be killed. Save me. At this moment, the golden crow began to ask for help. The three golden crows sensed the situation here, and attacked one after another. The flames were surging, turning into a golden sun, sweeping over. The Chaos Ancient Palace appeared on King Lian's palm. The palace was running and growing larger, like a shield blocking the front. Boom boom boom. The flames swept over, and under the burning, the Chaos Ancient Palace made a crackling sound. But the flames inside were also being swallowed and refined. At this moment, the golden crow had been completely killed. Woo woo woo. As the golden crow fell, a bloody rain appeared in the sky, as if mourning something. After killing the golden crow, Xuanji suddenly felt clear-headed, and felt that his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was deepening, and he was more in tune with all things. His spirituality was increasing, and his understanding was increasing. My luck has improved, and the favor of heaven and earth is also deepening. If I kill dozens or hundreds of incarnations in a row, my luck will be greatly improved, and the benefits will be even greater. Xuanji felt happy. Xuanji also glanced at him, feeling happy. Kill. At this moment, the two of them killed each other at a golden crow. Boom boom boom. The two sides clashed with each other. The golden crow was a third level incarnation, and it activated the sun's true fire into rolling flames, sweeping over. Xuanji activated his longsword to kill, and the sun's true fire was extinguished immediately, and the golden crow was injured on the spot. The golden crow incarnation, seeing that he was defeated, began to defend. Boom boom boom. After more than 10 consecutive battles, Xuanji had the upper hand, but it would take a long time to completely kill him. Quick battle, quick decision. Xuanji's eyes flashed with anxiety. We don't have much time left. We must completely kill the golden crow before the monster reinforcement arrive. If we delay for too long, and fall into the siege of the monsters, we may be in a desperate situation. Zia, King Lian, use your trump card. Xuanji and King Lian looked at each other, and the two collided with each other, and their auras merged together. King Lian has entered the god transformation for a long time, and now he is already at the 4th level of the god transformation. Xuanji has also entered the 2nd level of the god transformation after a period of precipitation. The two merged together, immediately breaking the shackles, and entering the 5th level of the god transformation. Xuanji also flashed his footsteps, and merged into it. But the golden light flashed, and after the light converged, the three merged together, and the yin and yang energy in Xuanji's body was born and died, and the energy was rising step by step. He has already reached the 6th level of the god transformation. The long sword in his hand flashed and chopped off a golden crow's body, cutting it in two. Instantly, the golden crow perished on the spot. Chapter 548. All the trump cards are played to suppress the golden crow. Cut it in two with one knife. With the flash of fire, the void seemed to be struck by a flash of lightning, and a golden crow wailed, and was cut into two. Just one move, and a golden crow was killed. In an instant, this place became the focus of everyone's attention. Xuanji let out a long roar, and his aura burst out. White light flashed in his left eye, and black light flashed in his right eye. The yin and yang energy in his body fluctuated, and the yin and yang forces were constantly born and destroyed, evolving the supreme destiny. The aura of destruction surged in his body, and the violent power suppressed the 4 directions, turning into a terrifying killing force. Too strong. Too strong. Feeling the majestic power in his body, the vast mana like the sea, and the strong physique, he belongs to the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit. Xuanji's self-confidence exploded, his aura was boiling, and excitement flashed in his eyes. If he practiced hard, he would need at least 2,000 years to enter the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit, or even longer. But at this moment, with the help of the secret technique of yin-yang transformation, the three of them entered into a fusion. Their powers merged together, breaking the shackles, forcibly turning the impossible into the possible, and entering the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit. Die. Lu Xuanji flashed his long sword again, and a 9-colored divine sword slashed out, and slashed at a golden crow. This golden crow was a 3rd level spiritual cultivation, and was considered a top level powerhouse in the demon clan, but under this sword, it immediately went to the ruins, and died on the spot. Swish. The long sword was flashing, slashing continuously. With just a few swords, 8 golden crow's spiritual transformations fell. Originally, in the confrontation between the two sides, the human race dispatched 18 spiritual transformations, and the Golden Crow clan had 23 spiritual transformations. In terms of numbers, the human race was at a disadvantage in Xuanji. But with Lu Xuanji's killing spree, the Golden Crow clan fell into a disadvantage. The youngster is so arrogant. The great venerable Jinwu said angrily, with a flash of anger in his eyes. This youngster actually has a secret technique that can burst out the 6th level of the divine transformation after fusion, which has already threatened most of the divine transformation of the Jinwu clan. There are only 23 people in the Jinwu clan, but 8 of them have been killed, which can be said to be a huge loss. Boom boom boom. The great venerable Jinwu waved his hand in anger and punched out. The flames were boiling and burning everything. Lu Xuanji drew his long sword and chopped it open. But the flames were impacting, and Lu Xuanji vomited blood under the huge impact force. He was knocked out on the spot, and the sun's true fire burned his body, and his body smelled of charcoal. Then he practiced the skills, and the flames on his body dissipated immediately, and then his injuries healed quickly. Great venerable Jinwu, you still can't kill me, Lu Xuanji said proudly. Damn it. The great venerable Jinwu waved his hand, and was about to use another killing move, but was blocked by the Eastern Extreme Heavenly Venerable. Boom boom boom. Dongji Xianzhen's body radiated golden light, as if made of gold, and his body exuded an immortal aura. When he activated his skills, his body made a dong 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 sound, like a metal man. There was great power between his fists, and he punched Jinwu Dazan on the back. Jinwu Dazan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and concentrated his energy, and no longer distracted himself, connecting with Jinwu Dazan with his whole heart and soul. Over the years, he had fought with Dongji Xianzhen more than a dozen times, and both sides had won and lost. Now, it was time to fight to the death. Huolala. As the skills were running, the yin and yang energies were born and died, and destruction and rebirth kept rotating. In just a few breaths, Lu Xuanji's injuries were healed. The incarnation of the spirit is so powerful. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you absorb the spiritual energy, you can transform the spiritual energy into life force and quickly recover from your own injuries. The incarnation of the spirit is very difficult to kill. There are 2 ways to kill a god of transformation. One is that the 2 gods of transformation are not much different, so it will be difficult to kill each other, as the other party will continuously absorb spiritual energy to recover from its injuries. After suppressing the Bloodbat Demon Lord, Lu Xuanji spent more than 10 years to completely wipe out its vitality and kill the Bloodbat Demon Lord. The other is that there is a huge gap in strength between the gods of transformation. Just like just now, Lu Xuanji killed the 8 gods of transformation of the Golden Crow clan, just like chopping vegetables and melons, mainly because of the huge gap between them. Lu Xuanji is the 6th level of the god of transformation, and most of the 8 gods of the Golden Crow clan are the 1st level of the god of transformation, and the strongest is only the 3rd level of the god of transformation. Relying on his powerful cultivation, he can quickly wipe out their vitality. When the attack force is too strong to exceed the speed at which they absorb spiritual energy and recover their vitality. If he encounters a strong man at the 4th level of the god of transformation, it will be difficult for him to kill him quickly. Ahem. I'm not the opponent of the great venerable Jinwu, but it's almost impossible for the great venerable Jinwu to kill me. Lu Xuanji estimated his own strength and had a clear understanding of his future positioning. His footsteps flashed, and he pounced on a golden crow great demon of the 1st level of the divine incarnation. He specially selected the weak to attack and kill the weak. Save me. At this moment, another golden crow divine incarnation asked for help, but it was useless. He was killed on the spot. We must get rid of this person. At this moment, a golden crow great demon of the 5th level of the divine incarnation urged the sun's true fire and controlled the chaos belt to attack. The flames swept and annihilated everything. But with the 9-colored divine sword, the sun's true fire was extinguished and the terrifying sword light chopped down. The golden crow great demon urged the chaos belt to resist in front and then fell to the ground under the huge force. A big pit appeared on the ground, and blood was dripping, which was quite miserable. Ahem. This golden crow great demon was in a mess, and his blood was even more sluggish, but he urged the chaos belt to attack again. Xuanji drew his sword and slashed out, accompanied by the flash of snow. The blade was sharp, cutting through all things and annihilating life. The golden crow monster let out a cry, and the crossbow changed from human form to golden crow form, urging the chaos bell to resist, and the sound of the bell was ringing, turning into the sound of soul destruction. On the wings, there were golden runes flashing, and the defense of the flesh body was forcibly increased by 1 layer. The long sword chopped on it, making a bronze-like collision sound, but the aura of this golden crow was falling. Obviously, it takes a huge price to perform such a secret technique. Bang bang. Xuanji chopped and chopped continuously, and this golden crow monster retreated and fell into a disadvantage. If he continued to chopped and chopped, such a secret technique would be broken, and this golden crow would also fall on the spot, but this would take time. On other battlefields, the golden crow tribe's incarnation and the human race's incarnation clashed together, and the two sides were inseparable. The human race fell, and the golden crow tribe's incarnation also fell. Dongji Xianzhen and Jinwu Dazhen, the two sides fought against each other. Their battle was simple and boring, without all kinds of energy collisions, all kinds of gorgeous colors, but returning to the basics. In the clash of long swords and fists, mortal warriors were fighting. Each of their moves was extremely simple, but each move was extremely condensed. The victory or defeat of Zifu could not be seen for the time being. Forget it, fight. Xuanji's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. Now cannot hide, some trump cards have to be used. The figure flashed and retreated 3 steps. The hand pinched the seal, and the void condensed and surged, and 9 phantoms appeared behind him. At the beginning of the phantom, it was as illusory as a bubble, but then it became extremely real, turning into a real cultivator and descending, attacking, and killing. 9 changes of fish and dragon. Under Xuanji's secret technique, the mana in his body was consumed violently like a tide, and it was consumed violently every moment. At most 10 breaths, the mana would be completely exhausted. But with the intense consumption of mana, 9 clones were condensed, with the same cultivation as the original body, and attacked the Jinwu clan's incarnation. Boom boom boom. The battle broke out quickly, and the two sides fought bloody. The void was changing, and the 9 clones urged their long swords one after another, and the long swords were like snow, slashing and killing. Bang bang. 1 clone was blown up. Another clone was blown up. But every clone that fell would take away a Jinwu clan incarnation. When all 9 clones fell, 9 Jinwu clan incarnations had fallen directly, and their blood was scattered on the ground. Woo woo woo. In the sky, blood rain was falling. Many human incarnations looked at Xuanji and were horrified. This Xuanji's engine was really cruel. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine. Once he made a move, he killed 17 incarnations. Who else is cruel? Xuanji kid, I must pull out his tendons and skin him. Jinwu Dazhen said angrily. Xuanji smiled and said, you should think about yourself. If nothing unexpected happens, the Jinwu clan will be destroyed. Fellow Daoists, I have exhausted my magic power. Fellow Daoists, help suppress the great venerable Jinwu. As he said this, he sat upright and began to inhale and exhale the innate spiritual energy. This is natural. The other human gods spoke one after another. Boom boom boom. The 12 gods surrounded the great venerable Jinwu. Fellow Daoist, today is the place where you will die. Dongji Xianzhen laughed loudly, urging his magic power to contain most of his combat power. As for Danliang Xianzhen, he activated the big tripod, and the light shields around it started to operate, evolving into terrifying runes that rose and fell, blocking their escape route. The 12 gods, with a large flag in their hands, began to seal the immortal void. The great venerable Jinwoo was angry and activated the chaos bell. The bell sounded, turning into a wave of destruction, sweeping over. The two sides clashed with each other. The power of the Golden Crow was being consumed drastically. He wanted to break through, but was restrained by the Danliang Heavenly Venerable. He wanted to fight back, but he could not defeat him, and was suppressed by the Dangji Heavenly Venerable. Boom boom boom. After a fierce battle, the Dangji Heavenly Venerable activated the Dangji Palace, and the palace was getting bigger, directly suppressing him inside. Bang bang. The Golden Crow attacked fiercely, trying to break out, but his aura was weak. Daoyao, please return to the abyss. Dangji Heavenly Venerable activated the secret technique and completely suppressed and sealed him. The battle was finally over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Danliang Heavenly Venerable put away the cauldron, and Lu Xuanji also stood up, with his power restored to more than 7 levels. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your help. Let's leave quickly. Dangji Heavenly Venerable said. He looked at the ancestral land of the Golden Crow again, waved his hand, and it evolved into a huge palm of 100 miles in the void. The center of the palm chopped down in the air. Countless mountains broke, rivers broke, valleys collapsed, and a huge palm print appeared in the void. Countless monsters below were chopped to death on the spot. Dangji Xianzhen left first. The other gods also left. About an hour after everyone left, some cultivators came here one after another, but they saw the destruction of the Golden Crow. In the past, this largest tribe of the monsters was attacked by the human race and completely destroyed. The 100,000 mountains were shocked. The monsters were shocked. The gods of the scattered monsters passed on the news one after another, quickly gathered together, and discussed the strategy against the human race. Some royal families even planned to activate some of their race's heritage. After returning to the human race, Dangji Xianzhen disappeared first. He had just suppressed the Golden Crow Great Venerable, just in time to refine it completely. He couldn't delay in time. Finally, the other gods of the gods also returned to their nests. Start the first level combat readiness state, ready to fight with the monsters at any time. Back at Xiang Mountain, Lu Xuanji activated the formation in the mountain, and the formation started to work immediately, as if the giant beast was awakening. As the formation started to work, Lu Xuanji spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, no longer as strong as before. Crash, crash. With a violent noise, the three people split apart, and turned into Lu Xuanji, Jinzi, Qingdian, etc. However, the three of them were all weak. Each of them took the elixir, sat in place, and began to recuperate. After a while, the three of them recovered a little. Qingdian frowned and said, Xuanji, this time you killed 17 gods of the Jinwu clan, which can be said to be a shock to the world. Not only have you become a thorn in the eyes of the monsters, but also a thorn in the flesh. Even some human gods are eyeing you covetously, with murderous intentions in their hearts. If they are not unsure of your trump card, they may kill us halfway. Don't look at the more than a dozen human gods who joined forces to attack the Jinwu clan, sharing the same hatred. But if there is a chance, those gods don't mind killing them. Jinzi said, Dangji Xianzhen must have his plan and trump card for attacking the Jinwu clan this time. But you acted in advance, which saved Dangji Xianzhen some trump cards. Lu Xuanji said, but all this is worth it. After killing 17 Jinwu clan gods, our luck has been greatly improved. The future path will be broader. We can also use the flesh and blood of the Jinwu clan to forge the aura of good fortune. Activating the 33 heavenly treasures, the treasure light flashed and appeared in the void. In the Bushanding, the corpse of the Jinwu clan was stored. Lu Xuanji activated the 33 heavenly treasures, and many magic weapons were all running around the Bushanding. The breath of the treasure light was connected together, constantly melting the flesh and blood in it. A corpse of the Jinwu clan began to slowly melt, and turned into a blue gas. The other corpses of the Jinwu clan also melted, and were tempered into a stream of air. 17 bodies of the Golden Crow transformed gods only tempered 17 Bushan Qi. Lu Xuanji activated the secret technique again, and the Bushan Qi entered the heaven-devouring cauldron to continue tempering. The Bushan Qi was undergoing a shocking change, with runes appearing inside, and its properties changing. He used other magic weapons to temper it. After 81 days, the tempering was over. Lu Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "This is a key of creation that I tempered with the help of the 33 heavenly treasures. It will be of great benefit to you." Next, as he spoke, he opened the alchemy furnace. Whoosh! As if it had a spirit, or 3-foot long gas that looked like a dragon escaped. Chapter 549 King Lian enters the peak of the 7th level of the spiritualization. The 3-foot long spiritual energy seemed to have intelligence, and it turned into a dragon, and was about to escape. Xuanji made a move, and her magic power evolved into a huge palm, which directly grabbed it, and began to devour and refine it. The aura on her body was changing, like the ups and downs of the sea waves. 3 days later, Xuanji opened her eyes, stood up and said, "The effect of the aura of good fortune is very good. After the initial refining, my cultivation level has been greatly improved, which is equivalent to 100 years of hard practice. I only need 3 auras of good fortune to improve a small level, and enter the 3rd level of the transformation of the spirit. But, the aura of good fortune lives up to expectations." Lu Xuanji said happily, with a flash of joy in his heart, "Then there are still 17 auras of good fortune left. Why not divide it into 3, 6 for each person? Not good, not good. Resources should be used in a concentrated manner. If they are used in a dispersed manner, it will only be counterproductive. King Lian, you should absorb all the remaining 17 auras of good fortune." Originally, he planned to divide it into 3, and the 3 of them would share it equally. But after thinking for a moment, he gave up. Fighting a war requires concentrating superior forces, and among cultivators, it is also important to concentrate resources. It is better to cultivate 1 Yuanian cultivator than to spend so many resources to cultivate 10 giant cultivators. If the remaining good fortune is divided among 3 people, the cultivation of the 3 people can be improved a little, but it will not help the overall situation. It is better to concentrate many resources on 1 person, so that King Lian's cultivation can be greatly improved. The improvement of King Lian's cultivation can change the future situation of the war. King Lian immediately said, "Not right, not right. If I devour and refine all the key of creation, what will you do? A war will break out soon. In the war, even the transformation spirit cannot save his life. Only by improving his cultivation a little more now can he survive." Lu Xuanji said, "You are at the 4th level of the transformation spirit. After taking these key of creation, they will be of great use in the future war. As for me, it won't be very useful to improve 1 or 2 small realms. King Lian, you should use it." At this time, Jinxie also said, "Don't refuse." King Lian refused a few more times, but it was useless. He could only take over the Bushan Ding, open the lid of the Ding, and start absorbing the key of creation inside. He activated the technique and quickly absorbed the first key of creation. As the technique was running, the key of creation was quickly refined. Suddenly, his body was warm, his bones were crackling, his blood was burning, and black impurities were squeezed out through his pores. The circulation of ki and blood was refined into a trace of mana, and the mana was soaring rapidly. In just a few breaths, the mana increased by 60 years. Not only that, the mana was still increasing dramatically. Under the nourishment of ki and blood, the soul became more spiritual, and continued to grow. Ki and blood, soul, physique, mana, etc. were all improved in all directions, without a single dead end, without a single shortcoming, better than any panacea. In the world of cultivation, there are many pills that can allow cultivators to continue to improve rapidly after taking them. But this kind of improvement is often superficial, and it only improves one aspect. There will also be pill poison, etc., which will penetrate into the body. But after taking the key of creation, there is no hidden danger, and the cultivation is improved steadily and orderly, without the slightest superficiality. The King Lian realm is higher, and the refining speed is faster. It only takes 1 day to refine a key of creation. At the time of refining, the loss caused is small, and the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. After completely refining the first key of creation, the body made a violent sound, breaking through the shackles in an instant, and entering the 5th level of the transformation of the spirit. But, the terrifying breath spread in the void, and the destructive magic power swept over. A blue lotus appeared above the head, with 12 petals, like a beautiful jade. When it opened, a stream of vitality leaked out, exuding the key of plant creation. Just smelling it was refreshing and intoxicating. Hula. At the same time, endless demonic energy was surging, and the demonic energy was constantly condensing and evolving, turning into an endless mythoworld, with a gloomy atmosphere. There were demons walking in it, ghosts and gods fighting, the yellow spring was flowing, the flowers of the other shore were blooming, the neighborage appeared in the distance, and there were bones rising and falling in the river. Kinglian's long hair was flying, her body became graceful, exuding endless charm, as if a demon girl had descended from the sky. Her every frown and smile was endless temptation, and her every word and action was supreme charm. It seemed that with just a flick of her finger, countless cultivators would kneel down at her feet and lose themselves. Xuanji looked at it for a few times, and his mind was also swaying. He forced the secret technique to suppress the impetuousness in his heart. He waved his hand to activate the formations around him, and suddenly the formations started to operate like a millstone, and the runes rose and fell, gathering into a golden barrier, sealing Kinglian's breath and preventing her breath from leaking out. Hiding Kinglian's cultivation can give someone a fatal blow at a critical moment. Looking at this scene, Xuanji blushed slightly. My cultivation is too low, and I wasted a lot of energy absorbing the aura of good fortune just now. Another aura of good fortune was taken out, and Kinglian began to refine and absorb it again. After refining this one, her cultivation level increased a lot, but she did not break the bottleneck, and there was still some gap. It was time to refine the second key again. His cultivation level broke through again, and entered the 6th level of the spiritualization. One after another, the key of creation was refined. This was why the difficulty was much higher this time, because the 7th level of the spiritualization represented the late stage of the spiritualization, which was a huge qualitative change. It was a relatively large threshold, and the difficulty was quite huge. The moment of breakthrough was somewhat difficult. After the 5th key of creation was refined, Kinglian's cultivation level was raised again, and entered the 7th level of the spiritualization. He continued to refine, and the remaining 8 key of creation were refined. Kinglian's cultivation level was raised again, and entered the peak of the 7th level of the spiritualization. Boom boom boom. After several consecutive attacks, the attacks failed, and he could only stop at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritualization. Just a little bit away, I can enter the 8th level of the god transformation. Kinglian said, quite annoyed. At the beginning, the efficiency of absorbing the key of creation was quite high, but in the next few levels, the loss was quite large. What a pity. It's already pretty good. Xuanji stepped forward and congratulated him. Congratulations, you have advanced 3 small realms in a row, and you are considered a small master in the East Wilderness. The 1st to 3rd levels of the god transformation are considered the early stage of the god transformation. The 4th to 6th levels of the god transformation are considered the middle stage of the god transformation. The 7th to 9th levels of the god transformation are the late stage of the god transformation. After the god transformation, each advancement to a small level takes a lot of time. If you encounter a bottleneck or get stuck, it takes even more time. In the Chu state and the 100,000 mountains, most people are in the early stage of the god transformation. There are only a few who have entered the middle stage of the god transformation. As for the late stage of the god transformation, the number is even rarer. Kinglian is now at the peak of the 7th level of the god transformation, and is the top existence in both the Chu state and the 100,000 mountains. Kinglian stepped forward and said, I can reach my current state because of your sacrifice. If you take the 5 fortune making energies, you can at least enter the 4th level of the spiritual transformation. There are many fools in the world, but there are still very few fools like you. Xuanji said, you are mine, and mine is yours. Why do you have to divide it so clearly? Kinglian stepped forward and said, husband, you have suffered such a great loss, I want to compensate you. Xuanji said, how to compensate? Kinglian said, I learned some secret techniques from some books, and I just want to learn from you. Learn from you? Xuanji said, okay. Then the grey mist rose and directly enveloped the two of them. The changes of yin and yang, the birth and death of yin and yang, evolved into the Teikai diagram. The speed of cultivation is faster. The key is that after a long separation, the kind of longing engraved into the bone marrow, the kind of love sickness that is hard to give up. I don't know how long it has been, and the weekend is over. Xuanji was lying on the bed, entering the sage time. All the pores on his body were relaxed, his body was numb, and he felt happier than ever before. King Lian turned over slightly and asked with a smile, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Xuanji looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help laughing. "I was thinking, if there is no dispute, no fighting, no bloodshed in the world, how wonderful it would be." King Lian sighed and said, "I don't want to fight and kill either. I want to live a peaceful life. I want to enjoy leisure time with my husband and enjoy a carefree life. It's just that cultivating immortals is never free. There are constant intrigues, calculations, and fighting. Let's talk about my Chu country. Because of the threat of the 10,000 mountains, the human race can unite and face the outside world together. If there is no threat from the demon race, our situation will be much more difficult under the internal circulation. Not to mention other things, just wanting to step into the godhood is extremely difficult. There will be human gods who turn into human disasters and come to block the way. And Dangji Xianzhen is not as good as outsiders say. According to legend, this Dangji Xianzhen was just a mortal without spiritual roots. In order to embark on the path of cultivation, he did everything he could. He went through many battles to get to this point and killed many fellow practitioners along the way. In the state of Chu, the dominant sect in the early days was the Chiksha sect. At that time, the Chiksha sect had 3 gods and was the true ruler of the state of Chu, but it was wiped out by Dangji Xianzhen. Now the human race and the monster race are fighting. We are still safe. If the monster race is destroyed, we will be in danger. Jinzi also said, Bidao Xianzhen has excellent qualifications. He has only been in the 5th level of the god transformation for 1,500 years. He is the most talented god transformation, but he fell in the confrontation with the monster race. There is something fishy. If my husband was just an ordinary god transformation, the danger would not be great. But my husband is outstandingly talented and has a monstrous qualification, so he must be eliminated by Dangji Xianzhen. Xuanji sighed. The monster race has not been killed yet, and the human race is thinking about internal fighting. King Lian approached, feeling the familiar and intimate breath, and said, "My husband has a noble character, but the other gods are all treacherous, calculating this and that, vicious and cruel. Don't be careless." Xuanji smiled and said, "I'm a little naive, but I'm never stupid. I also have some trump cards. If Dangji Xianzhen is friendly to me, that's fine. If he has bad intentions towards me, I don't mind using some trump cards and smashing the chessboard." At this point, the ring finger of his left hand moved subconsciously. Fairy Haitang wrapped a strand of green hair around the ring finger of his left hand. This was to repay the favor, and it was also an angel investment. If it came to a critical moment, he didn't mind activating the power of the green hair and giving a fatal blow. King Lian said, "My husband, it's good to have a trump card." A few days later, the 3 walked out of the cave. King Lian disappeared first, a little shy. Jinxie also disappeared and entered another cave. Xuanji walked out of the cave, circulated the yin and yang qi, and digested the benefits of the 2 days off. During the 2 days off, those with higher cultivation gained very little. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation gained huge benefits. Under the collision of the yin and yang origins, Xuanji's improvement was quite significant, and the yin and yang divine will underwent a drastic transformation, entering the 7th rank. 3 months later, the sky became dark, the breath of destruction broke out, the terrifying evil spirit swept the world, and endless destruction enveloped the sky over the Chu state. Roar. Countless monsters were roaring, making fierce calls, and began to sweep in like a tide, drowning the land of Xuanji. The beast tide broke out again. But the scale of this beast tide was unprecedentedly huge. Over the past 1,000 years, the huge number of monsters accumulated in the 100,000 mountains have been attacking human territory. The monsters are divided into land and air, attacking from different directions, standing far above the sky, just like countless locusts, starting to eat and drowning the disciples of the Chu state. Many demon cultivators showed their true bodies, transformed into the bodies of demon beasts, mixed in the beasts, and commanded the demon beasts to attack. Chirp. At this moment, a harsh sound was heard in the territory of the human race, screaming and terrifying, and the sound was quite shrill and harsh. On the land of Chu, many formations guarding near Lingshan began to operate, like a huge millstone stirring, strangling many demon beasts. Countless spells collided with each other, countless magical powers clashed with each other, flames were burning, ice was freezing, waves were surging, seawater was sweeping, and sword energy was fighting. Various magic weapons were flying, constantly bombarding the enemy. Countless demon beasts turned into blood and scattered in the void. At the same time, countless cities, Lingshan, etc. were destroyed and turned into ashes. A large number of human cultivators were falling, and countless demon cultivators were also falling. Life seemed quite cheap at this moment. Click, click. At this moment, a brilliant light rose up, like the sun appeared in the void, and a breath of explosion and destruction suppressed everything. In the territory of Chu, giant and monks, Yuanying monks, Huashan monks, etc., appeared one after another, launched an attack on the monster clan, and the two sides entered the decisive battle. The decisive battle has begun, Xuanji said, urging the Lu family's formation. Many formations were activated together, as if the giant beast was awakening. When the formation is running, it will have a terrifying killing power. Even Huashan, if you want to break the formation, it will take a certain amount of time. Swish. Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and the long sword flashed, slashing towards the monster group. Chapter 550 Chapter 549 Kunpeng Demon Lord's Calculation. The chapters that were reviewed yesterday can also be read and subscribed. The battle broke out completely. The human race and the demon race fought bloody battles, without any skills at all. What sneak attacks and secret calculations are useless in such a decisive battle? The two sides fought fiercely. The battle modes of the two sides are different, but the same is that they accurately deploy troops and make the most of every bit of troops to launch an effective attack on the enemy. The demon race only dispatched a small part of its troops to besiege the human race. The other demons made strategic preparations and were ready to achieve precise strikes on certain areas at any time. Crash, crash. Deep in the 10,000 mountains, there is a huge palace. The palace is forged with grey stones and perfectly blends with the surrounding void. The breath is hidden here, ready to escape at any time. In this palace, an old man sat upright. The old man's breath is ancient and exudes a trace of horror. It is Kunpeng Demon Venerable. But at this moment, Kunpeng Demon Venerable is emitting a terrifying breath, which is extremely powerful. It seems that he can break the limit of the peak of the transformation of the spirit and enter the half-step refining realm. In front of the Kunpeng Demon Lord, there stood a girl who was only at the peak of the Giandan realm. Next to the girl, there was a scroll of paintings, which showed the terrain of the 10,000 mountains and the terrain of the Chu state. There were red dots and blue dots on it, and the forces of both sides were intertwined and constantly fighting and colliding. There were red dots disappearing and blue dots disappearing. The girl activated the secret technique and issued orders to the front with the help of the map. Suddenly, countless red dots changed their positions, determined the attack targets, and carried out precise strikes on certain targets. Who would have thought that it was just a Giandan girl who commanded tens of billions of demons to attack the human race? Countless Giandan demon cultivators, Yuanying demon cultivators, and even Huashan demon cultivators. The Giandan girl's original body was an ant emperor who once commanded billions of ants to attack a certain target. Similarly, now, the girl is also commanding tens of billions of demon cultivators, commanding the beast tide, and carrying out precise strikes on the human race. In the past, the demon race attacked the human race with great force, like a tide sweeping across the land, but more often they just swarmed up like a mob, with very poor coordination in all aspects. Of course, as long as there are enough troops and the demon cultivators are strong enough, even if they are a mob, it is just a small matter if there are problems with coordination. But this time it is a decisive battle between the human race and the demon race, and every bit of troops must be used accurately to accurately strike the enemy. Therefore, the Sand King was also invited here by Kunpeng Demon Lord to command the demon army to attack. The effect is not bad. The same force configuration was played out in the hands of the Sand Queen girl. There was no waste of troops, no redundant troops, and the troops on each battlefield could play their corresponding effects and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The Kunpeng demon said, as long as we can destroy the state of Chu this time, you will be the first to do so. The Ant Queen girl smiled bitterly and said, there are only two ways to use troops. One is to concentrate superior forces, to quickly eliminate the enemy. If you don't have an advantage in the overall situation, then you can have an advantage in the local area. This requires skills and strong computing power. The calculation here is not a conspiracy calculation, but a huge data calculation to perfectly allocate the troops. The second point is to reduce one's own flaws. Especially up to now, the demon clan has dispatched 30 gods, 5,000 Yuanying demons, and 150,000 Chindan demons. As for the number of monsters at the bottom, it is incalculable. The specific strength of the human race is still unknown, but the overall number is not small. In such a duel, it is impossible to use any strange strategies. The only thing to do is to reduce one's own flaws and reduce the loss of one's own troops. At the same time, use a certain number of reserves to fill in some loopholes. At the end of the fierce battle, whoever still has reserves will win. At this point, the Ant Queen girl was not happy, but worried. Senior, although I'm an excellent commander of troops and use every step accurately, but there are too many uncertainties. I want to confirm 2 questions. Demon Lord Kunpeng said, Dao, please tell me. The Ant Queen girl asked, Senior, will you, Wu and others come to the rescue of Chu? Now we have the advantage over Chu, but once you and Wu take action, we will be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. Demon Lord Kunpeng said, no, they won't. The Ant Queen girl said, second, is there a second half-step refining virtual person in Chu? Demon Lord Kunpeng said, no. Many things can be hidden, but many things cannot be hidden. For example, the amount of luck in Chu is only enough to cultivate one half-step refining virtual person. Similarly, the luck of the 10,000 mountains is limited and can only cultivate one refining virtual demon. As for the third person, it is impossible. It's not that the aptitude is not good enough or the comprehension is not good enough, but the luck is not enough. Demon Lord Kunpeng sighed endlessly at this point. On the road to immortal cultivation, one relies on background and hard work in the early stage, and on comprehension and aptitude in the later stage, but at the peak moment, one relies on luck. In terms of aptitude and comprehension, he is not inferior to the great venerable Jin Wu. But after the great venerable Jin Wu entered the half-step refining void, he also absorbed most of the luck of the 100,000 mountains, resulting in the 100,000 mountains no longer being able to give birth to a second person. Unless the spiritual energy continues to recover, and the luck of the 100,000 mountains continues to increase, when the luck increases to a certain level, the second half-step refining void will inevitably be born. However, this will take a long time, and it is unlikely for the time being. The Ant Queen girl asked, the third question, when will the senior enter the half-step refining void? Demon Lord Kunpeng said, the great Lord Jin Wu was suppressed, and his luck began to dissipate. Part of it flowed into the body of Dangji Xianzhen, and part of it flowed back to the demon clan. Among the 10,000 mountains, I'm the second strongest demon clan, and I carry a lot of luck on my body. It's just that the amount of luck is not enough to enter the half-step refining void. If the luck is enough, it will be enough to break the shackles and enter the half-step refining void. The Ant Queen girl was puzzled and said, is luck really so important that it can improve the cultivation of cultivators? Demon Lord Kunpeng shook his head and said, luck will not directly improve the cultivation of cultivators, but it can increase the opportunities of cultivators and increase their understanding. At the moment of breaking through the bottleneck, it reduces the difficulty of breaking through. For example, when breaking through the half-step refining void realm, those with bad luck have a success probability of 9 levels, but still fail. But if you are lucky, even if there is a probability of 1 level, you can still succeed. If hard work is useful, what is the use of talent? If talent is useful, what is the use of luck? Talent is more important than hard work, and luck is more important than talent. Just like this time, the battle between the giant and demon cultivators and the Yuanying demon cultivators is for resources. but the battle between the Huishan is for luck. The Ant Queen girl said, Senior, if Dongji Xianzhen takes action, can the demon clan resist? Demon Lord Kunpeng smiled and said, Dongji Xianzhen will not take action. He suppressed the Great Lord Jinwu, but he also needed the power of the 7th level. He will not, and cannot take action. Once he takes action, the Great Lord Jinwu will only escape. The Ant Queen girl asked, will the senior take action then? Demon Lord Kunpeng said, I won't take action either. I will sit here and devour the scattered luck of the human race and the demon lords, so as to break the shackles and step into the half-step refining realm. The Ant Queen girl nodded and said, Senior, I understand. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the scroll again and began to command the demon lord army to attack. In the cave, Dongji Xianzhen opened his eyes and saw something different. Interesting, the demon race is no longer attacking like scattered sand, but under the command of Master, they are carrying out precise attacks and focusing on key strikes. This time, the human race of Chu will suffer huge losses and may even face a catastrophe. Dongji Xianzhen just looked into the void for a few times and found something different. The human race and the demon race often fight fiercely and have long derived corresponding strategies and tactics, various calculations and strategies. Dongji Xianzhen is a master of this. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Dongji Palace was shaking violently, the energy of destruction was surging, and endless golden flames leaked out. Under the burning of the sun's true fire, Dongji Palace became fiery red, and the runes on it were changing, like flowing mercury, and there was a terrifying formation in operation, turning into a series of sword key attacks, making a crackling sound, as if to destroy all laws. Dongji Xianzhen made a seal with his palm, and urged his magic power. The magic power was consumed violently like running water. After entering the hall, the power of the formation above became more powerful. The golden light was evolving, and turned into a terrifying wave. Countless poisonous gases corroded, and turned into a terrifying venom. The ice was condensing, and turned into frost, freezing into the void. Endless waves were surging, and the one new and heavy water was corroding. Pieces of divine thunder gathered together, and turned into a terrifying killing force, suppressing and destroying. Boom boom boom. The two sides clashed with each other, the magic power was colliding, and the energy was consumed violently. In the fierce battle, after a while, the golden flame began to subside. After all, Dongji Hall had the upper hand, and Jinwu Dazan was suppressed. The hall, which was originally red, turned green again, and returned to its original appearance. In the hall, the great venerable Jinwu was trapped inside, with chains locking his body. A terrifying energy flowed along the chains, eroding his body and destroying his soul. The situation became increasingly unfavorable. But the great venerable Jinwu did not change his expression, without a trace of fear. Instead, there was a golden flame burning in his eyes, and an unprecedented fighting spirit was boiling. Snap, snap. The great venerable Jinwu shook the chains, and the eroding ice, lightning, holy water, etc. were all destroyed, making a hissing sound. They scattered on the ground, making a ding dong sound. The chains shook violently, and under the violent tearing of the great venerable Jinwu, the iron chains made a crisp sound, and one of the chains was destroyed on the spot, and broke into 2 pieces. At this moment, another chain emerged and pierced into his flesh and blood, and began to absorb the essence of his blood. However, when the great venerable Jinwu activated the secret technique, his body suddenly became impermeable, without a single drop of energy leaking out, and the chains could not absorb a single drop of his energy and mana. However, due to the interference of the chains, his mana recovery speed slowed down a bit, and his momentum began to wane. Crack. Under the secret technique again, a chain broke again. But then a new chain was born, and began to erode his body. At this moment, the cold voice of Dongji Xianzhen came. Jinwu Dazan, don't waste your energy, you can't break free from the chains. In Dongji Palace, I designed many sealing formations, many siege formations, and many killing formations. You can't escape at all. Jinwu Dazan also sneered, I can't escape, but you are trapped here by me. I'm here, restraining your 7 levels of mana. You need to inject mana continuously to maintain the operation of Dongji Palace. As long as you relax a little or leave for a moment, I will escape. Now, you are a python and I'm a tiger. The python opened its mouth and swallowed the tiger, but found that the tiger could not digest it. The tiger's claws may tear his stomach at any time. Maybe the python will completely eat and digest the tiger, or the tiger may break the python's belly and escape. Who do you think will have the last laugh among us? Xuanji Xianzhen said, "Of course it's me." The great venerable Jinwu sneered and said, "Don't flatter yourself. You trapped me, and I also trapped you. I can't move, and you can't move either. Wait until my demon army crushes the Chu state. At that time, it will be the time for me to escape from the situation." Xuanji Xianzhen said, "Really? The demons may crush the Chu state, but it's a pity that you can't see that scene. In at most 300 years, I can completely refine you. Can you still see this scene? Originally, you were the son of luck of the 100,000 mountains, but you are trapped here. How long can you hold on with the loss of your luck?" The great venerable Jinwu's face sank. The situation is more dangerous than imagined. He can get to where he is now, mainly because he has been favored by the luck of the 100,000 mountains, and has become the son of luck in the dark. But the 100,000 mountains, when he is the son of luck, there are countless spare tires. If he is still the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan, and the Golden Crow clan is the foundation, those spare tires are destined to be spare tires. But when most of the Jinwu clan was destroyed, and he was suppressed here, the 100,000 mountains began to abandon him, and began to favor those spare tires. The luck of those spare tires was improving, and they might become regular at any time. At this moment, his luck was dissipating. Part of it was absorbed by Xuanji Xianzhen's secret technique, and part of it flowed back to the 100,000 mountains, and fell into the hands of those spare tires again. Originally, he could have lasted for 1,000 years trapped here, but as his luck dissipated, he could only last 300 years. Don't be complacent. Jinwu Xianzhen sneered. Zhaohua Xianzhen is rising. He is the son of Chu's luck. He will completely replace you in the near future. You don't have much time. When he rises, it will be the time of your demise. As soon as these words came out, Xuanji Xianzhen's face changed drastically, and his murderous intent was boiling. Lu Xuanji, he won't live to see that moment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.